Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, starting off by making Jiraiya cry outside the hot spring bathhouse in Hidden Leaf Village. A white-haired man with a ruddy complexion and strikingly mischievous air was peeping through a crack in the fence. His sharp eyes darted back and forth, and every now and then, he scribbled something into a notebook with a fervent enthusiasm. So big. So fair, he muttered under his breath. TSK, such a good material. That one is not bad either. Hey? That one over there has a better figure. Excellent material. He adjusted his angle, nodding appreciatively. Jiraiya leaned in closer, his pen working overtime as his gaze locked onto another target. Suddenly, a voice sounded right next to him. Yeah, I like that one too. Look at that waist, those curves. Wow, it's still pink. The unexpected remark made Jiraiya jump, his heart skipping a beat. Whipping around, he shouted, "Ho!" However, the owner of the voice was nowhere to be seen. Worse yet, his outburst had attracted the attention of the bathhouse's occupants. A sharp yell erupted from inside. Someone's peeping. Over there. That white-haired guy. He's peeping. Ladies, kill him. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror. This time, I'm definitely exposed. He hastily tried to gather his notes and tools, fumbling in his panic. Before he could make a clean getaway, the mysterious voice chimed in again, full of feigned sorrow. Friendship means more than life itself. But, Lord Jiraiya, forgive me. Jiraiya froze in confusion, and in that instant, he felt a sudden tug at his feet. He toppled over with a startled yelp, his belongings scattering everywhere. Bastard! I know who you are. He roared, struggling to get up. But before he could regain his footing, someone leapt onto his back and vaulted out of the area, leaving him sprawled in the dirt. Don't run, kid! Jiraiya bellowed, furious. His shout barely echoed before the sound of hurried footsteps erupted behind him. A dozen women in bathrobes stormed out of the bathhouse, their faces livid. They immediately surrounded Jiraiya, their expressions a mix of outrage and vengeance. Oh? White legs. So many white legs. Jiraiya murmured, his face caught between awe and terror. Don't hit my face. Ouch. My bad. When the chaos finally subsided, Jiraiya managed to escape, though he was a battered mess. His face was bruised, large bumps adorned his head, and his clothes were in tatters. As he stumbled away, the same voice called out again, brimming with mockery. Wow, Lord Jiraiya, I gotta say, you can really take a beating. Grinding his teeth, Jiraiya yelled, Kazayyama, you've gone too far. We could have run away together, but you had to get me into trouble. A figure slowly emerged in front of him, materializing out of thin air. At first, it was translucent, but its form gradually solidified. The boy was young, with tousled black hair, dark eyes, and an impish smile that danced across his face. Heavy bags under his eyes hinted at sleepless nights, but his attractive features gave him an almost ethereal charm. Lord Jiraiya, you're joking. It was obviously your own fault that you couldn't escape, so how can you blame it on me? Jiraiya's face contorted with rage. You little brat, how dare you trick me? The boy in front of him was Kazayyama Gecko, a member of Hidden Leaf Village's Gecko clan. Despite his mischievous demeanor, his background was anything but lighthearted. Kazayyama was the elder brother of Hayate Gecko, a child who had only recently learned to walk. The Gecko siblings were the last remnants of their clan. Their father had fallen during the Second Ninja World War, leaving behind a grieving wife and 2 young sons. Tragically, their mother passed away shortly after giving birth to Hayate, leaving Kazayyama to shoulder the burden of raising his younger brother alone. Though only 4 years had passed since the war's end, Kazayyama had already achieved the rank of Chunin. His ascent was remarkable, though not entirely straightforward. In truth, Kazayyama wasn't originally from this world. He had been a young man in the 21st century, living an unremarkable life until an incident changed everything. During an impulsive act of voyeurism, his blood had boiled in excitement, quite literally, and he had died on the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the world of Naruto as a child. As a transmigrator, Kazayyama had the fortune, or misfortune, of gaining a unique system. However, the system's nature was peculiar and vexing. Named unbeatable when you're shameless. It rewarded him for shameless acts. His system operated under a simple yet frustrating principle: the more outrageous and brazen his actions, the greater the rewards. System notification: detected, host peeping on 15 ladies taking a shower for 1 hour. Special reward, +1 physical strength. Special reward, +1 physical strength for obstructing Jiraiya's escape and causing him to be beaten up by a group of women. Kazayyama felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. His strength had increased once again. Not bad, he thought, pleased with the results. As a member of the Gecko clan, Kazayyama inherited a unique KK Genkai, transparent escape. This ability allowed him to render his body and presence completely undetectable. However, Kazayyama's mastery far exceeded what Gecko Hayate would achieve in the original timeline. His transparent escape was so advanced that even perception ninjutsu couldn't sense him. This led Kazayyama to speculate about his younger brother's limitations. Had Hayate simply failed to fully master the clan's abilities? Or was Kazayyama's proficiency due to his system-enhanced potential? Regardless, Kazayyama used his transparent escape for a variety of exploits around the village. From harmless pranks like tripping passers-by to more audacious acts like peeping, his mischievous streak knew no bounds. Despite his antics, his rise to Chunin was undeniably linked to the system's rewards. Kazayyama Gecko Age, 14 Affiliation, Hidden Leaf Village, Gecko Clan Rank, Chunin KK Genkai, Transparent Escape, Perfect Mastery, Ninjutsu Mastery, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, 8 Inner Gates, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Fire Style Ninjutsu, Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Earth Style Ninjutsu, Earth Style Wall, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu Attributes: Strength, 45 Speed, 60 Chakra, 55 Stamina, 63 Ninjutsu, 50 Taijutsu, 40 Ganjutsu, 30 Hand Seals, 50 System Evaluation, Ding. Based on the powers scaling system, 1:10 ratio, you are a well-balanced ninja. However, well-balanced can also mean there's nothing particularly outstanding about you. Looking at the ninjutsu he had mastered, it could be said he had conquered all the major systems. God knew how exhilarating it felt to sneak into forbidden places and examine the scroll of seals. That day, as he stood by the window holding the scroll of seals tightly in his arms, he declared, "No one in this world can match me." But shifting the perspective back to the present, Jiraiya rubbed his swollen cheeks, looking at Kazayyama with envy. "This brat's KK Genkai is really amazing," he said. "This is totally made for peeping. Hey, you white-haired guy. How dare you describe our noble transparent escape as ordinary? What do you mean, made for peeping? This is incredible. This is greatness." Kazayyama Gecko prided himself on not being a virtuous person, otherwise, he would have not died of excitement in his previous life just from peeping at certain images. What's more, with an inappropriate system, there was no need to act like a saint. It was wonderful to tread the path of obscenity, with this unbeatable when you're shameless system. By the time he rose in power, he would even dare to peek at Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for how he met Jiraiya, it was through peeping together. Hey, Lord Jiraiya, didn't you go on a mission? Why are you back? And as soon as you come back, you're peeping? If Lord Hokage finds out, he'll break your legs and say, "You bastard, how could you do something like this without me?" Just thinking about it made him laugh. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had even invented a special peeping technique using a telescope. Truly, A role model for all voyeurs. Ha 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 ha, you little brat, you're right. I'll tell you what, that old man is a real pervert. Jiraiya laughed. I've been back for a few days now, and I've even taken on an apprentice, someone from the same year as you. Minato no Mikaze, do you know him? Che, of course I know him. He saved the life of the future Jinchūriki of the Ninetales, Kushina Uzumaki, just the other day. The parents of the future protagonist. Ah. Lord Jiraiya, I thought you would take me as your disciple. Kazayyama exclaimed dramatically. After all, we are so fated in the path of voyeurism. It's over. You've hurt my young heart. Without a lot of compensation, I'll tell Lord Third about your peeping. Jiraiya blinked. You scoundrel. You need a reason to blackmail me, don't you? Chapter 2, got another freebie from Jiraiya. Jiraiya stared at the cunning Kazayyama gecko standing in front of him, a sinking feeling washing over him like he'd just been outmaneuvered. The unspoken lesson echoed in his mind, if I'm shameless enough, no one can mess with me. Lord Jiraiya, just one jutsu. If you teach me, I won't tell Old Man Third about you, Kazayyama said with a sly grin. Jiraiya's mouth twitched in irritation, but after a long sigh of defeat, he reluctantly agreed. They arrived at the hill behind the Hokage rock, where Jiraiya regarded the young man with a wary, serious expression. Alright, what jutsu do you want to learn? Kazayyama tilted his head, thinking for a moment. How about senjutsu? Jiraiya's serious expression instantly crumbled. His body staggered as though the words themselves had punched him in the gut. No way. Senjutsu is far too advanced, I can't teach you that. Pick something else, he said, his tone sharper than before. Kazayyama shot him a disgusted look. Seriously? What kind of legendary Sannin can't even teach senjutsu? What a joke. Hey. What's with that look? Jiraiya barked, his patience wearing thin. I'll teach you any other ninjutsu, but senjutsu is off the table. Internally, Jiraiya groaned. Why are kids today so demanding? Minato wasn't like this at all. Kazayyama shrugged, ignoring Jiraiya's frustration. Fine. How about sealing jutsus? But I've got a condition, you can't just teach me one. Jiraiya blinked. How many do you want to learn? Let's see. Kazayyama began counting on his fingers. Fire sealing method, the 5 elements seal. Actually, I'll just take whatever sealing jutsus you've got. Even though they're nowhere near the level of the Uzumaki clan's techniques, they're better than nothing. Jiraiya felt his blood pressure spike. You little brat, are you trying to squeeze me dry? You said one jutsu, right? Sealing jutsus are just one type of jutsu. They're all part of Fuin jutsu, aren't they? Jiraiya clutched his chest, convinced he might keel over at any moment. He glared at Kazayyama, then, without a word, pulled a scroll from his robe and thrust it into the young man's hands. This is it. I'm done. If I spend one more second with you, I won't die in battle, I'll die of stress. With a puff of white smoke, Jiraiya vanished. Kazayyama stood there, triumphant. He looked down at the scroll, its cover emblazoned with the character for seal, and grinned slyly. Hee hee hee. Another freebie, he muttered, humming a cheerful tune as he strolled back home. The Gecko clan's residence was located just north of Hidden Leaf Village. It wasn't large or grand, just a modest, detached house. At this point in time, the Gecko clan consisted of only 2 members, Kazayyama Gecko and his younger brother, Hiate Gecko. Hiate, still an unruly baby, was the light of Kazayyama's life. He poured all his love and care into the little boy, determined to raise him well despite the challenges. When Kazayyama opened the door to their home, he was greeted by a familiar sight, a woman smoking a cigarette while entertaining 2-year-old Hiate. She turned to him with a teasing grin, her sharp tongue already at the ready. Oh, look who's back. Little brat Kazayyama. She said with a smirk. What ridiculous things did you get up to today? Kazayyama's face darkened, irritation flickering across his features. He shot back in annoyance. I ran to your house and stole your thong. Does that count? Instead of being embarrassed, the woman burst into hearty laughter, completely unfazed. Then, as if to outdo his remark, she added, you stole it. That's weird. I thought I put it on Ebisu's head. Kazayyama stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, his expression a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He fixed the woman with a glare full of helpless resentment. This was Abaisami, a Hidden Leaf Village Chunin and Ebisu's mother, a woman with sharp wit and absolutely no shame. She also served as Hiate's nanny, someone Kazayyama had specifically hired to help raise his little brother. Looking back, he deeply regretted that decision. If he could do it all over again, he'd make sure their paths never crossed. She was, in every sense, a hooligan. With a resigned sigh, Kazayyama muttered, Big sister, I was wrong. I didn't take your thong. I just went out to see if I could find any missions. I'm short on money for milk lately. Abaisami, far from feeling guilty, laughed even harder. To her, teasing Kazayyama was endlessly entertaining. And truthfully, it was. His reactions made it all the more fun. Abaisami was a single mother. Her husband had died in the Land of Rain during the Second Shinobi World War, leaving her to raise their son, Ebisu, on her own. Her family had been close with Kazayyama's parents, so when Kazayyama found himself in need of help with height, he turned to her. But as the saying went, you don't know what you've got until it's too late. Abaisami was a force of nature, embodying a playful and chaotic energy that Kazayyama, for all his cunning, couldn't match. Despite having lived 2 lives and prided himself on being a scoundrel, he found himself utterly outclassed by this woman's brazenness. Later, when Kazayyama learned that her son, Ebisu, would grow up to become a key figure in Hidden Leaf Village's peculiar mentorship methods, he was so stunned that his mouth could have swallowed an entire durian whole. I'm going on a mission to Hidden Waterfall Village tomorrow, Kazayyama Gecko announced casually. The words on a mission caused Abaisami to freeze for a moment, her usual sharp demeanor softening. She didn't even notice the ash from her cigarette teetering precariously. Hey, hey, hey. The ashes, don't let them fall on Hayate's head. Kazayyama scolded, snapping her out of her daze. Abaisami blinked, then quickly extinguished her cigarette. TCH. Don't talk like you're heading to your deathbed. Be careful out there, though. Kazayyama smirked, waving off her concern. Don't worry, I'm slippery. Self-preservation is my top priority. If all goes well, I'll be back in a few days. Oh, right, take this, he said, placing a kunai on the table in front of her. The kunai seemed ordinary at first glance, but Abaisami's sharp eyes caught the incantation engraved on the handle, your father is here. The playful inscription was dripping with mischief. Abaisami picked it up, her brows twitching as she read the words. What the hell is this? Your father is here. What kind of degenerate leaves something like this behind? Humphrey. Don't give me that look, Kazayyama said smugly, crossing his arms. This is no ordinary kunai. It's the anchor for a jutsu. Have you heard of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? It's a space-time ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage. Abaisami narrowed her eyes. And what does that have to do with you? I've been studying it for ages, and I finally got the basics down. Kazayyama declared proudly. Just you wait. Without further explanation, he dashed out the door, leaving Abaisami staring at the kunai in confusion. A few moments passed before she muttered under her breath, this kid's head isn't screwed on right. Maybe I should take him to see a doctor. What did you just say? You're the one who's sick in the head. A sudden ripple of chakra flared beside her, and Kazayyama appeared out of thin air, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Abaisami froze, her mouth slightly open. Huh? Kazayyama was beaming with pride. See? With that incantation, I can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport back here anytime. He puffed out his chest. Of course, it only works over shorter distances, and it guzzles chakra like crazy. But still, practical, right? Among the many techniques he had mastered, the ones he felt most confident using were the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Transparent Escape. One for teleportation, the other for invisibility, perfect? The ultimate toolkit for a shameless emperor. Chapter 3, Control your pig and ram it into that waterfall. The next day, outside Hidden Leaf Village, Kazayyama Gecko and his teammates had already set off for Hidden Waterfall Village. Hey, Suzaku, Shibi, Kazayyama called out, a teasing smirk on his face. Are we really just going to scout Hidden Waterfall Village this time? If there's going to be a fight, I'll be the first to run. Suzaku Nara, walking beside him, gave a lazy shrug. Despite being officially a Chunin, his mastery of the Nara clan's secret techniques had earned him the title of Special Jonin. Beside him was Shibuya Barame, another Special Jonin and father of the future Barame clan prodigy, Shino. You're even lazier than me, Suzaku quipped. This mission is just to monitor Hidden Waterfall Village's movements, a formality. The place is so hidden it's hard for anyone to get in, let alone cause trouble. Kazayyama chuckled, his eyes narrowing playfully. A huge waterfall guarding the village? Sounds like a hassle. Suzaku nodded. Hidden Waterfall Village may not be one of the 5 great villages, but it's the only one outside them with a tailed beast. Even though they didn't join the Second Shinobi World War, we need to confirm their status. Kazayyama Gecko, of course, knew all of this. Hidden Waterfall Village had always maintained a distant stance, never establishing formal diplomatic ties with the outside world. This visit was likely just a formality. However, the Seven Tails. Chomi. To be honest, he couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. He had no idea who the current Jinchūriki of the Seven Tails was. If it was still in a sealed state, he wouldn't mind making an attempt. After all, every Jinchūriki was an existence worth coveting. The key, though, was that among all the tailed beasts, only the seven tails had the ability to fly. And Kazayyama knew he lacked that particular skill. Hidden Waterfall Village, situated to the northwest of Hidden Leaf Village, was nestled behind an enormous waterfall. The village's location was strategic, an easily defensible yet difficult to attack stronghold. After a 2-day journey, Kazayyama Gecko, Suzaku Nara, and Shibuya Barame finally reached their destination. The sight of the massive waterfall took their breath away, its roaring cascade a natural marvel. That's the waterfall hiding Hidden Waterfall Village? Truly magnificent, Suzaku remarked with a rare tone of admiration. Kazayyama and Shiori nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on the imposing barrier of water. Kazayyama, I'll leave the rest to you, Suzaku declared abruptly. Sure. Wait, what? Why me? What do you mean by leave it to me? Kazayyama asked, his suspicion growing as his expression turned wary. Something definitely felt off. Suzaku and Shibuya exchanged amused glances, both clearly enjoying the moment. Kazayyama, your KK Genkai is perfect for exploration. After we pass through the waterfall, it'll be up to you to handle the scouting, Suzaku explained. Hidden Waterfall Village isn't going to let strangers wander in freely, the best we can do is create an opening for you. Kazayyama was stunned. Damn, they're actually turning this back on me. Did you bastards seriously get this idea from Old Man Third? Kazayyama fumed. He's totally getting back at me. I caught him spying last time, it has to be him. Seething with anger, Kazayyama Gecko immediately thought of his Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. That old bastard, he's definitely getting back at me. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, busy reviewing a stack of documents, suddenly sneezed dozens of times in quick succession. When he finally managed to stop, he rubbed his nose and muttered in irritation, it must be those two bastards, Kazayyama or Jiraiya, cursing me. Recalling a recent incident, his eyes narrowed. You ratted me out last time I was peeping. He huffed, shaking his head. Humphrey. You little brat, Kazayyama Gecko, just focus on your mission. The people who know you best are often your like-minded comrades. This rang especially true for the three infamous peeping toms of Hidden Leaf Village. They understood each other well, just as Kazayyama knew that Jiraiya and Hiruzen were notoriously lecherous. Hiruzen, in turn, fully recognized Kazayyama Gecko as a pushover. That's why he assigned him a tailor-made mission, a risky reconnaissance task clearly designed to make him bear the brunt of the danger. Watch your words, Kazayyama. Kazayyama groaned inwardly as they concluded, okay, get ready to start the mission. Why was he always stuck with these tasks? A reconnaissance mission of all things. His frustration mounted as Suzaku laid out a plan. The Hidden Waterfall Village ninja will definitely be on guard near the waterfalls, Suzaku explained. I'll use the shadow gathering jutsu to trigger their defense mechanism. Once that's done, you can slip inside. Shibuya added, my insects will assist from the side. Kazayyama, we're counting on you. Kazayyama's mood soured further. They even had a detailed strategy in place. These people are really devious, he thought, watching Suzaku already demonstrating his shadow gathering jutsu on a nearby wild boar. The boar thrashed helplessly as it was bound by shadowy tendrils. Shibuya extended his hand, and a swarm of insects descended onto the boar in an instant. These insects will help you get in, he said matter-of-factly. Go, Kazayyama, we'll meet you outside. Looking at their earnest expressions, Kazayyama wanted to retort but found himself muttering internally, thanks a lot, guys. Resigned, he activated his KK Genkai, transparent escape, vanishing from sight. However, while Suzaku and Shibuya were marveling at his skill, Kazayyama quietly left a mark pinned to a tree, your father is here. It was his emergency backup plan, a distraction in case he needed a hasty retreat. After all, mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu had one purpose for him, escaping swiftly. Go on, control your pig and crash it into that waterfall. There was nothing inherently wrong with his words. Yet, to Suzaku, they always carried a faintly sinister undertone. Kazayyama Gecko had already concealed himself, disappearing from view, leaving Suzaku to handle the task alone. He focused on manipulating the shadow, inch by inch, to guide the wild boar toward the base of the waterfall. The moment the boar made contact with the cascading water, the seemingly impenetrable wall parted briefly, revealing what appeared to be an entrance. For a fleeting moment, the veil of water gave way, and 4 or 5 figures stepped into view. Huh? A wild boar? One of them muttered, surprised. Why would a wild boar trigger the alarm? Another questioned, confusion evident in their tone. Who knows? Never mind, it's still a pig. We'll just use it for dinner tonight, one ninja concluded with a hint of resignation. The Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi eyed the animated boar with faint amusement, their expressions tinged with helplessness. None of them noticed the small insects that had silently slipped past them, vanishing into the waterfall's concealed depths. Perched in a tree overlooking Hidden Waterfall Village, Kazayyama Gecko scanned his surroundings. "So, this is Hidden Waterfall Village," he murmured, taking in the village's unique structure nestled amid the cascading waterfalls. Beside him, Shibi's bugs buzzed faintly, prompting a skeptical glance. "Hey, Shibi, are these bugs reliable? Don't let anyone find out we're here," he added with a note of caution. Kazayyama had already dispelled his transparent escape jutsu, deciding it was unnecessary now that he'd entered the village. For the moment, he focused on conserving his chakra before making his next move. As his gaze wandered over the village, he couldn't help but notice its surprising level of development. While it couldn't quite compare to Hidden Leaf Village, it wasn't as primitive as he had expected. His eyes suddenly locked onto a curious sight, and he paused, intrigued. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "A hot spring bathhouse nestled in the middle of a waterfall? Interesting." Kazayyama's smirk widened as an idea took shape. "Seems like a good place to gather information. This kind of spot is definitely Jiraiya's favorite haunt. Guess it's my turn now." With a wry chuckle, he added, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Chapter 4, Going All Out for the Seven Tails. In the world of ninjas, even the most skilled warriors need a place to unwind, and the hot springs were a favorite retreat. "Ah, this is the best. Soaking in the hot springs is the most comfortable thing in the world," one of the women sighed contentedly. "Agreed. Keeping the seal intact all day really takes a toll," another replied, leaning back with a weary smile. "Enough chatter. Let's enjoy it while we can, we've got the night shift coming up," the third woman reminded them, her voice carrying a note of urgency. In the steaming waters, the three kunoichi relaxed, unaware of the pair of eyes observing them from a tree nearby. Kazayyama perched quietly on a branch, his eyes fixed below as he muttered, "Different lands really do have their own charm." His gaze lingered, and he couldn't help but add under his breath, "That woman from Hidden Waterfall Village. Her skin is absolutely flawless." He knew his actions were anything but honorable, yet as a self-proclaimed professional in such escapades, he prided himself on remaining undetected. Still, a phrase from their conversation caught his attention, "the seal." Could it be the Seven Tails? He wondered silently, his curiosity piqued. Back in the hot springs, the women's banter continued unabated. "Kuroba, keep your hands to yourself," one of them snapped. "Why not? Saro, your figure is amazing." "I can't help but be a little jealous," Kuroba replied with a playful pout. "Go away, you flatboard." I'm not flat." The peaceful spring now buzzed with playful bickering, an idyllic scene that might even warrant a fee for the audience, if Kazayyama were the sort to share his view. One of the women, who had been silent so far, leaned against a tree and spoke calmly. "All right, enough fooling around. We need to rest. The seal on the Seven Tails isn't stable yet, and they'll be calling us to switch shifts soon." Her words drew immediate attention. "Tomoe, stop acting like the cool one," Kuroba shouted. "Take this. My dragon claw hand." Their teasing turned into a lively splash-filled skirmish, shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the hot spring. Kazayyama suppressed a nosebleed at the scene and decided it was time to leave. Quietly, he slipped away from the tree. Kazayyama Gecko began to ponder the information he had just received. The seal of the Seven Tails. He never imagined he would encounter it during a casual visit to Hidden Waterfall Village. Yet, as a ninja village with a tailed beast, Hidden Waterfall Village's defenses were formidable. He acknowledged the challenge, but the thought of retreating didn't sit well with him. "Since I've come this far, turning back now would only be a disservice to myself." A spark of determination lit up his eyes. He was resolved to fight. For the dream he'd clung to for so long, to soar through the skies, what was a little obstacle? If things got really bad, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu would give him a guaranteed way out. Sometimes, you've got to take a leap of faith, like turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Outside Hidden Waterfall Village, Suzaku and Shibi sat on a rock, their gazes fixed on the cascading waterfall in the distance. "Shibi, I have a bad feeling all of a sudden. Do you think that idiot Kazayyama will stir up trouble?" Suzaku asked, his voice edged with unease. Shibi blinked in mild surprise before shaking his head with a chuckle. "Suzaku, you know what Kazayyama is like. He's all talk and no bite." He paused, considering his next words. "For as long as I can remember, he hasn't even taken a B-rank mission. He rarely accepts C-rank ones, either. According to him, money and missions aren't worth risking his safety." Suzaku nodded slightly at the response, his expression relaxing a fraction. He was a few years older than Kazayyama but well acquainted with the younger ninja. After all, the Gecko clan was a part of Hidden Leaf Village, renowned for their expertise in intelligence work. Still, he sighed inwardly. I hope I'm just overthinking this. The place where the Seven Tails was sealed lay at the very back of the waterfall. A cave surrounded by cascading water served as the stronghold for the powerful seal. At this moment, a dozen hidden waterfall village ninjas sat around the waterfall, their expressions grim. In front of them was a complicated fuinjutsu or a, glowing faintly with chakra. The air was tense, punctuated by the constant banging sounds from deep within the cave, the unmistakable struggle of the Seven Tails, Chomi. Everyone, try harder. The seal is about to stabilize. The leading Jonin, gritting his teeth, barked out encouragement to his weary comrades. Not far away, hidden under the transparent escape jutsu, Kazayyama observed the scene with a calculating gaze. He was deep in thought, trying to devise a way to distract the hidden waterfall village ninja long enough to slip inside unnoticed. After much contemplation, he realized how difficult this would be. There were simply too many ninjas maintaining the seal, many of them Jonin. For a mere chunin like him, taking advantage of the situation seemed nearly impossible. And even if he managed to sneak in, sealing the Seven Tails inside himself presented an even bigger challenge. As he mulled over his options, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He retreated from the seal's location and perched on a nearby tree, cross-legged. From his robe, he retrieved a scroll inscribed with the character for seal. Hey, Jiraiya's scroll of sealing techniques. He muttered, an unmistakable glee in his voice. This is it, the four-symbol seal. Hey. His sly grin widened as he glanced back toward the cave in the distance, already concocting a plan. Step 1, distract the hidden waterfall village ninja. Step 2, infiltrate the sealed area. Step 3, convince Chomi to let him seal it inside himself. It sounded straightforward, but Kazayyama knew it would be anything but. Undeterred, he spent the next 3 days creating chaos in the village. Thanks to his transparent escape jutsu, he carried out an absurd plan, stealing all the windows and doors in hidden waterfall village. Yes, windows and doors. Under the cover of night, he dismantled them from homes and buildings, piling them up in the village center. On top of that, he pilfered ninja tools, food supplies, anything he could get his hands on. This bizarre theft threw the entire village into panic. From Genin to Jonin, everyone was on high alert, patrolling the village non-stop. Meanwhile, they still had to monitor and maintain the seven-tail seal, leaving the ninja of Hidden Waterfall Village utterly exhausted. Kazayyama, however, was thrilled. His escapades had even marginally improved his physical and mental attributes. For the next 3 days, he closely monitored the seal. He discovered that it was changed every 8 hours, leaving him with a critical 20-second window to sneak in, provided no additional alarms were triggered. As a precaution, he set up the Flying Thunder God Jutsu at the 4 cardinal points of Hidden Waterfall Village. If anything went wrong, he'd be ready to escape in an instant. On the 4th day, he finally made his move. Timing the shift change perfectly, he activated his transparent escape jutsu and dashed into the cave in one smooth motion. His heart pounded as he carefully watched his step, fearful of triggering any traps. But when he reached the sealed chamber, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Hidden Waterfall Village, confident in their natural defenses, had never imagined anyone would breach the village via the waterfall and penetrate the cave. Apart from the seal on the 7 tails, there were no other defenses in place. Standing before the massive tailed beast bound by glowing chains, Kazayyama couldn't help but grin. Chapter 5, I am the mighty 7 tails. Huh? Sigh. The 7 tails, known as Chomi, was one of the 9 fragments of chakra split from the 10 tails by Otsutsuki Heigormo in ancient times. A colossal beetle with 6 wings and a tail, its sealed form before Kazayyama was noticeably smaller, a clear result of its confinement. Kazayyama stared at the enormous tailed beast, its sheer presence overwhelming despite the seal. The oppressive aura reminded him just how insignificant a lone ninja like himself was in comparison. Thanks to the unique properties of his transparent escape, he could stand directly before Chomi without being noticed. Steeling himself with a deep breath, Kazayyama prepared for the next and most difficult step, communicating with the beast. Bridging the gap between humans and tailed beasts was no small feat. Their mutual distrust ran deep, rooted in centuries of conflict and betrayal. Yet, it was a task Kazayyama could not avoid. Hey, 7 tails, how are you? He began awkwardly, the words tumbling out unpolished. He had no idea how to properly approach the situation, so he decided to be direct. His casual greeting startled Chomi. The giant beast trembled, sending ripples of unease to the ninjas maintaining the sealing array outside. Alarmed by the movement, they frantically channeled chakra into the formation, desperate to keep the tailed beast contained. Don't move. Wait, oh, right, you can't see me. Kazayyama suddenly realized his invisibility was still active and quickly dispelled it. His form shimmered into view, revealing a 14-year-old boy standing confidently before the Seven Tails, his expression free of fear. Chomi's massive frame shook again, this time with more intensity, but it remained silent. Kazayyama frowned, considering the possibility that the seal was preventing the beast from speaking. "You can't talk, can you?" he asked. "Can you communicate with your thoughts instead?" He paused, then continued, "Oh, and I shouldn't call you Seven Tails. That's not right. I'll call you Chomi instead." The mention of its true name brought Chomi to a sudden halt. Its enormous body stiffened in shock. No one had called it by that name in what felt like an eternity. How did this young human even know it? Looking at the suddenly motionless Chomi, Kazayyama Gecko smiled slightly. He understood that Chomi must be shocked at this point, and it was up to him, Kazayyama Gecko, to take the next step. With a silver tongue sharp enough to charm the dead back to life, he was determined to persuade the massive being before him. To the pinnacle of life. Kazayyama strode forward, placing a hand on Chomi. In the next moment, the scene around him shifted dramatically. A colossal insect soared through the sky before suddenly plunging toward the ground. Kazayyama Gecko now stood atop a mountain. "Yo, is this the inner world of Chomi?" The feeling of longing for freedom and the desire to fly filled the atmosphere. "Human, who are you? How do you know my name? Tell me." A deep, rumbling voice echoed through the air. Kazayyama looked up at the Seven Tails, whose immense form disappeared into the clouds. A fleeting envy glimmered in his eyes. "Hey, not only do I know your name, but I also know the names of all 9 of you tailed beasts." "Impossible. It's already baffling that you know my name. How could you possibly know the names of the other 8 tailed beasts? No one knows that except him." Chomi's voice carried a note of scorn. But as he observed the human standing before him, he noticed something unusual. The boy showed no trace of fear, even in his presence. Instead, there was an unwavering confidence in his gaze. Then the boy spoke again. "1 tails, Shukaku. 2 tails, Matatabi. 3 tails, Isabu. 4 tails, Sungaku. 5 tails, Kakuo. 6 tails, Skin. 7 tails, that is you, Chomi. 8 tails, Juki. 9 tails, Kurama. Am I right, Chomi?" Chomi froze, his massive insect body hovering before the boy. Kazayyama could faintly sense a slight tremor rippling through Chomi's form. "I don't want to hurt you. Actually, I want to be your friend. Who says that tailed beasts and humans can't live in peace? You can fly, and I long to fly. You seem to me to be my most important friend." Chomi was silent for a long time, his gaze locked on Kazayyama Gecko's eyes. He scrutinized the boy, searching for even the faintest trace of hostility or greed. But there was none. What he saw instead was excitement, and an unfamiliar longing. "Which ninja village are you from?" "Hidden Leaf Village." "Haha, the village where Kurama is? With Kurama there, why did you come looking for me? He is far stronger than I am." Chomi spoke with disdain, his words carrying a bitter truth. Among the 9-tailed beasts, his strength was often overshadowed, especially by the formidable 9 tails. His only true advantage was his ability to fly. Kazayyama didn't flinch. "So what? The 9 tails is strong, but I don't like him. I want to be able to fly. Can he?" The boy's outright dismissal of Kurama startled Chomi. Humans had always sought the tailed beasts for their power, often sealing them away with Fuinjutsu to use them as weapons. Yet this boy seemed different, uninterested in the typical path of conquest. "Hey, Chomi, if I become your Jinchūriki, will I be able to fly too?" The word Jinchūriki set Chomi on edge. So this boy wanted his power after all. "Humphrey. Brat, you still want to obtain my power. I won't let you get away with it." Kazayyama ignored Chomi's anger, his tone unwavering. "Chomi, I want to fly. Can I be your Jinchūriki? Don't worry, I won't bother you when there's nothing going on. My name is Kazayyama Gecko. I can become invisible and teleport. I just need to learn how to fly. So can you grant me this wish?" Chomi stared at him, dumbfounded. This was the inner world, a place where he could peer into the boy's innermost thoughts if he chose to. And what he saw was baffling. Invisibility equals peeping. Teleportation equals stealing. Flying equals even more convenient? The mighty 7 tails Chomi, exist for convenience? As Chomi delved deeper, he stumbled upon more puzzling fragments of Kazayyama's thoughts. Huh? Big boobs? Big butt? Superficial. What's so fascinating about human women? Wait. Is that a bug? Chomi's attention shifted to images of insects, beautiful, intricate, fascinating bugs. Wow, is there really a tribe like this in Hidden Leaf Village? Chomi froze, drool pooling at the edge of his mandibles. Suddenly, everything made sense. Combat effectiveness? Who cares? He was at the bottom of the tailed beasts anyway, and this kid didn't seem the least bit interested in war or violence. If this boy became his Jinchūriki, it might actually be better than being stuck in a cave. So many tasty bugs. Chomi, struck by an unexpected epiphany, suddenly felt his resolve begin to shift. Chapter 6, The Sealing Begins. 4 Simple Seal to take the 7 tails. Kid, what's your name? Kazayyama Gecko, of the Hidden Leaf Village Gecko clan. Do you have any bugs on you? You know, the ones that... well, you can eat. Kazayyama Gecko blinked in confusion. Bugs you can eat? What kind of request was that? Suddenly, he remembered that he did have some insects on him, ones with a faint scent reminiscent of the Aburame clan. Could Chomi mean those? Is this what you mean? He casually retrieved a bottle containing the insects he had prepared earlier. In an effort to block Aburame's senses, he had specifically captured and stored them in this bottle. Chomi's massive eyes focused on the bottle, and an unmistakable grin, no, drool, dripped from his mandibles. I haven't eaten insects in many years. And these smell like they have quite a bit of chakra in them. They're definitely delicious. Kazayyama stared at Chomi's drooling face, his mouth twitching in disbelief. He had prepared so many persuasive arguments to win the 7 tails over, yet looking at this scene, it seemed completely unnecessary. Insects. He thought. At worst, he could just spend more time hanging around the Aburame clan in the future. After all, as the head of the Gecko clan, albeit with only 2 members, he could manage. Here, eat. Without hesitation, he tossed the bottle to Chomi. The 7 tails didn't even glance at it before swallowing it whole. This act left Kazayyama stunned. Big brother, there's still a bottle in there. Did you just eat glass too? Kacha. A crisp cracking sound echoed as Chomi ground the bottle into powder and swallowed it along with the insects. Far away, outside the waterfall, Aburame Shibi's expression suddenly shifted. What's wrong, Shibi? Suzaku asked, noticing the change. Just now, all the insects I left on Kazayyama Gecko died, Shibi replied gravely. Suzaku face darkened at the news. Shibi's insects were notoriously well hidden, and there was no reason anyone would target them. Even if they were discovered, it would be improbable for someone to take out every single one. If all the insects are gone. What does that mean for Kazayyama? Damn, should we terminate the mission? Suzaku thought, the idea striking him immediately. But he dismissed it just as quickly. Kazayyama Gecko's whereabouts were still unknown, and he couldn't declare him dead based solely on the disappearance of a few insects. We'll wait a few more days, he said, forcing himself to stay calm. What if it was just an accident? Ah, delicious. I haven't had such a tasty insect in years. Kid, you're pretty good. Chomi, thoroughly enjoying the insects, immediately gave Kazayyama Gecko a figurative good guy card. Not that Kazayyama particularly cared for the recognition. What do you say, Chomi? Do you want to leave with me? I promise I'll let you eat insects like these every day from now on. Kazayyama had noticed the allure of food for Chomi and decided to use it to his advantage. With his stealth skills, getting more insects from the Aburame clan wouldn't be difficult. Humphrey, you think I'm just a glutton? I'll tell you, my appetite is huge. Chomi's body began to quiver, not just with excitement but with a yearning he hadn't felt in years. He had been confined for so long that the memory of freedom felt like a distant dream. Slowly, an image began to form in his mind. Long ago, all 9-tailed beasts had gathered together. Back then, he hadn't had his current mature form. He had simply been a massive bug, untamed and free. In front of them had stood Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of 6 Paths, their creator. PFFT, old man, do you think I've met the person you spoke of? The memory faded, replaced by his present circumstances. Chomi let out a heavy sigh. Forget it, I've had enough of being trapped and losing my freedom. Resolving himself, Chomi finally turned back to Kazayyama Gecko. Kid, even if I wanted to leave with you, how would you seal me inside without the corresponding fu injutsu? Every Jinchūriki required a powerful fu injutsu to contain a tailed beast. Such seals were critical, and not just any sealing technique would suffice, it had to be one of immense strength and precision. Oh, I know how to do that. Just watch. Kazayyama Gecko calmly took out a scroll and unrolled it, revealing a striking 4-symbol seal etched prominently on its surface. This is called the 4-symbol seal. I got it from a very powerful ninja. With this seal, I can completely seal you inside me, he said confidently. Once that's done, you can come with me to Hidden Leaf Village and live a life of luxury. Chomi didn't fully understand what the boy was saying, but the confident, cocky look on Kazayyama Gecko's face made him think it might work. So, you're going to seal me now? How am I supposed to cooperate? Chomi's words left Kazayyama completely baffled. It was one thing to talk big, But actually following through was a whole different story. Though he had mastered the four-symbol seal, how could he possibly use it to contain a massive tailed beast like this? Noticing the boy's hesitation, Chomi began to shake violently. Bound by dozens of chains, his enormous form started to shrink. In no time, a smaller, miniature version of the seven tails stood before him. Is this size okay? When it comes to changing body size, Shukaku and skin are better at it. One's made of sand, and the other's made of, well, snot. So, yeah, forget it. Chomi shifted his shrunken form experimentally. Though still restrained by chains, he managed to retain some degree of mobility. Kazayyama Gecko watched the transformation closely but was struck by a concern. But Chomi, if I seal you directly, won't the people outside catch on? Is there any way to throw them off? Recalling how the Eight Tails had once tricked its pursuers by severing its tail, Kazayyama Gecko considered a similar tactic might work here. Chomi mulled over the idea before responding, you're onto something. What about my shed shell? With my chakra, I can infuse it to keep it active. It should hold for about 6 months. What do you think? Kazayyama Gecko chuckled, realizing that even in a situation like this, Chomi wasn't exactly an innocent party. His plan was surprisingly cunning. What are you laughing at? I'm a tailed beast who's lived for countless years. Am I not allowed to have a few tricks up my sleeve? Chomi sounded annoyed, his pride clearly a little dented. Ha ha ha, Chomi, the more we talk, the more I feel like you and I are a perfect match, Kazayyama replied with a grin. Alright, I'll prepare the ritual, and you get ready to molt. Then, let's break out of here together and finally enjoy some freedom. The man and the beast exchanged determined nods, their goals now aligned. Both began their preparations. The four-symbol seal, a technique originating from the Uzumaki clan, was renowned as one of the most powerful fu in jutsu. By channeling the cyclical balance of the four symbols, it could seal away even the most powerful entities, leaving a permanent mark on the chosen object or host. Kazayyama couldn't help but reflect on how intricate the seal was. Without Jiraiya's detailed guidance, he would never have been able to learn it in a lifetime. Even now, he was just following the steps like a parrot, hoping he didn't mess it up. Chapter 7, Jinchūriki, Kazayyama Gecko. Once he was ready, Kazayyama Gecko took a deep breath. Chomi, are you ready? I'm going to start. Chomi nodded. He, too, was prepared. Once the seal succeeded, he would be free. Although he would be tied to the young boy in front of him, Chomi felt that the brat was a good candidate. The four-symbol seal was a powerful sealing technique that demanded immense strength and precise chakra control. Fortunately, Kazayyama had maintained his transparent escape state for years, honing his control over chakra to perfection. Just as Kazayyama was about to inscribe the four-symbol seal onto his body, he froze mid-motion. What's wrong, kid? Why aren't you moving? Chomi asked, watching him fall into silent contemplation. Chomi, where do you think would be a good place to draw the technique? Kazayyama asked, a little embarrassed. He recalled Naruto's seal being placed on his belly button in the original story. The thought left him slightly baffled. Why seal it on the stomach? Perhaps it was due to Naruto's age and the lack of space elsewhere. But at 14, Kazayyama was already 1.7 meters tall and in his prime. Sealing it on his belly button felt undignified. Well, does it really matter? I'm going to seal it on you no matter where it is, right? Chomi teased. You could carve it on your butt, or, never mind. How about your chest? My chest? Kazayyama muttered before ripping open his shirt, revealing a well-toned torso. Then the chest it is, he decided. Here we go. Kazayyama began constructing the four-symbol seal ritual with himself at the center. The process was delicate and demanded intense focus. Once ready, he faced Chomi, extended his hands, and declared, four-symbol seal. The seal activated as Kazayyama injected his chakra into it. A powerful suction force emerged, focused on the left side of his chest where the seal was placed. Come on, my friend, Chomi. Kazayyama shouted. Humphrey, brat. Kazayyama Gecko, I hope you won't make me regret this. Chomi snorted before transmitting his chakra in accordance with the four-symbol seal. At the same time, Chomi infused some of his fallen shell with chakra, ensuring it could replace his physical body to accept the seal from Hidden Waterfall Village. Time crawled by as sweat drenched Kazayyama's face. This sealing was unlike Minato Namikaze's, who had halved the Nine Tails' power and had Kushina's aid with the adamantine sealing chains. Kazayyama was alone, facing the full might of the Seven Tails. While the Seven Tails wasn't as powerful as the Nine Tails, it was still a tailed beast, and its chakra output was overwhelming. PFFT, kid, you can't handle it. Chomi couldn't stand to see his friend in such a dire state. Humphrey, I'll help you, he muttered to himself. Chomi could immediately tell that Kazayyama was in bad shape. Without hesitation, he channeled some of his chakra into the seal to stabilize it. After all, who else in the world could seal themselves other than him, Chomi? With the Seven Tails' assistance, the seal was completed in no time. An hour later, Chomi disappeared completely, entering Kazayyama's body through the seal. On the other hand, Kazayyama blacked out the moment the process was complete, succumbing to exhaustion. A distinct four-symbol seal now adorned his left chest, its intricate patterns pulsing faintly with residual chakra. "You little brat, worn out from just one seal," Chomi teased with a chuckle. Well, looks like I'll have to wait a bit longer. Forget it. After waiting all these years, what's a little while longer? Settling into the expansive space within the seal, Chomi's thoughts wandered to his new host. When we get out of here, I'll make that brat Kazayyama get me some insects to eat. Nothing beats the delicious smell of insects. Comfortably lying within the seal, Chomi didn't feel worried despite being contained once again. After all, this four-symbol seal was reinforced by his chakra, which meant its binding power over him wasn't very strong. Oh, right, the brat is sleeping soundly now. I can't let those fools outside figure this out, or I won't be able to leave, Chomi mused. Well, I've been sealed for so many years. I'll give them something to panic about for a while. As Chomi's voice faded, a wisp of his chakra surged from Kazayyama's body and into the insect shell infused with his essence. The next moment, the replica of Chomi, animated by the chakra, began to thrash violently. Its sudden movements threw the hidden waterfall village ninja outside into chaos. The Seven Tails, which had been on the verge of settling down, appeared to go berserk once more. The startled ninjas scrambled to suppress it with their seals, panic spreading through their ranks. Perfect, Chomi thought smugly. This will buy me some time until the boy Kazayyama wakes up. I'm really a genius. Kazayyama slept soundly for an entire day, and when he finally awoke, it was already the next morning. Thanks to Chomi's clever efforts to conceal the truth, the hidden waterfall village ninja had no idea what had transpired. If they had discovered him during the sealing process, it would have been disastrous. Chomi, are you okay? Kazayyama asked instinctively, his first words upon waking directed at his new partner. The question caught Chomi off guard, and for a moment, he felt warmth spread through him. This brat, he realized, actually cared about his well-being. Not bad at all. But then Kazayyama added, you can't die, or my dream of watching a football match from a high spot will never come true. Chomi sighed inwardly. Damn, I got too happy too quickly. Humphrey, thanks to you, I'm doing just fine. Chomi replied. It's just that my chakra is a bit depleted, but that's no problem, I'll recover in no time. This was true. During the sealing process, Chomi had used a significant amount of chakra to ensure the four-symbol seal's success. Haha, thank you for your hard work earlier, Kazayyama said gratefully. If it weren't for your chakra support, this seal would have failed. I didn't realize the four-symbol seal was actually so difficult. Kazayyama couldn't help but feel shaken. In his previous life, watching the anime, this seal never seemed particularly challenging. But now that he had experienced it firsthand, the reality was starkly different. Maybe it really is the difference between people, he mused. Minato no Mikaze had learned Fu-in-jutsu directly from Jiraiya and already had a strong foundation. Not to mention his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, who hailed from a clan renowned for their mastery of Fu-in-jutsu. Their unique adamantine sealing chains was unparalleled in strength. And himself? Kazayyama was just an ordinary ninja with a hint of talent and a KK Genkai. Comparing himself to them was pointless. But soon, Kazayyama shrugged it off. He might not excel at Fu-in-jutsu, but when it came to stealth and concealment, even 30 years of learning from Minato wouldn't let anyone surpass him. Transparent escape is definitely the most formidable concealment technique in the world. With that thought, Kazayyama's spirits soared. He was now a full-fledged Jinchūriki. And with his budding relationship with Chomi, becoming a perfect Jinchūriki seemed as effortless as drinking water. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, filling him with newfound confidence. As he smirked at his own brilliance, a prompt sounded, pulling him out of his thoughts. Chapter 8, The Apex of Shameless Behavior, Ding. The system has detected that the host has stolen Hidden Waterfall Village's tailed beast, the seven-tailed Chomi. Such an act is the pinnacle of shamelessness. The host is rewarded with a 100% affinity bonus with the seven tails, Ding. The system has detected that the host has teamed up with the seven tails Chomi to leave a fake tailed beast in Hidden Waterfall Village. Such a devious act is highly inappropriate. The host is rewarded with plus 10 ninjutsu, plus 7 body, and plus 10 ganjutsu. The prompts left Kazayyama stunned for a moment before a wave of joy swept over him. Wow, what a surprise. Initially, He had stolen Chomi purely for personal benefit, but who would have thought this act would perfectly align with his system of shameless and inappropriate behaviors? He eagerly opened the status list. Kazayyama Gecko Age, 14 Affiliation, Hidden Leaf Village, Gecko Clan Chunin Role, Jinchūriki, 7 Tails, KK Genkai, Transparent Escape, Perfectly Mastered, Jutsu Arsenal, Ninjutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, 8 Inner Gates, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Fire Style Ninjutsu, Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Earth Style Ninjutsu, Earth Style Wall, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu, Tailed Beast, Chomi, Affinity, 100%, Attributes, Strength, 48 Speed, 62 Chakra, 55 Stamina, 70 Ninjutsu, 60 Taijutsu, 40 Ganjutsu, 40 Hand Seals, 50, Note, setting reference from the Book of Combatants, attribute ratios approximately 1:10, Kazayyama couldn't help but grin as he felt his body surging with newfound strength. The increase in Chakra and Kanjutsu was particularly noticeable, making him feel like he was practically floating. Inside, Chomi noticed the sudden shift in Kazayyama's mood. The brat seemed absurdly pleased with himself. What's he so happy about? Chomi wondered, baffled. Kazayyama kid, what are you smiling about? Hurry up and get moving. I don't want to stay in this cave for another day. For some reason, Chomi felt an uncanny sense of compatibility with Kazayyama. It was as if they were meant to work together. Even so, he urged the boy to pick up the pace. Hearing Chomi's impatient tone, Kazayyama quickly snapped out of his thoughts. Nodding, he activated his KK Genkai, Transparent Escape. TSK, Chomi scoffed, watching in amazement. No wonder you managed to sneak in. I didn't even notice you were here. What kind of technique is that? You're completely invisible, no trace of your presence at all. Kazayyama couldn't help but let out a proud laugh. This is my clan's KK Genkai, Transparent Escape. It makes my body invisible and completely hides my presence. Chomi snorted. Cut it out. A KK Genkai like that paired with your wretched personality? Truly a perfect match. Kazayyama protested. No, Chomi. What kind of language is that? You always speak so bluntly. Besides, we're not wretched. We're just seeking stability, you know. Still, Kazayyama couldn't help but admit internally that his behavior wasn't exactly pristine. If it weren't for the troublesome system, he wouldn't bother with these convoluted schemes. Grumbling aside, Kazayyama activated Transparent Escape and carefully moved toward the cave's entrance. The scene outside was tense. The area was crawling with hidden waterfall village ninja, all on high alert. Chomi's earlier chaotic stunt with the shell clone had put the entire village into a state of emergency. The ninjas were focusing all their efforts on the seal, determined to prevent a disaster if the seven tails were to truly break free. Kazayyama tread cautiously. Due to the seal's residual effects, he didn't dare to immediately activate the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If it caused complications or drew attention to the cave, it would spell trouble. Humphrey, these idiots. I'm leaving. I'm never coming back. Chomi watched with satisfaction as the hidden waterfall village ninja worked tirelessly to stabilize the seal. Meanwhile, the real him, who was supposed to be trapped within, was casually strutting away. A deep, indescribable sense of relief washed over him. Kazayyama walked slowly but steadily toward the exit. Once he was beyond the sealed area's boundaries, he wasted no time. In a flash, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and the world around him transformed. The sudden shift in scenery left Chomi stunned. Damn it, Kazayyama brat. What did you do? Why did the scene suddenly change? 1 second, I'm looking at Hidden Waterfall Village and all those stupid houses, and the next, it's a forest? Could it be that you also know how to do magic? Not bad. When you get bored, you can perform for me. Unfazed by Chomi's ranting, Kazayyama smirked. Don't be surprised, Chomi. This is one of the ninjutsu I've mastered, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a spatial ninjutsu. It's perfect for running away. Chomi blinked in astonishment. Spatial ninjutsu? This brat knows spatial ninjutsu? The revelation left Chomi unexpectedly impressed. Not bad. With this ability, his survival chances are much higher. This kid's turning out better than I thought. Kazayyama continued, I'll find my partners first, and then we'll head back to Hidden Lee Village together. Oh, and by the way, the bug I gave you earlier is from my companion. He's an Aburame clan member who specializes in raising bugs. Bugs? Chomi's thoughts derailed instantly as his mouth watered. The memory of the delicious bugs from before resurfaced, and suddenly, he felt ravenous. After leaving Hidden Waterfall Village, Kazayyama headed straight for the prearranged meeting spot. Sure enough, his companions, Suzaku Nara and Shibuya Aburame, were already there, lounging and looking up at the sky with obvious boredom. "Hey, guys, how much longer are you going to rest?" A voice suddenly broke through the stillness, startling Suzaku and Shibi. They turned sharply toward the sound and saw Kazayyama slowly revealing himself, a faintly melancholic expression on his face. As a seasoned ninja, Kazayyama knew the importance of setting the right tone. After all, he had just completed a dangerous, aggravating solo mission. It only made sense to exude a little emotional fatigue for effect. "Kazayyama, you're back. You're back, boy. We were about to lose all our patience." Kazayyama's gaze drifted toward Shibuya, specifically the flowers in his hand, now chewed down to bare stems by bugs. He couldn't help but feel speechless, but Chomi's reaction was entirely different. "Bugs. Delicious bugs." Chomi's voice practically rang with excitement in Kazayyama's mind. "Kazayyama brat, hurry up and get those bugs. I want a feast." Kazayyama ignored him, brushing aside Chomi's growing appetite. He quickly gave his tailed beast a firm mental reminder: once they got back to Hidden Leaf Village, there would be plenty of food, but for now, patience was required. "Humphrey. You two seem to be having a good time out here," Kazayyama said with mock indignation. "Let me tell you, I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly in there. All I had to eat when I got hungry were military ration pills. You both owe me 5,000 ryo each." Besides his tendency to be a bit lecherous, Kazayyama Gecko had another rare attribute: greed. 5,000 ryo. That much? Suzaku balked, clearly dismayed. 5,000 ryo. "That's fine," Shibi replied nonchalantly. "I'll give it to you when we're back." Their reactions perfectly reflected their personalities. Suzaku, despite being a member of the Nara clan, was perpetually short on funds due to his love of drinking and gambling. Shibi, on the other hand, was the head of the Ibarame clan, practically swimming in wealth. Kazayyama smirked. "That's enough out of both of you. Let's get moving. I'm sick of staring at this waterfall." Chomi chimed in eagerly, "Yes. Let's go. I'm annoyed too. Hurry up, I want to get to Hidden Leaf Village and eat bugs." "Oh, by the way, Shibi," Kazayyama added casually, "that bottle of bugs you gave me? I, lost it. Sorry." Shibi froze for a moment. "My bugs. No wonder they all died together." Chapter 9, Perfect Catch. Big, juicy bugs. The three ninjas, after returning to Hidden Leaf Village, headed straight to the Hokage's office. This mission had been assigned by the third Hokage, and they still needed to deliver their report. "So, Hidden Waterfall Village still plans to stay isolated from the outside world, and the Seven Tails is a bit unstable? Is that right, Kazayyama?" Kazayyama nodded helplessly as he looked at the lecture before him. Why helpless? Because he noticed the faint, hidden smile playing on the man's lips. "Damn it. He's getting back at me. Alright, you can go rest. Head to the mission lobby to collect your payment for this mission." Suzaku, Nara and Shibuya bowed respectfully before turning to leave. As they walked past Kazayyama, they couldn't help but notice him suddenly break into laughter. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, observed the scene with a puzzled expression, wondering if the boy had gone a bit crazy during the mission. "Lord Hokage, did you know Hidden Waterfall Village has hot springs? And the Kunoichi there, surrounded by waterfalls year-round, had the most incredible skin." Kazayyama gave an overly dramatic bow. "Thank you, Lord Hokage, for assigning me this mission. I've got plenty of new material now." He turned and strolled out, leaving Hiruzen frozen in silence. After a long pause, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, shouting, "What a mistake. I knew that kid wouldn't behave." Then, letting out a wistful sigh, he muttered to himself, "The hot springs of Hidden Waterfall Village. Ah, I'd like to see them for myself someday." After collecting his mission pay, Kazayyama stopped Shibi, who was heading home for a well-deserved nap. "Kazayyama, is there something you need?" "Hey, Shibi, you don't know, I was all alone in Hidden Waterfall Village, but thanks to your bugs, I wasn't lonely." "Oh?" Hearing this, Shibi was intrigued, but more than anything, puzzled. If it was really as Kazayyama claimed, why had all his bugs died in an instant? "So, Shibi, do you think you could give me some bugs to raise? I'm really interested." How could he not be? This was about feeding Chomi, and he couldn't exactly raid the Ibarame clan for bugs. The thought alone was laughable. "In that case, what kind of bugs do you want to raise? Our clan has a wide variety of insects with different functions. For instance, I cultivate many types of kikaiku." Kazayyama, however, didn't fully grasp what he was being told. His understanding of the Ibarame clan began and ended with the fact that they used insects. As for the specifics of insect types, he neither knew nor had any interest in finding out. "Shibi, hold on a second. You see, this is my first time raising insects. Do you have any good ones, big and juicy ones?" Shibi froze, His mind flooded with question marks. He could understand wanting good insects, no one would choose weak ones. But big and juicy? What was that even supposed to mean? While Shibi didn't understand, someone else did. Chomi, lurking in Kazayyama's subconscious, was practically buzzing with excitement. Good buddy. You get me? In the end, after relentless pestering, Shibi reluctantly agreed to provide Kazayyama with a few boxes of larvae for experimentation. Though they were common insects, Shibi's careful preparation ensured they would be easy to care for. Kazayyama was so thrilled he nearly hugged Shibi on the spot. With his bug problem sorted, Kazayyama wasn't in a hurry to head home. As he walked, he spotted two familiar figures. Hey, Dewey, training with your son? Huh? Kazayyama, haha. You're back from your mission? Youth is wasted on the lazy, so how about joining us for a workout? It was Might Dewey, a Hidden Leaf Village Gainian, alongside his son, Might Guy. Yes, we just returned from Hidden Waterfall Village. I remember Guy is starting at the Ninja Academy this year, right? Thinking about the Ninja Academy, Kazayyama couldn't help but recall another person, the so-called genius ninja, better known as Kakashi Hatake. He would start this year, graduate the next, and likely be promoted to Chunin the year after that. Wow, he really lives up to the name genius. Haha, yes. I have to report for duty in a few days. Guy, aren't you going to say hello? Guy stopped training, ran excitedly up to Kazayyama, and gave him a bow. Brother Kazayyama, I've improved my taijutsu a lot, and next time I'll definitely be able to outrun you. Kazayyama had a good relationship with Might Dewey. He understood Dewey's unyielding spirit and struck up a rapport with him early on, often lending him a helping hand. Over time, their bond grew into genuine friendship. Might Guy, following his father's example, treated Kazayyama with great kindness as well. Haha, I'll definitely run with you if I get the chance, Kazayyama replied warmly. Then he turned to Dewey with a grin. Dewey, if we get the chance, we can spar in taijutsu. I'll go back first, I've got a little one at home waiting for me. Might Dewey laughed heartily, his white teeth flashing in the sunlight. After a few more words of farewell, Kazayyama headed home. At home, Ebisu was watching over Hayate, but there was another child in the courtyard. Ebisu, you're here? How's your training going? Kazayyama asked, surprised. Ebisu turned and adjusted his glasses. Brother Kazayyama, you're back. Yes, I'm going to enter the Ninja Academy soon, so I'm training in advance. The child was Ebisu, who would later earn a reputation as one of Hidden Leaf Village's eccentric shinobi. You're back, Kazayyama. How was the mission? Ebisu asked as she came over. It was the usual. The village of Taki was relatively peaceful, so I just scouted around. But Suzaku and Shibi gave me a pretty risky mission. Humphrey. I squeezed 5,000 ryo out of each of them for their trouble, on top of the mission reward. Here. Kazayyama casually handed her 30,000 ryo. She accepted the money without hesitation and began counting it. Meanwhile, Kazayyama turned his attention to Ebisu, offering to help with his training. Under the pretense of helping him improve, Kazayyama had Ebisu squatting with added weights while dodging small stones he threw at him. With each passing minute, Ebisu's expression grew more strained, his discomfort evident. Just then, a loud voice called out from outside the house. Is Kazayyama home? Kazayyama frowned. The voice was familiar. When he opened the door, he saw Minato Namikaze standing there, his golden hair catching the light. Hey, Minato, what brings you here? It's not you I'm here to see. I'm looking for my sensei, Minato said with a polite smile. Your sensei? Oh, Lord Jiraiya. Okay, just give me a second. I'll be right out. Kazayyama smirked inwardly. Jiraiya wanted to see him? Likely, the Sannin had heard about his trip to Hidden Waterfall Village and wanted some research material. Perfect? Opportunities for extortion like this didn't come often. It'd be foolish not to take full advantage of it. Chapter 10, Enrolling at the Ninja Academy. When Kazayyama met Jiraiya, the latter was overflowing with enthusiasm. Kazayyama, I heard you went to Hidden Waterfall Village this time? Jiraiya asked casually, though his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Did you gather any good material to help with my writing? When Kakashi Dice is released, you'll be the first to get a copy. As a ninja, Jiraiya was also a writer. Kakashi Dice was one of his signature works, crafted from observations and experiences he gathered during his travels. To ensure the authenticity of his stories, Jiraiya would use his spare time to collect material from various places, and Kazayyama was one of his most reliable sources for this purpose. Come on, Lord Jiraiya, you must be joking. I was on a mission, where would I find the time to gather material? Kazayyama replied, feigning exasperation. Jiraiya froze, his hope crushed in an instant. He knew getting any material from Kazayyama would be a challenge. Hidden Waterfall Village, in particular, was an enigma, entirely secluded and resistant to any communication with the outside world. Post-war security had made infiltration nearly impossible. Only someone with Kazayyama's unique skills and his transparent escape technique could even dream of slipping in undetected. Jiraiya, unwilling to give up, tried a different tactic. "Hey, Kazayyama, look, my disciple Minato has recently learned a new technique. Why don't you let him teach you? We're all friends from the same generation, we should help each other." Minato no Mikaze blinked in confusion. "Huh? Sensei, what are you talking about?" He hadn't even fully mastered the technique yet, and here his teacher was already offering it up. Kazayyama smirked, seizing the moment. "Oh? Minato, you've learned a new jutsu and didn't even bother to tell me? Keeping secrets now, are we?" Kazayyama had a pretty good idea of what jutsu Jiraiya was referring to. It had to be the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Considering Minato's progress and his likely access to the Scroll of Seals, it made perfect sense. Minato scratched the back of his head awkwardly, looking at his master with mild exasperation. "Actually, it's not really a technique yet. Just a rudimentary form." "Haha, Minato, don't be so modest. That technique of yours is an incredibly powerful ninjutsu." Jiraiya grinned, nudging him. "Go on, show Kazayyama a little of it. Did you know I originally wanted to take Kazayyama as my disciple? If things had worked out differently, he could have been your senior." Jiraiya had a love-hate relationship with Kazayyama. He admired Kazayyama's natural talent for gathering materials and his transparent escape technique, a gift that made him a born collector. However, what drove Jiraiya mad was the boy's lack of propriety, especially since Kazayyama somehow managed to embarrass him every time. Jiraiya sighed, recalling the indignity of having even his underwear stolen. "Hey, that's right, Minato. Logically, since I'm older than you, and we both studied under Lord Jiraiya, you should still call me senior brother," Kazayyama declared boldly, with no trace of shame. Kazayyama had long since discarded any sense of propriety. After all, he thought, a tree without its bark dies, but a man without any shame becomes invincible. "Okay, fine," Minato replied with a helpless smile before extending his right hand. In an instant, a specially crafted kunai appeared. "Wow, what a complicated technique. Is this some kind of spatial ninjutsu?" Kazayyama remarked. His casual words landed like a shockwave. Both Jiraiya and Minato froze, stunned by his unexpected insight. Minato, in particular, was floored. He had only just mastered the technique, and it did, in fact, involve spatial manipulation. He never imagined anyone would figure it out so quickly. "Kazayyama, that's incredible. You figured out the essence of my technique at a glance?" Minato asked, astonished. "Kazayyama, you're impressive," Jiraiya chimed in. "Even I didn't fully grasp his technique at first." "Amazing." Their unrestrained praise made Kazayyama feel slightly embarrassed, but only slightly. "PFFT, he thought smugly. "It's just the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Man, you're so slow, I mastered that ages ago." Just as Kazayyama was about to boast further, a figure in red suddenly appeared before the group. "Minato, there you are. I've been looking all over for you." The newcomer's sudden appearance caused Chomi within Kazayyama to let out a soft exclamation. "Kazayyama, this girl has red hair. She's from the Uzumaki clan, isn't she? And at such a young age, she already has this level of chakra." Kazayyama responded silently in his heart, "Well, this is Uzumaki Kushina. She's from the Uzumaki clan. She'll probably be the next Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails." Upon hearing that the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails was such a young girl, Chomi almost laughed out loud. Meanwhile, Kushina also glanced at Kazayyama, her aura sensitivity sharp as ever. Unfortunately, while Chomi is the weakest of the tailed beasts, he excels at concealing his presence. A single mouthful of hiding in scale powder can mask his aura, not to mention the fact that Kushina is not yet the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. Without that level of chakra, sensing him would be impossible. "Senior Kushina, good afternoon." Seeing her, Kazayyama greeted her politely. After all, they were in the same year, and knowing the future gave him a unique perspective. Naturally, he didn't share the same hesitation or resistance toward her that others seemed to have. This made Kushina's attitude toward him notably friendly, though, of course, not as friendly as toward Minato. After all, Minato had famously rescued her in the past. "Eh? Kazayyama, didn't you go on a mission?" "Forget it, I'm here to find Minato." "Minato, let's go. You promised to go shopping with me." Her words prompted Jiraiya and Kazayyama to exchange amused glances, their curiosity instantly piqued. Both started laughing, while Minato looked flustered but didn't deny it. "What are you two laughing at?" "Lord Jiraiya, you can laugh all you want, but Kazayyama, What are you laughing at? As the wind blew Kushina's red hair, Kazayyama immediately stopped laughing. Stop it, he thought. Kushina's called the red habanero for a reason, her temper's like an atomic bomb, ready to explode. I don't want to get on her bad side. Chomi, observing this scene, couldn't help but snicker. That arrogant nine-tails fox has finally met his match in a Jinchūriki like her. Ha ha ha. During the few days after returning from his mission, Kazayyama had a rare moment of leisure, tending to his insects while continuing his old job to support himself. Until one day, the Anbu showed up at his door. Kazayyama, this is a mission from the 3rd. The Ninja Academy is currently short-staffed and needs you to take up the role of assistant sensei. Kazayyama was baffled. Huh? Me? They're sending me to be a sensei? Teach what? Peeping? Stealing? What is the old man third even thinking? No, I'm just a chunin, and I'm only a few years older than the students. This is an order from the 3rd. You are to teach ninja stealth techniques. Report for duty tomorrow. With that, the Anbu vanished, leaving Kazayyama speechless. They actually want me to teach? What's going on here? But then, a sly grin spread across his face. Teaching, huh? If I remember correctly, this generation of students includes some big names, Kakashi, Might Guy. This is a golden opportunity for them to remember the name Kazayyama Gecko forever. Suddenly, a flood of thoughts began racing through his mind. Chapter 11, Removing Kakashi's Mask. The Ninja Academy, established by the 2nd Hokage as a training ground for future shinobi, is a cornerstone of Hidden Leaf Village's education system, but it is far from flawless. Its relatively recent founding has resulted in notable gaps in its curriculum. Take, for instance, the current generation of students, like Kazayyama Gecko. Beyond basic ninjutsu training and general knowledge, the academy provides little to truly cultivate the full potential of its students. Unless a student demonstrates exceptional talent, like the legendary 4th Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, or hails from a prominent clan with its own resources, such as the Sarutobi or Nara clans, their growth often remains stunted. Meanwhile, the once dominant Senju clan has faded into obscurity, and the Uchiha clan, though experiencing a resurgence, operates under close scrutiny. It is no secret that the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, likely has plans to address these shifting power dynamics and restore equilibrium within the village. The Hyuga clan continues to thrive under the steady and capable leadership of its clan head, maintaining stability and avoiding any major disruptions. The Gecko clan, however, has fallen on hard times. Fortunately, Kazayyama Gecko's efforts are keeping the clan afloat. Though he's only a chunin, his skills in concealment have garnered the attention of Hiruzen, who recognizes his potential. At this time, Hiruzen is still in his prime, maintaining firm control over Hidden Leaf Village. Reflecting on his position and abilities, Kazayyama considered that becoming a teacher at the academy might not be such a bad idea. In the Hokage's office, an Anbu knelt before Hiruzen, delivering a report. Have you informed him? Hiruzen asked. Yes, but... The Anbu hesitated. What is it? Speak, the Hokage commanded. Lord Third, are you really assigning him to teach students? He's only 14 years old. Hiruzen chuckled softly. So what if he's 14? He's the current head of the Gecko clan. But he's just a chunin. Even if he's from the Gecko clan. The Anbu trailed off as Hiruzen raised his hand to silence him. The Hokage stood, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed out the window. Do you really think he's just a chunin? He said, a knowing smile on his face. Kazayyama has talent, tremendous talent, but he's also lazy. He's exceptionally skilled at hiding his abilities. On paper, Suzaku Nara may be leading the mission to Hidden Waterfall Village, but Kazayyama is the linchpin. Only his transparent escape technique can infiltrate their defenses undetected and extract vital information. Hiruzen had his own judgment about Kazayyama Gecko. To him, Kazayyama was a rough piece of jade, one that, with time and refinement, would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. The next day at the Ninja Academy, a group of children gathered in the classroom. Each had received a message announcing the start of an exciting new course, ninja stealth training. Yet, the identity of their new sensei remained a mystery. Hey, Kakashi. Obito Uchiha, sporting his signature goggles, slung an arm around Kakashi Hatake, the boy genius. Do you know who the new sensei is? I have no idea, Kakashi replied flatly, attempting to pull Obito's arm off his neck. And would you please let go of me? Kakashi's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Obito's overly casual behavior. If it weren't for the others in the room, he might have been tempted to punch him right in the face. Humphrey. You're as boring as ever, Kakashi. Obito glanced around the room. Huh? The sensei isn't here yet? Seriously? Late on the first day? How unreliable. Obito strolled to his seat, grumbling under his breath, but his mood did a complete 180 when he spotted Rin Nohara sitting nearby. His face lit up, and a dreamy smile spread across his lips as he hurried to grab the seat next to her. Unbeknownst to the students, every move in the room was already under close observation. Kazayyama, their sensei, had arrived long before they entered. Using his mastery of stealth, he maintained a translucent state, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. This was his way of introducing himself, by observing his students without their awareness. Kazayyama's eyes lingered on Kakashi and Obito. Watching the young prodigy and the boy destined to become the future instigator of the Fourth Shinobi World War, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He arrived early, noticing things others often missed. He could accomplish feats others only dreamed of. For example, Kakashi was sitting quietly, minding his own business, when someone suddenly yanked his mask down. "What? Kakashi, you took off your mask." Obito's loud shout practically shook the classroom, as if it had caused a mini-earthquake. Kakashi was equally startled. He hadn't even noticed when his mask had been pulled down. Reflexively, he reached up to cover his face, but it was too late. The mask had been shredded in the process. All eyes turned to him, and young Kakashi flushed a deep red. "So cool. I never imagined Kakashi was this handsome under the mask. I can't take it anymore. I want to have Kakashi's child." The female students erupted into a frenzy. Even Rin Nohara's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she had always thought Kakashi was particularly handsome, seeing his face in person left her completely captivated. Damn it. Left with no choice, Kakashi tore some fabric from his clothes to cover his face. His gaze swept across the classroom with a deadly intensity, determined to uncover the culprit. "Ha ha ha. Kakashi, you're not as handsome as me. I'm definitely the most handsome guy in our class." Unlike the rest of the class, Obito's reaction was entirely different. Seeing Kakashi's face had somehow boosted his confidence, and he leapt onto a table, laughing loudly. But his moment of triumph didn't last. The next second, Obito went flying through the air as if struck by an invisible force. He soared toward the podium, howling in pain. "Ah! My butt!" Thud. The crash echoed as Obito hit the ground, rolling and clutching his backside. Kakashi froze for a moment, staring at the absurd scene. The pose, the impact, it was oddly familiar. Wait. Could it be? Kakashi's eyes narrowed. This was unmistakably the effect of that technique, his father's secret hidden leaf village taijutsu move, 1,000 years of death. Could my father have done this? The classroom erupted into laughter. Obito's ridiculous posture and the hilarity of the situation were too much to ignore. "Hey, is it funny, everyone?" A voice suddenly rang out in the classroom, one that was unfamiliar to most. On the battlefield, concealing oneself is the most critical skill. If concealment fails and you're discovered by the enemy, it can put your entire team at a significant disadvantage. The purpose of this class is to teach you the art of concealment. I am your substitute sensei, Kazayyama Gecko. It will be a pleasure to teach you. As the voice concluded, the speaker revealed himself. Kazayyama slowly emerged, seated casually on the lectern with a mischievous smile. In his hand was the torn remnant of Kakashi's mask. I knew that voice was familiar. "It really is you, brother Kazayyama." Kakashi stared at him, his voice tinged with exasperation. "You actually tore my mask. That's a bit much." "Here, I got you a new one," Kazayyama said, his face brimming with playful mockery. Without waiting for a response, he pulled something out and tossed it to Kakashi, a colorful, garish mask. Chapter 12, The Origin of Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, Ding. Host's forced exposure to Kakashi's face, young, detected. Special reward, plus 10 ninjutsu, see? A little trickery brings sweet rewards from these future Hidden Leaf Village's prodigies. In stark contrast, Kakashi looked like he was battling a serious case of constipation. After all, the sheer rainbow-like beauty of the mask was, well, a bit much to handle. Meanwhile, Obito, who had finally recovered after being hit by Kazayyama's infamous 1,000 years of death, stood up while clutching his buttocks. His face was flushed bright red, clearly reflecting his pain. Meanwhile, Obito, who had finally managed to recover after falling victim to Kazayyama's infamous 1,000 years of death, staggered to his feet, clutching his backside like his life depended on it. His face was as red as a ripe tomato, radiating both pain and humiliation. "Are you really our sensei? How dare you pull a stunt like that?" Obito shouted, his voice a mix of outrage and disbelief. "This is outrageous. This kind of sneak attack. This kind of tactic." Tears were welling up in his eyes, as if he were on the verge of crying. The tactic truly felt despicable to him. Kazayyama grinned mischievously. "What's wrong with this technique?" He crossed his arms confidently. "Let me tell you, My 1,000 years of death is the ultimate technique of the White Fang. The class fell silent. Curiosity flickered in everyone's eyes, including Kakashi's. As the son of the legendary White Fang, even he was intrigued. His father had always avoided explaining the origin of his title, merely laughing it off whenever Kakashi asked. It's because of the devastating lethality of 1,000 years of death that Tsukumo Hatake is called the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village. The students were left utterly dumbfounded. Obito especially couldn't believe that such a distinguished title could come from a skill so absurd. Kazayyama struggled to hold back his laughter. The sight of the future big boss looking so utterly flabbergasted was just too good to pass up. Of course, he had no intention of taking Obito out while he was still young. Knowing Madara's temperament, even without Obito, any random Uchiha would probably step in to fill the gap. Besides, in the end, Naruto would inevitably find a way to fix the chaos anyway. Hey, kids, Kazayyama said sharply, snapping everyone back to reality. You can't afford to relax for even a second in my class. The enemies out there won't give you a chance to catch your breath. Then he clapped his hands. Everyone, start hiding. Use the Ninja Academy as the center. You have 5 minutes. The goal was clear, hide as effectively as possible. While verbal instructions might suffice, Kazayyama knew direct action was far more effective. Without hesitation, the students sprang into motion, scattering in all directions as the timer began. When the 5 minutes were up, Kazayyama began looking for the students. Chomi, lend me your bug eyes, will you? I don't want to waste time looking for them myself. There was no response. Chomi, are you there? Finally, the voice of the Seven Tails rang out, dripping with mockery. Kazayyama boy, are you really shameless enough to use my power to bully a bunch of kids? Shame? Never heard of it. Can you eat it? Kazayyama replied without missing a beat. Fine, I'll lend it to you. I'll just focus my chakra into your eyes. Let's see how you mess with those kids. Ha ha ha, I've gotta admit, I kind of enjoy watching you do that. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. In just a few days, even the Seven Tails, Chomi, had been completely won over by Kazayyama's antics. Hive mind is a unique ability of the Seven Tails, Chomi. Insects typically possess compound eyes, but Chomi takes it to another level, with even more of them. As an insect-based tailed beast, Chomi's hive mind is incredibly advanced, complete with built-in thermal imaging. Pretty scary, huh? Thanks to this skill, the class's first hide-and-seek trial was over in just 3 minutes. In that short time, Kazayyama managed to track down every single student and drag them back to the classroom. When Kakashi, the last to be caught, was brought back, the class was in shock. That fast? I thought Kakashi would last longer, someone remarked. Let's just say Sensei Kazayyama is way too strong, another chimed in. Even Kakashi couldn't figure out what had happened. He had transformed into a rock with a transformation jutsu and thought he was perfectly hidden. Yet, Kazayyama somehow kicked him out of his disguise and dragged him back by his left leg. I'm so disappointed. A whole class, and none of you could last even 5 minutes? Kazayyama scolded, shaking his head. Then his eyes landed on Obito. And you, Obito. If you're going to try tricking me with a transformation jutsu, at least pick something believable. A toad over a meter tall? Seriously? The classroom erupted in laughter, except for Obito, who teared up. He'd thought a toad would work but hadn't anticipated such a glaring mistake in his transformation. Kakashi, I don't even need to mention how clever you thought you were, Kazayyama continued. Turning into a rock wasn't bad. But have you ever seen a lone rock just sitting out in the open? Where's your common sense? The sensei clapped his hands sharply. Everyone. Take out your textbooks and write the word concealment 500 times. Kakashi? Obito? Rin? The entire class? At the same time, in the Hokage's office. Ha 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 ha. This kid, making the children copy books and write the word concealment, how amusing. Hiruzen laughed heartily, watching the classroom scene through the crystal ball, his amusement so intense he nearly fell over. Standing behind him was a man with striking white hair, none other than Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. A faint smile lingered on Tsukumo's face as he observed the Hokage's reaction. Tsukumo, Hiruzen suddenly remarked, is it true that your title, White Fang, comes from the 1,000 years of death? The unexpected comment left Tsukumo momentarily embarrassed, but after a slight pause, he nodded. Back on the battlefield of the Land of Hot Water, the shinobi of Hidden Hot Water Village wouldn't stop provoking us, Tsukumo began. I decided to give them a little punishment, so I invented the 1,000 years of death. After that, they were so terrified of it that they spread the story far and wide. Over time, the name stuck. Hiruzen burst into even more exaggerated laughter upon hearing this, clutching his sides. Meanwhile, Sakamo's thoughts turned to Kazayyama Gecko. He was deeply impressed by the young teacher's abilities, not just because he managed to find the hiding spots of dozens of children within 3 minutes, but by how effortlessly he did so. Sakamo could achieve the same feat himself, but it certainly wouldn't look as casual. It seemed Lord Hokage's praise was well-deserved. This kid was undoubtedly a prodigy when it came to concealment. Ever since Kazayyama became a teacher, the lives of his students had truly turned into a nightmare. Every class felt the looming dread of his presence. He caused chaos daily, either by using the transparent escape jutsu to suddenly appear and startle his students or by employing sneaky tricks during concealment practice. This year's class had many familiar faces. For instance, there was Genma Shiranui, always chewing on a large toothpick, and Might Guy, an old acquaintance of his. Unsurprisingly, Kazayyama earned a new nickname at the Ninja Academy, Demon King. Thanks to his daily antics and relentless tormenting of the students, Kazayyama's abilities continued to grow steadily. His attributes had seen comprehensive, albeit slight, improvement. These days of mischief persisted for nearly a year until the time for the annual graduation season finally arrived. Kazayyama scanned a list of candidates applying for graduation, his eyes stopping on the bold name at the top, Kakashi. A faint smile played on his lips. Trying to graduate, huh? Did he get permission from the Demon King himself? Just as Kazayyama was preparing to personally oversee the assessment, an urgent mission arrived, forcing him to set aside his plans. Chapter 13, From now on, you are a special Jonin. Kazayyama Gecko arrived at the Hokage's office, his eyes sweeping the room before a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Before him stood the Anbu and Sakamo Hatake. Oh, Lord Sakamo, long time no see. Sakamo Hatake nodded with a warm smile in response to the greeting. Kazayyama, stop messing around. We have an urgent mission that requires you to act immediately. Kazayyama scratched his head, his tone tinged with exasperation. Old man, I'm just a Chunin. Not anymore, from now on, you are a special Jonin of Hidden Leaf Village. As for the promotion procedures, I'll handle them when you return. Kazayyama's mind reeled. So direct? Damn, I can't use the excuse that I'm a Chunin anymore. This is annoying. Kazayyama, Hiruzen said, his expression grave, this mission requires you. The difficulty factor is extremely high. I hope you're prepared. Kazayyama's heart skipped a beat as he met the Hokage's serious gaze. Damn, something bad is about to happen. Hiruzen continued, you're aware that Hidden Cloud's village recently attempted to abduct Kushina Uzumaki. Her chakra, unique to the Uzumaki clan, is highly valuable, and their actions blatantly violate the peace treaty. Recently, the Anbu discovered Hidden Cloud's village ninja operating in the land of hot water. Your mission is to accompany a small Anbu team to investigate. Kazayyama's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the 3 Anbu present. This mission must be intense if they're sending Anbu directly. These 3 are among the best in the Anbu, Hiruzen said. They'll accompany you on this mission. Take off your masks and introduce yourselves. The Anbu members removed their masks, revealing their faces. Kazayyama's eyes settled on one of them, and recognition lit up his face. Huh? Hiki Yamanaka? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you around lately, and now I find out you've joined the Anbu. Hiki, a special Jonin of the Yamanaka clan and a cousin of Inoyachi, grinned broadly. Ha ha ha, Kazayyama, long time no see. I was just chatting with Suzaku, and he said you've been blackmailing him. Kazayyama smirked, recognizing the familiar banter. Hiki, despite his great talent, had always been a bit of a rogue, making them kindred spirits. The other 2 are Mizuno Kawa and Hironobu Yoshimori, Hiki said, introducing his teammates. Kazayyama greeted them politely. Mizuno Kawa gave a faint smile, while Hironobu regarded him with mild disdain. Hiruzen turned to Sakamo. Do you have anything to add? Sakamo nodded, addressing the 4. The primary objective of this mission is reconnaissance. If you're discovered, your top priority is to protect yourselves and retreat. Hidden Cloud's village's motives are clear, and I don't want any of you to get hurt. Understood? The sincerity in Sakamo's words struck a chord, warming their spirits. Don't worry, Sakamo. I'll keep an eye on them, Hiki said, his tone unusually serious for once. Without delay, the team set off. The mission's urgency left Kazayyama with no time to report home. He was already on his way to the land of hot water. Located in the northeast of the land of fire, the land of hot water was often referred to as the ninja village that has forgotten war. Following the Second Shinobi World War, Hidden Hot Water Village, once a combat ninja village, began to decline as its daimyo cut funding. However, thanks to its stunning natural environment and abundant tourism resources, the daimyo redirected efforts toward commercial development, fostering prosperity in the villages across the land of hot water. To obtain information swiftly, Hiki Yamanaka set their destination as Sunset Town, situated in the far north of the Land of Hot Water, bordering the Land of Lightning. One day later, the group had entered the Land of Hot Water. I really don't understand. The three of us are enough for this mission, so why did they send such a little brat? Hironobu muttered, his tone dripping with disdain as he glanced at Kazayyama. Come on, Hironobu. You've been complaining the whole way. Just follow orders, Hiki snapped, clearly annoyed by the hostility. Hironobu isn't wrong, Mizuno Kawa said, his tone calmer but equally pointed. Kazayyama Gecko, we're nearing our destination. Shouldn't you at least tell us what you're good at? Unlike Hironobu's overt disdain, Mizuno Kawa's question was practical. With the mission about to begin, it was only natural to understand their teammates' capabilities. Oh, my abilities. Kazayyama said with a smirk. I'm sorry, no comment. Kazayyama was not a kind-hearted person, and how could he be, dealing with two insolent comrades? Kazayyama, Mizuno Kawa, that's enough. Hiki Yamanaka couldn't bear to watch the dispute in the squad escalate further. The Gecko clan's KK Genkai is transparent escape, the most suitable ability for concealment. Mizuno Kawa, Hironobu, you two are at least seniors. Stop being so grumpy. If not for Hiki Yamanaka's intervention, Kazayyama would have happily gone solo. Traveling with these two felt like inviting trouble. Hearing the term KK Genkai, the two who had been loudly arguing finally fell silent. They knew full well how rare and valuable such abilities were. Shortly after entering the Land of Hot Water, the team discovered traces of Hidden Cloud's village ninja. They had taken to the dense forest, deliberately avoiding main paths to remain hidden, only to stumble upon enemy shinobi. It seems Lord Hokage and Lord Sakamo were correct. Hidden Cloud's village ninja have entered the Land of Hot Water, Hiki remarked. And there are quite a few of them, he added, using his senses to locate a 5-person squad nearby. Judging by their chakra levels, it was a squad of Jonin. They had barely crossed the border, and already they encountered enemies. Damn, has Hidden Cloud's village infiltrated the Land of Hot Water this deeply? Captain, what should we do? Take them down? Or? Mizuno Kawa asked, turning to Hiki. Hiki crouched on a tree branch, his sharp gaze fixed on the distant Hidden Cloud's village squad. Why don't I go take a look? Kazayyama suddenly offered, drawing everyone's attention. Hironobu looked ready to snap but stopped short when Kazayyama slowly vanished before their eyes. Alright, Kazayyama. You're the best at stealth. Remember to protect yourself. We'll wait here, Hiki said, nodding in agreement. Relax, I value my life, Kazayyama replied with a faint smirk. Besides, I heard the hot springs here are pretty unique. Who knows? Maybe I'll see something interesting. His voice faded as he disappeared completely, leaving the others behind. Chapter 14, The Pitiful 5-Man Team from Hidden Cloud's Village. This is a team of 5 Chunin from Hidden Cloud's Village. Their year-round life in the mountains has made them exceptionally strong and physically fit. Really, when can we fight? We've been patrolling for a month already, one of them grumbled. Stop complaining. Lord Raikage has already gone to talk to the daimyo, another responded, irritation evident in their tone. The group remained unaware of the silent figure approaching them, too absorbed in teasing one another. Their current mission was a dull one, mere exploration and patrol, devoid of any action. Kazayyama approached cautiously, using chakra to mask the sound of his footsteps. He leaned in close, eavesdropping silently. This type of situation was all too familiar to him, and he knew he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Not that he was worried, he had left a mark with Hiki Yamanaka, ensuring he could instantly activate the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to escape if anything went wrong. TSK, as if I don't know. I was just complaining, one ninja muttered dismissively. By the way, it's true that the Land of Hot Water has abolished their hidden village. Many of their missions now rely on ninja from other villages, another added. Lord Third is something else, someone quipped. He's got us doing missions in the Land of Hot Water instead of focusing on our own country. Huh? The Third Raikage? That brute actually came up with this? Kazayyama thought, barely suppressing a smirk. Missions outside his own country, completely ignoring whether the daimyo was upset. Classic. Hey, you know, the hot springs in the Land of Hot Water are incredible, one ninja said slyly, flashing a wicked grin that made it obvious his interests went far beyond just relaxing. Come on, we're still on a mission. We'll talk about it later, the more mature-looking ninja interjected. Some time ago, the surprise attack squad had an accident. The mission target wasn't dealt with, and now the higher-ups are forcing us to patrol, just in case Hidden Leaf Village reacts. His statement drew solemn nods from the group. The thought of taking action against Hidden Leaf Village had been festering for a long time. If it weren't for the current truce, they would have struck long ago. Their patience, however, was wearing thin. Kazayyama, who is the target of their mission? Someone you know well. Huh? The Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails? Well, not yet, but she will become a Jinchūriki in the future. I think Hidden Cloud's village wants to capture her because they see the special constitution of the Uzumaki clan in her. It seems that Hidden Cloud's village is ready to go to war with Hidden Leaf village. Though Kazayyama couldn't speak aloud, he wasn't truly alone. Inside him was a new companion, Chomi, the Seven Tails. The two shared a lively rapport in their inner world, often chatting like old friends. However, Chomi wasn't content to simply spectate, he had his own ideas. Hey, Kazayyama, don't you want to get moving? Just sitting around and watching is boring. Huh? Move? I'm on a covert mission. If I start moving, I'll blow my cover. Kazayyama felt Chomi was being absurd. Acting now would jeopardize everything. He'd already gathered enough intel, everything matched the predictions of the old man, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He prepared to retreat, intending to report back. But then, Chomi piped up again, forcing Kazayyama to pause. It's a covert operation. I'm telling you, my scale powder is top-notch. It does it all, killing, confusion, poisoning, paralysis, you name it, I've got it. Kazayyama froze. Is it really that versatile? Of course. Back when I was sealed in that cave with nothing to do, I spent ages refining it. I used chakra to enhance its effects and would toss it out to test it on passing insects. Watching how they reacted was my only entertainment. Chomi's voice brimmed with pride, though Kazayyama couldn't help but think, what a mischievous bug he still is. What do you think, Kazayyama? Do you want to do something? I think it's okay. How about paralysis? Or should I just kill them? I've never killed anyone before, but I think my scale powder can do the trick. Kazayyama Gecko's gaze shifted to the five shinobi ahead of him. A faint smirk crept across his lips. An opportunity had presented itself, one he couldn't afford to pass up. If this scale powder was as effective as Chomi claimed, it would be invaluable for future missions. Let's do it. Okay. I'll teach you how to condense scale powder using chakra. You can generate it directly inside your body. Without hesitation, Kazayyama moved upwind of the group, following Chomi's instructions. He began to concentrate his chakra, feeling an unfamiliar sensation building within him after a short while. So, this is scale powder? Go ahead, Kazayyama. What effect do you want? Paralysis first, preferably the kind that blinds them. Got it. Just release the scale powder inside you, spray it out. Mimicking the technique for fire style, Kazayyama clasped his hands together and exhaled sharply. A dense cloud of phosphorus powder, invisible to the naked eye, shot forward. Damn it. Do you think scale powder is flour? You just sprayed it all at once like that. Chomi's exasperation rang loud in Kazayyama's mind. Couldn't you let it disperse gradually? So much chakra was used to condense that, and you wasted it all in one go. Chomi was furious. Who in their right mind used phosphorus powder like that? The way Kazayyama Gecko had just sprayed it out, no amount of chakra would ever be enough. What a waste. Damn it, you didn't say anything. Kazayyama snapped internally. Besides, you told me to spray it. Oh, damn it, my chakra. The amount of chakra, amplified several times, was instantly reduced by more than half from a single mouthful of scale powder. A hollow emptiness coursed through Kazayyama, leaving his entire being unsettled. But now that the powder had been released, there was no time for regret. Chomi, won't all this powder poison them to death? If there are Shibito among them, that could be troublesome. Kazayyama wasn't exactly a saint. He had been living in this harsh, unforgiving world for years, long enough to grow desensitized to life and death. After all, this was a cruel world where survival often outweighed morality. However, he had a mission. If an accident led to his demise, the consequences would far outweigh any short-term gains. Not that he was easy to kill. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, invisibility, and the ability to fly, Kazayyama's survival was almost guaranteed unless someone truly formidable came after him. For now, he was confident in his safety. No, Chomi replied, at most, the paralysis effect will be significantly enhanced. Originally, if you had released a smaller amount, they'd be paralyzed for half a day. With this dose, they'll need at least 2 days to recover. 2 days. Damn it. Once this job is done, I can't stay here. I'll have to run for my life. The 5 patrolling targets suddenly detected a strange powdery gas. Moments later, chaos erupted. Ah! What is that? The screams were sharp but short-lived. In an instant, the paralyzing effect overwhelmed the 5 individuals, rendering even their tongues immobile. Their sight faded into darkness, and one by one, they collapsed heavily to the ground. Thud. Under the intense paralysis, the group convulsed, helpless and immobile. Kazayyama and Chomi stood silently, observing the aftermath. The sight of the 5 people twitching uncontrollably filled the air with an eerie stillness. Was the dosage really that excessive? Kazayyama muttered. Well. Chomi responded, hesitating. I've never seen anyone convulse like that before. It's kind of funny, actually. Chapter 15, Crisis. The ambush of Hidden Cloud's village. As he observed the 5 paralyzed individuals, Kazayyama slowly revealed himself, stepping into view. Despite the apparent success of his technique, he still sought confirmation from Chomi. Chomi, you're sure they can't see me right now, right? He asked cautiously. Absolutely not. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, just try it yourself, Chomi replied confidently. To test the waters, Kazayyama crouched in front of one of the Hidden Cloud's village ninja and waved his hand. There was no reaction. He nodded to himself, reassured, but quickly added, No, Chomi, they're all paralyzed like this. Even if he could see, he wouldn't be able to react. The situation felt awkward for a moment, but trusting his partner, Kazayyama pressed on. He began searching through the belongings of the incapacitated Hidden Cloud's village ninja without hesitation. Money. Take it. Ninja tools? Take those too. What's this? While rummaging through one of them, he found a scroll. His curiosity piqued, Kazayyama unrolled it and read the contents. It didn't take long for him to understand its significance. The scroll detailed Hidden Cloud's village's dual mission, not only earning commissions from the land of hot water but also assimilating Hidden Hot Water Village's ninjas into their ranks. According to the document, Hidden Cloud's village had already recruited 8 Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas. TSK, Kazayyama muttered, shaking his head. I have to admit, that's a clever move. He considered the implications. Hidden Hot Water Village, the ninja village of the land of hot water, had suffered ever since the daimyo slashed its funding. Many ninjas there were struggling, and Hidden Cloud's village's intervention offered them a fresh opportunity. It was a calculated strategy that could tip the balance of power in the region. Satisfied with his findings, Kazayyama gathered the loot he'd taken and left the paralyzed ninja behind. Knowing the effects of the paralysis would last over a day, he had no intention of wasting further time on them. He activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and returned near his camp, hurrying to rejoin his team. As he arrived, Hiki Yamanaka noticed him and greeted him with evident relief and anticipation. Kazayyama, what's the news? Did you get any useful information? He asked eagerly. Without a word, Kazayyama handed over the scroll he had just read. The moment Hiki and the others saw its contents, their expressions shifted drastically. Mizuno Kawa and Hironobu, who had previously doubted and underestimated Kazayyama, were particularly impacted. In such a short time, he had obtained valuable intelligence and returned unscathed. Their perception of Kazayyama began to shift, respect gradually replacing their earlier disdain. Damn Hidden Cloud's village, they actually have such grand plans. Hiki's expression darkened after reading the scroll, and he couldn't help but curse aloud. What is it, Captain? Hironobu asked, his concern evident. You can see for yourselves. Hiki handed over the scroll. As Mizuno Kawa and Hironobu read the contents, their expressions shifted to alarm. This is outrageous. Mizuno Kawa exclaimed. Calm down, you three, Kazayyama said evenly. This is only a small team. I dare say the number of Hidden Cloud's village ninja in the land of hot water is much larger than we've seen so far. Perhaps there are even elite forces from Hidden Cloud's village here. Kazayyama remained composed, his face betraying none of the tension. He had already processed the situation earlier. What occupied his thoughts now was whether they could successfully return with the intelligence they had uncovered. In that case, we should leave immediately and deliver this information to Lord Hokage, Mizuno Kawa suggested urgently. Before the idea could take root, Hiki's expression suddenly twisted. Hurry up and go. We've been exposed. As a sensory ninja of the Yamanaka clan, he had detected a large group converging on their position. Panic surged within him. Damn it, how could this happen? At Hiki's warning, Mizuno Kawa and Hironobu immediately turned accusatory glares toward Kazayyama. It's you. You must have revealed our whereabouts. Hironobu barked. Kazayyama's face remained impassive. He had absolute confidence in his transparent escape jutsu, but the blame still stung. Is there still time for bickering? He asked sharply. Aren't we running yet? His reminder jolted them out of their argument. The three fell silent and quickly began retreating the way they came. Where do you think you're going? Scurrying rats from Hidden Leaf Village. Suddenly, several figures emerged, launching an ambush. Fire style, flame bullet. Lightning style, ground walk. Fireballs and streaks of lightning streaked toward them, blocking their escape routes. Damn, they're fast. Hiki said, his voice tinged with horror. But years of Enbu training kicked in, and his reactions were swift. He hurled dozens of shurikens toward the attackers, aiming to disrupt their advance. Mizuno Kawa and Hironobu wasted no time, dodging the incoming attacks before immediately countering with their own wind style, wind cutter jutsu. Mizuno Kawa unleashed sharp wind blades that sliced through the air with lethal precision. Meanwhile, Hironobu charged headlong at the enemy, a kunai gripped tightly in his hand. Kazayyama, we need to get out of here. I can sense incredibly strong chakra in the crowd behind us, Chomi said, his tone serious. Whoever's coming isn't here with good intentions, he added, using his chakra and hive mind to gauge the situation. Even without Chomi's warning, Kazayyama understood the danger. The squad that had ambushed them wasn't ordinary, it was far more formidable than the Chunin squad he had previously faced. If Kazayyama wanted to escape, it would be simple. His transparent escape jutsu had rendered him completely invisible, even to a sensory ninja. But what about Hiki Yamanaka and the others? Mizuno Kawa and Hironobu Yoshimori could be ignored, but Hiki was a friend. Kazayyama knew this wasn't a time for hesitation. It seemed he would have to intervene. Just as he prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God jutsu, a sudden scream cut through the chaos. No good. The scream came from Mizuno Kawa. Hiki and Hironobu turned instantly, their eyes widening in shock. Before them stood a burly man wreathed in lightning, his hand gripping Mizuno Kawa's head and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. 3 rats from Hidden Leaf Village. Adai, didn't you say there were 4? The man growled, his rough voice tinged with doubt. Beside him was a ninja with a horizontal scar across his closed eyes. He was obviously blind, yet his posture and demeanor marked him as a sensory specialist. I'm sorry, Lord A, the blind ninja said. The perception of the 4th person has disappeared. Either he's dead, or he's fled hundreds of meters away. The burly man, none other than A, the son of the 3rd Raikage, narrowed his eyes. His towering figure and the sheer force of his chakra radiated overwhelming pressure. Hiki and Hironobu felt the weight of it like a crushing boulder. Damn, Hiki muttered bitterly, forcing a smile. Even the Raikage's son has been dispatched. Looks like this is the end. Hironobu said nothing, gripping a kunai in each hand with grim determination. I don't care who you are. Let Mizuno Kawa go. He roared, suddenly charging at A. Humphrey, pathetic Hidden Leaf Village ninja. A didn't even blink. Lightning armor crackled around him as he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom. Hironobu was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth along with fragments of something unidentifiable. A's strike had shattered his internal organs in a single blow. Chapter 16, The Flying Thunder God Escape Masterclass. As Hironobu's body hit the ground with a heavy thud, Hiki knew he had already died. A trace of pride flickered in his eyes. The ninja of Hidden Leaf Village will only die in battle, they will never retreat. He turned to Kazayyama, his voice steady despite the chaos. Kazayyama. Please take care of this. Hiki was prepared to fight to the death. His words were a clear command for Kazayyama to prioritize the mission and return to the village. But Kazayyama wasn't one to abandon comrades. Hironobu and Mizuno Kawa were beyond saving, but Hiki wasn't. Kazayyama? Their enemy, A, crushed Mizuno Kawa's head with one hand, turning his attention to Hiki with a twisted smile. I'll give you a chance to tell me where the other one is, and I might let you die quickly. Hiki glared at him. Humphrey. Don't even think about it. Mind-body disturbance jutsu. Though the Yamanaka clan was not known for offense, its members were vital in intelligence operations. But Hiki, a Nanbu, was no ordinary ninja. His proficiency in the mind-body disturbance jutsu allowed him to hold his ground even on the front lines. Unfortunately, his opponent was overwhelmingly strong. Disperse. This is the secret technique of Hidden Leaf Village's Yamanaka clan. A commanded, his voice sharp. The surrounding ninjas scattered instantly, rendering Hiki's technique ineffective. But then, something unexpected happened. Adai, who had leapt high to evade the technique, suddenly sensed a movement behind him. By the time he tried to react, it was too late. Puff. A kunai glinted in the light before it pierced his throat. Damn. Adai managed to utter 2 words before collapsing lifelessly in midair. The sight enraged A. Adai. He roared. Damn you. Damn you, Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Show yourself. Power bomb. A burst of lightning chakra erupted as A slammed a double punch into the ground. The immense force and lightning-style chakra obliterated the forest, sending debris and shockwaves in all directions. Kazayyama jumped onto a tree to avoid the attack, his movements quick but tinged with frustration. Damn it. As expected, those who inherit Raikage's Nintai Jutsu are all reckless. His earlier sneak attack had successfully eliminated the enemy's sensor ninja, a critical step in his plan. Without their sensor, he could now use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport both himself and Hiki Yamanaka to the pre-marked coordinates. Sensor ninjas were always a major obstacle, and Kazayyama couldn't afford to let this one complicate things further. Chomi. Lend me your power. Chomi responded without words, flooding Kazayyama with a surge of chakra. In an instant, a pair of insect-like wings sprouted from his waist, buzzing with energy. Using the wings, Kazayyama darted toward Hiki with incredible speed. The attack from A had already exposed his position. His transparent escape jutsu was no longer useful. Rokugai's destructive force had shattered everything around them, leaving stones and debris swirling in the air. Even if his body remained invisible, the chaotic environment made complete stealth impossible. Rather than waste energy maintaining the technique, Kazayyama withdrew his chakra, redirecting it to better use. As the moonlight revealed Kazayyama's figure, A's enraged voice thundered through the air. Damn it! I want you dead. He lunged at him, his speed overwhelming. Kazayyama knew the danger he faced. Rokugai's Nintai Jutsu. He mentally reviewed the technique's fearsome attributes. Concentrating lightning-style chakra throughout the body, it enhanced defense, speed, and nerve transmission, making a nearly unstoppable force. With the added lightning body flicker jutsu, his speed was unparalleled. Kazayyama didn't stand a chance in a direct battle of agility. Thinking quickly, Kazayyama flung a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god jutsu to land at Hiki's feet. It was his only chance to escape with Hiki. But before he could make his move, A's fist was already inches from his face. Damn, that was really fast. Whoosh. The next second, Kazayyama vanished from the spot, leaving A stunned. How was this possible? How could his attack miss? Using the flying thunder god jutsu, Kazayyama reappeared at a location he had marked earlier, a broken tree, its remains scattered by the earlier destruction. Phew, that was so dangerous, he thought. Even with the wings of Chomi, A was faster. The sheer speed was overwhelming. Looks like I'll have to rely entirely on the flying thunder god jutsu to escape. As Kazayyama vanished, A quickly began scanning the area. It didn't take him long to spot him a short distance away. Kid. You're not bad. A called out, his voice brimming with excitement. Again. His fighting spirit ignited by the missed attack, A charged with lightning crackling across the sky, moving as if he intended to punch Kazayyama straight into the moon. Cut it out. I'm not playing with you. Kazayyama activated the flying thunder god jutsu again, vanishing from A's view. This time, he reappeared in front of Hiki. Hiki was startled to see Kazayyama suddenly materialize in front of him and was about to speak when Kazayyama grabbed his wrist without a word and activated the technique once more. Their destination this time was a forest thousands of meters away, a pre-marked escape point Kazayyama had prepared in advance. Damn it! Where did they go? A's voice roared through the forest, seething with frustration. Space-time ninjutsu? The realization only fueled his rage. A mere hidden leaf village ninja, using space-time ninjutsu? His pride in his speed, unmatched by most, had been outclassed. It was intolerable. Kazayyama had to die. Fueled by this determination, A charged in the direction of Hidden Leaf Village. Behind him, the other Hidden Clouds Village ninjas followed, their focus now fixed on the fleeing pair. Meanwhile, Hiki, now safely removed from the battle, had not yet fully processed what had happened. His chest heaved, his face pale with lingering fear. Wake up! Hurry and run! Kazayyama's voice was sharp with urgency. Otherwise, they'll catch up to us in a while. Having used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and the Transparent Escape Jutsu repeatedly, Kazayyama felt his energy being rapidly depleted. If not for Chomi's chakra lending him strength, he might have already collapsed. Kazayyama, you! Cut the crap! Just run! Kazayyama barked, grabbing Hiki and pulling him along as he started running. No, why are we going west? Hiki suddenly blurted, realization dawning on him. Shouldn't we be going south? Kazayyama shot him a look of disbelief, his irritation palpable. We're on the run, and there are pursuers behind us. If we run directly to the Land of Fire, won't they catch up with us? He huffed. Let's go to the Land of Rice Fields first to hide out. Can you be any more stupid? Kazayyama's expertise in evasion was unmatched, and Hiki's question only added to his exasperation. Oh. Yes, you're right, Hiki said, finally catching on. Let's go to the Land of Rice Fields first. As he considered Kazayyama's quick thinking and strategy, admiration flickered in his mind. Kazayyama, was that space-time ninjutsu you just performed? When did you learn that? Kazayyama felt his frustration mount, his patience hanging by a thread. Why was this man so talkative in the middle of an escape? He nearly went crazy from the incessant questioning. Chapter 17, Say what you want, I'm not admitting it. Hiki, who had narrowly escaped death, felt as though his entire being had been transformed. For the first time, he made Kazayyama see him in a new light. Hiki was a relentless chatterbox, rambling on endlessly. If he wasn't a friend, Kazayyama might have seriously considered silencing him with scale powder. Trust him, he could do it. The two had taken a detour from the land of hot water to the land of rice fields. Kazayyama's tensed nerves finally began to ease as they crossed the border. The rest of the journey would be much simpler. The land of rice fields, destined to become the site of Hidden Sound Village in the future, was currently just an ordinary territory. After all, Orochimaru was still conducting research in Hidden Leaf Village. At the thought of Orochimaru, Kazayyama felt a spark of curiosity. The man was a genius, the most brilliant research scientist in the Naruto anime. Visiting his laboratory someday was a tempting prospect. He might even steal something valuable. Once that thought took root, it was impossible to shake. The two didn't linger in the land of rice fields. They passed through its southern region and continued into their own territory. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the gates of Hidden Leaf Village. Kazayyama could have used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return directly, but Hiki was with him. While transporting himself cost only 5% of his chakra, taking someone else along consumed 15%. Only a fool would waste that much chakra on travel. In the Hokage's office, the weary pair stood before the Hokage, delivering their report on Hidden Clouds Village's actions. Hiruzen's face darkened, and Tsukumo Hatake, standing beside him, shared his grim expression. Though they had anticipated moves from Hidden Clouds Village, they hadn't expected their actions to be so swift and precise. You have done a good job on this mission. The sacrifices of Mizuno Kawa and Hironobu Yashimori were worthwhile, and the village will remember their contributions, Hiruzen said solemnly. Hiki, you should rest first. Kazayyama, you stay. Kazayyama thought bitterly, I knew I couldn't escape. During Hiki Yamanaka's report, he had casually revealed Kazayyama's ability to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It wasn't Hiki's fault. Facing the son of the third Raikage made this critical information impossible to withhold. When only Hiruzen, Tsukumo, and Kazayyama remained in the room, the Hokage turned to him. You little brat, where did you learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Kazayyama felt the weight of their stares pressing down on him. If he had a choice, he'd have preferred to keep this secret buried forever. I just learned it, he said, trying to sound earnest. I have extraordinary talent. Plus. The second Hokage appeared to me in a dream, he added, straight-faced. And then I learned it. The sincerity in Kazayyama's expression was almost too much, and the two seasoned leaders exchanged looks that said they were on the verge of either laughing or tearing their hair out from sheer exasperation. Little brat Kazayyama, Hiruzen said with a wry smile. You don't have to admit it, I've already figured it out. The scroll of seals was tampered with before, and I could never pin down who was behind it. But now it's obvious, you snuck in and learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, didn't you? Tell me, apart from the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, what other forbidden techniques have you secretly learned? Taking a puff from his pipe, Hiruzen's confidence radiated as if he had cornered Kazayyama. That's not true, Lord Hokage. How could I possibly peek at something as precious as the Scroll of Seals? Kazayyama replied, feigning innocence. At most, I peeked at the lady's graceful figures to help fill Lord Jiraiya's database with material. Humphrey, as long as I don't admit it, no one can prove I touched the Scroll of Seals, Kazayyama thought smugly. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, Hiruzen said, shaking his head. Since you've learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, you're now a Jonin of the village. I hope you can live up to this responsibility and pass on the Will of Fire. Kazayyama was stunned. How did I get a promotion for this? Hiruzen seemed to enjoy the sight of Kazayyama's twitching mouth. It was a rare sight to see someone so uniquely qualified and exasperated at the same time. After all, mastering space-time ninjutsu was no small feat. Aside from Kazayyama, only Minato no Mikaze had begun to grasp its complexity. A new force of Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen thought with satisfaction. Not bad. That's enough. You can go back and rest too, said Hiruzen firmly, cutting off any chance for Kazayyama to respond. Kazayyama left without a word. Once he was gone, Hiruzen relit his pipe, the smoke curling upward as he turned to Tsukumo. Tsukumo, what do you think? Tsukumo, who had been scrutinizing Kazayyama during the entire exchange, responded with measured words. He definitely stole the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. But considering that he's already learned it, and that it saved his companions, he's at least made some amends for his actions. He paused, his tone thoughtful. Right now, with tensions high, having a shinobi who excels in stealth and space-time ninjutsu is a major advantage. But he's no Minato. His offensive capabilities are weak. From what I've observed, his priority is retreat. By eliminating enemy sensory ninja, he ensures a clean escape. Cowardly, maybe, but effective. A flicker of energy sparked in Tsukumo's eyes as he continued. That boy's cautious nature might serve a purpose in certain situations. But the son of the third Raikage, now there's someone I'd like to test myself against. It's been too long since I've used my blade techniques against such a lightning-style ninjutsu. Hiruzen exhaled, his frustration seeping through his words. The war is near, and every bit of help matters. But still, the way that brat abused his KK Genkai to peek at the scroll of seals is infuriating. Couldn't he just work hard and earn the opportunity to learn? It's maddening. Hiruzen's grip on his pipe tightened as his anger simmered. And who knows if he'll try it again. Tsukumo chuckled lightly, the faint amusement in his voice betraying his otherwise stern demeanor. It's true. Using such a valuable KK Genkai for peeping, it's a bit unpleasant. But then again, it's effective. Kazayyama, far from the room, would have likely scoffed at their judgment. Unpleasant? So what if it's unpleasant? As long as it gets results, who cares? Hiruzen considered for a moment before proposing. Tsukumo, what do you think about placing him in the Anbu? He's young and talented, we can't let his potential go to waste. Tsukumo shook his head. No, he's not suited for the Anbu. Their work demands a killer's mindset. He doesn't have that. He prioritizes escape, not elimination. Then let's have him follow Orochimaru, Hiruzen suggested. With Orochimaru keeping an eye on him, his temperament might change for the better. Tsukumo nodded in agreement. At this stage, Orochimaru was still obedient on the surface, though both men were well aware of his underlying ambitions. Having finalized their decision, Tsukumo didn't linger. I have tasks to tend to. We need to stay vigilant, Hidden Cloud's village might strike at any moment. Left alone in the office, Hiruzen walked to the window and gazed out at the village, his expression heavy with worry. He let out a sigh. These are such troubling times. Chapter 18, A Sparring Invitation from Minato Nimikaje Chomi, My good days are coming to an end. As Kazayyama walked through the village, he couldn't help feeling a sense of helplessness. With the exposure of his Flying Thunder God Jutsu and his teleportation abilities, any hopes of maintaining a low profile had vanished. Still, he took some solace in his arsenal. He still had the multiple shadow clone jutsu and the 8 inner gates. In this cutthroat world, where survival meant devouring others before being discarded, these tools were invaluable. Chomi's voice resonated in his mind, brimming with frustration. Don't think I don't know. You're my Jinchūriki now, and I know exactly how strong you are. From what I see, if you actually gave it your all, no average Jonin could beat you. Even that muscle-bound Hidden Cloud's village ninja wouldn't stand a chance. Chomi continued, his tone dripping with exasperation. And that's without even tapping into my power. If you did, not even most Kage-level shinobi could touch you. Kazayyama wasn't having it. He shot back at Chomi's words, unapologetically blunt. What do you know? Sure, I have Kenjutsu, but I still need the chakra to use them effectively. Come on, I'm only 14. How much chakra do you think my scrawny body can handle? He shook his head, picturing his recent opponent. Did you see the size of the third Raikage's son? His arm is thicker than my waist. Forget it, let's not pick a fight with him. Chomi paused for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. You're right. You're right. You're right. When Kazayyama finally made it home, he was greeted by the sight of his younger brother. A genuine smile crossed his face. No matter how chaotic the world was, his family remained his anchor. Antebai-sami, I'm home. He handed over a handful of money. Here, the payment for this mission. Abai-sami looked at the stack in his hand, momentarily stunned. How much is this? I did the math, it's about 115,000 ryo. The mission itself hadn't paid nearly that much. With 2 team members lost in battle, most of the official compensation went to their families. He and Toki had each received only 10,000 ryo, but the rest? That had come from the Hidden Cloud's village ninja they had taken down. It was hard not to be impressed. Hidden Cloud's village shinobi seemed to make a fortune from their missions in the land of hot water. Abai-sami blinked in disbelief. Why is there so much? What kind of mission was it? B rank? A rank? Kazayyama considered the question for a moment. Recalling his clash with the son of the Raikage, he decided that an ordinary A rank mission wouldn't have come close to the difficulty they'd faced. It should count as an E rank mission, he said casually. Lord Hokage assigned it personally, so I didn't have much choice. I didn't have time to tell you either. Abai-sami's gaze lingered on his dust-covered appearance, but whatever words she had planned to say faded away as she took in the state of him. Haha, I'm fine. I'm back alive, aren't I? Kazayyama said with a laugh. And because I completed this mission, my rank will be promoted to Jonin. From now on, I'll finally be able to walk around the village with some real authority. Jonin are the backbone of a ninja village. Their strength and numbers are a key factor in determining a village's overall power. Hidden Leaf Village had maintained its leadership among the 5 great ninja villages not only because of its generations of geniuses but also due to its large number of capable Jonin. Jonin. Abaisami said, her expression darkening. Be more careful on future missions, and if all else fails, run. Running away in the heat of battle is better than losing your life. Perhaps it was the thought of losing her loved ones and friends, but her face reflected deep worry. As a survivor of war, she understood its cruelty all too well. Don't worry, Kazayyama replied lightly. If it comes to fighting, I might not be great, but when it comes to running, I'm definitely the best in all of Hidden Leaf Village. Chomi, however, couldn't resist silently scoffing at his words. In the days that followed, Kazayyama registered his Jonin status. He barely had time to enjoy his new rank when he was stopped in his tracks. No, Minato. Why do you have to spar with me? Minato grinned. Ha, I learned from sensei. I didn't expect this, Kazayyama. You've also learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Kazayyama immediately understood. The third Hokage must have asked Jiraiya to inform Minato that he had mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, knowing Minato would insist on testing him. I have to hand it to them. These people in high positions, they're all sick in the head. Minato had come directly to him, and there was no way out. Having been classmates with Minato, Kazayyama knew his personality all too well. His persistence explained why Naruto Uzumaki turned out so stubborn, like father, like son. Once Minato set his mind on something, nothing could change it. Yes, I know the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Minato, don't you know it as well? It's nothing special. The instant Kazayyama admitted it, Minato's eyes lit up like a child discovering a new toy. Kazayyama, let's spar. Just the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Great, Kazayyama thought grimly. What I feared the most is happening. Sparring? Absolutely not. With Minato's reflexes, he was leagues above Kazayyama. He might not even match the third Raikage's son, whom Kazayyama had previously encountered. Fighting Minato would be suicide. Well, Minato, Kazayyama said with a practiced casualness, I've only just mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I'm not very skilled with it yet. Forget the sparring, but we can exchange techniques instead, don't you think? He pulled out one of his kunai etched with the Flying Thunder God formula. Minato's face lit up even more, and from behind him, he retrieved one of his own kunai. It wasn't just any kunai, though, it had a distinctive, customized design, unlike the standard type. This is my special ninja blade and technique. What do you think? Minato said, clearly proud. Awesome. Kazayyama responded, masking his reluctance. The middle schooler version of Minato Namikaze had logged on, his enthusiasm boundless. The sword of love. Minato, your taste is still just as... Kazayyama trailed off, failing to mask his discomfort. Minato chuckled at the jab but soon turned his attention to Kazayyama's kunai. His smile faltered. The words on Kazayyama's kunai made him freeze. Your father is here? Minato thought in disbelief. What kind of person etches something so ridiculous into a jutsu formula? This is beyond absurd. Kazayyama didn't seem to notice Minato's shock and continued smoothly. Minato, do you know any other uses for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? This question snapped Minato out of his daze. You mean the Flying Thunder God, mutually instantaneous revolving jutsu? Minato's eyes sparkled with recognition. He had always been aware of this technique. However, as the sole user of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he had never had anyone to collaborate with to try it out. Yeah, exactly. We each mark the other's body with the technique. Then, using the Flying Thunder God, we can teleport alternately. What an incredible ninjutsu, Kazayyama remarked, gesturing theatrically as he spoke. The Flying Thunder God, mutually instantaneous revolving jutsu was undeniably a formidable ability. However, it came with a critical requirement: both participants had to be ordinary humans. If one of them wasn't, well, things could get interesting. Chapter 19, The Fear Dominated by Kushina. Yes, the mutually instantaneous revolving jutsu, if used well, is absolutely an excellent weapon on the battlefield. Minato looked at the technique engraved on his kunai, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. Come on, Minato, let's try it? Hearing this, Minato's curiosity about the new technique was completely piqued, and he agreed without hesitation. Okay, let's do it. We'll both leave our jutsu on each other and try it. With that, the two marked each other with their respective jutsu. Kazayyama's Your Father Is Here imprint appeared on Minato, while the Sword of Love seal from Minato was etched onto Kazayyama. Kazayyama suddenly hurled a kunai. As it hit the ground, he placed his hand against his chest and announced, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Swish. In an instant, Minato vanished, replaced by Kazayyama's kunai. Meanwhile, Minato reappeared tens of meters away, precisely where the kunai had landed. Ha ha ha. It really works. With your jutsu on me, I can teleport anywhere you've marked under your control. The mutually instantaneous revolving jutsu is really useful. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God jutsu once more, returning to Kazayyama's side. He was laughing joyfully. After all, he'd always teleported solo before, but now someone could join him. The feeling of flying around with a partner was exhilarating. Kazayyama also smiled, but something in his expression carried an odd hint of mischief. It really is very useful, Minato. Want to try the distance? See if you can teleport to the coordinates I've left behind? Minato nodded, confident in his abilities. Come on, partner, let me fly a little further. Had Jiraiya been present, he would have warned the young and eager Minato to be cautious. Kazayyama was notorious for his ruthless tricks. Get ready, Minato. I'm going to use my technique. Kazayyama announced, preparing for the long-distance teleportation. Minato nodded eagerly. In the next moment, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu activated, and Minato vanished in a flash of light. As soon as Minato disappeared, Kazayyama sprang into action. He quickly erased the Sword of Love technique Minato had left on him, then bolted without hesitation. Meanwhile, Minato only saw a brilliant flash before, the once empty field in front of Minato instantly transformed into a steamy, humid space. Confused, he glanced around, trying to understand where he was, when a piercing shout shattered the silence. Ah! There's a pervert. A pervert sneaking into the women's bathroom. Catch the pervert. Minato froze on the spot, his brain scrambling to process the situation. The steam around him, it was hot air, damp and thick. And then it hit him. Why was he in a bathhouse? Kazayyama, you bastard, you've really done it this time. Mortified, Minato's sharp mind whirled with panic. The glaring white towels and the chaotic scene before him made his heart race. This wasn't the time to think about Sensei Jiraiya or his antics. No, this was far worse. He instinctively prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God, mutually instantaneous revolving jutsu, channeling chakra to escape. But the moment his energy flared, he realized something dreadful. Kazayyama had erased the mark Minato had left on him. That guy planned this all along. Damn it, he had to get out of here first. Unlike Kazayyama, who had scattered coordinates throughout the village, all of Minato's marks were on himself, leaving him stranded. The angry cries of the women quickly turned into action. A barrage of clothing, towels, soaps, and scrubbers hurtled at him. Amidst the chaos, Minato even spotted those other items too, and the sight made his cheeks burn redder than an apple. With no other options, he bolted for the nearest window, leaping through it to escape in a frantic, clumsy retreat. But the damage was done. By the end of the day, word had spread like wildfire. Minato no Mikaze had fallen from the sky into the women's bathhouse. The entire village was abuzz with the scandal. Kazayyama laughed until he could barely breathe, collapsing in fits of uncontrollable mirth. His victory was sweet, but his gloating would be short-lived. That night, the door to Kazayyama's house rattled with an urgent knock. When he opened it, he was greeted not with words, but with a straight punch to the face. Ouch! Who just ambushed me? Kazayyama, who had been casually chatting with Ebi-Sami, was completely caught off guard. The punch struck him squarely in the face, leaving him with a throbbing black eye. Dazed, he turned toward the door, and the sight before him instantly made him break into a cold sweat. Standing there was Kushina Uzumaki, her flowing red hair framing a face filled with fiery rage. Known as Hidden Leaf Village's red-hot-blooded habanero, she radiated an aura that could terrify even the bravest shinobi. Oh no! Sister Kushina, it's you. What's going on? That really hurt. Kazayyama stammered, his voice tinged with panic. He already had an idea why she was there, though. Standing right behind her, battered and covered in scars, was none other than Minato no Mikaze. Humphrey. Now do you understand why I punched you? Kushina asked, cracking her knuckles with a menacing crunch. For the first time in a long while, Kazayyama felt true terror, the kind that seeped into his bones. Kushina's reputation wasn't just for show, her ferocity was legendary, surpassing mere violence, it bordered on brutality. Kazayyama began to stammer, but Kushina cut him off. I'm warning you, don't even think about using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to escape, she said coldly. With that punch, I've already transferred Minato's jutsu onto your face. What? Kazayyama was stunned, his mind racing. Does that punch have additional effects now? Minato, standing silently behind Kushina, held up a ninja blade marked with a familiar technique. His expression was calm, but the implication was clear. If Kazayyama even tried to teleport, the pair would catch him immediately, no matter where he went. Kazayyama forced a shaky laugh, sweat pouring down his face. Come on, why would I run? We're friends, right? No need for anything drastic. Haha. His nervous chuckle trailed off as he realized there was no escape. This is it, he thought grimly. I'm done for. I won't be able to avoid this one. What followed was pure chaos. Kushina launched into a relentless, merciless assault, leaving Kazayyama completely at her mercy. The scene was so brutal that even Chomi, the Seven Tails watching from within, refused to show his presence. He silently reminded himself that Kushina, future Jinchūriki or not, was a member of the formidable Uzumaki clan. With chakra reserves and power like hers, she wasn't someone to provoke. I'm just a poor Seven Tails, Chomi thought to himself, better stay hidden and avoid detection. It was said that Kazayyama didn't leave his room for an entire week after that day, spending all his time recovering. However, despite the ordeal, the incident seemed to strengthen the bond between Minato, Kushina, and Kazayyama. The three grew closer, and Minato and Kazayyama, in particular, began working together more frequently on refining the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Interestingly, after the bathhouse fiasco, Minato seemed to develop a new level of enthusiasm for the technique. While Kazayyama often found himself as the one implementing Minato's ideas, the latter's interest in the technical nuances of the jutsu became almost obsessive. Kazayyama couldn't help but feel confused. In his past life, Minato Namikaze was always regarded as a gentleman, someone noble and dignified. Gentleman? Kazayyama thought to himself. Where? Minato's clearly a deeply hidden pervert. Chapter 20, Orochimaru takes a disciple, Kazayyama demands a gift. Kazayyama returned from his trip to the land of hot water with significant turnings, allowing him a rare period of leisure. His reappearance at the academy, however, sparked groans of despair among the students. The sight of their demon sensei was enough to send many into a panic. Yet, some met his return with confidence, none more so than Kakashi and Obito. Humphrey. So you, the demon sensei, are back. Obito exclaimed. I'll have you know that my concealment techniques have improved significantly. You'll never find me this time. Kakashi remained silent, but his sharp gaze and slight smirk revealed a quiet confidence. Really? Ha ha, let's play hide and seek, then, Kazayyama said, his laughter echoing across the training ground. Everyone. 5 minutes to prepare. With that, the torturous game of hide and seek began. As soon as the words left his mouth, the students scattered in all directions, vanishing into what they believed to be foolproof hiding spots. Kazayyama activated his hive mind, scanning the area as his vision sharpened. Watching the students dive into their chosen hiding spots, he couldn't help but chuckle. The chaotic flurry of attempts to outwit him was a sight he'd grown fond of. Once the 5 minutes were up, Kazayyama began his game of peekaboo. One by one, he systematically found each student, their hiding spots no match for his keen eyes and expertise. In the end, only Kakashi and Obito remained unfound, which made him pause with some respect. Surviving the first round of his search was no small feat, and the two had clearly made significant progress in their skills. Not bad, Kazayyama remarked. But unfortunately, not good enough. Leaping onto the academy roof, he landed with practiced ease. His feet came to rest on 2 tiles, and he gave a sly grin. What, still not showing yourselves? He said mockingly. Do I have to step on you? Beneath his feet were none other than Kakashi and Obito, cleverly transformed into tiles using the transformation jutsu. The two had gone to great lengths, first discarding the original tiles, then perfectly blending into the rooftop. Their strategy was creative and meticulous. However, Kazayyama's hive mind had already shifted into its advanced compound eyes form, greatly enhancing his perceptive abilities. Though their disguises were seamless to the naked eye, they were no match for his heightened vision. Boom. 2 thuds echoed simultaneously as Kakashi and Obito reverted to their original forms, pinned firmly under Kazayyama's foot. Really? How did you find us? Obito yelled in frustration. We hit so well, it took us forever to come up with that plan. But no matter how much he protested, Kazayyama's firm grip kept him rooted to the spot, unable to move. Hey, Kazayyama chuckled. You've both improved, but it's still not enough. He paused, ready to offer some advice. Next time, suddenly, a cold, oppressive aura rose behind him, cutting his sentence short. His instincts flared, and with a flash, he darted away from his position. Who? Kazayyama spun around, eyes sharp as he scanned the area behind him. The unexpected shift startled Kakashi and Obito, who quickly scrambled to their feet, their attention now focused on the ominous presence. Hey, not bad, came a hoarse, chilling voice. Kazayyama's heart tightened at the sound, his body instinctively tensing. A pale figure emerged from the shadows, exuding a sinister, malevolent energy. It was Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Hidden Leaf Village and the prized disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His pale skin and pride-filled eyes radiated an aura of cold authority, and his power was palpable, undeniably Kage level. Kazayyama's mind raced. Though still a teenager and technically an assistant teacher at the academy, he had managed to detect Orochimaru's presence, a feat that even the Sannin seemed to find surprising. Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile as he studied the boy. No wonder. I've had the feeling someone was watching me. It turns out it was you, Lord Orochimaru, Kazayyama said calmly, his voice steady despite the tense atmosphere. I wonder what brings you here to see me? Though he was face to face with one of the most formidable shinobi in the village, Kazayyama showed no fear. He stood his ground confidently. After all, they were still within Hidden Leaf Village, and Kazayyama was certain Orochimaru wouldn't dare act against him here. Hey, you are worthy of being promoted to Jonin by the old man. Just from this perception and insight, you are indeed not bad. Orochimaru's voice carried a rare hint of approval. The old man said that you should report to the Hokage building tomorrow to receive your promotion order. He had been observing the entire game of hide-and-seek. Although the concealment techniques of this group of students seemed rudimentary to him, Kazayyama Gecko had found everyone with such speed and precision that it made their efforts seem utterly futile. To Orochimaru, who was notoriously difficult to impress, this performance warranted a rare, faint smile of acknowledgement. The Gecko clan's transparent escape jutsu, coupled with their KK Genkai, had already garnered a reputation, but for someone like Kazayyama to have also mastered the Flying Thunder God jutsu was remarkable. His abilities had not gone unnoticed. Orochimaru found himself seriously considering the potential of this young ninja. Even for someone as demanding as Orochimaru, Kazayyama's skill was alluring enough to spark interest. Kazayyama, are you interested in becoming my disciple? Orochimaru asked, his tone as smooth and captivating as ever, hiding the predator's intent behind a veneer of charm. Kazayyama froze, disbelief flashing across his face. Did I hear that correctly? He thought, almost unable to process the question. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, wanted to take him on as an apprentice? Was the sun rising in the west today? But then the thought settled, and Kazayyama began to rationalize. Orochimaru was still loyal to Hidden Leaf Village at this point. Even though rumors hinted at some clandestine experiments, publicly, he was still the celebrated Sannin and a leading candidate for the Hokage title. From that perspective, it made sense for someone of his caliber to seek out a prodigious disciple. Kazayyama's eyes narrowed slightly, considering the implications. A part of him felt drawn to the prospect. After all, Orochimaru wasn't just a ninja, he was also the preeminent scientist in the Naruto world. Becoming his apprentice would mean access to groundbreaking research and techniques. If Kazayyama played his cards right, he could gain far more than just training. Half of his scientific research would become mine, Kazayyama mused with a sly internal smirk. No, even more than half, after all, isn't it natural for an apprentice to inherit a master's knowledge? In the depths of Kazayyama's mind, Chomi, his inner voice of reason, or perhaps cynicism, grumbled in exasperation, what the? Why does anything immoral seem perfectly reasonable when it comes to you? Hey, are you hesitating, Kazayyama? Orochimaru's voice slithered through the air, his piercing gaze locked on Kazayyama. The silence had lingered too long, and Orochimaru couldn't help but voice his curiosity. It puzzled him. He was one of the Sannin, the most revered ninjas in the entire ninja world. In Hidden Leaf Village, only a select few could match his renown or strength. To be offered an apprenticeship under him was a dream many dared not even entertain. Yet here stood Kazayyama, hesitating. Even though Kazayyama Gecko was on the brink of promotion to Jonin, until the Hokage officially signed the order, he was still just a Chunin. For someone at his rank, this opportunity should have been nothing short of monumental. Huh? Kazayyama finally broke the silence, his expression serious as he met Orochimaru's gaze. Lord Orochimaru is joking. Why would I hesitate? This is a great thing. It's just that. I am indeed thinking about something. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He was pleased the young ninja accepted, but what exactly was he thinking about? What are you thinking about, Kazayyama? Orochimaru asked, his curiosity piqued. Kazayyama didn't flinch. Instead, he responded with a boldness that momentarily startled even Orochimaru. I was thinking, since you, Lord Orochimaru, are going to take me as your disciple, what will be the initiation gift? You are one of the Sannin. I'm sure you won't be stingy with your disciple, right? For a moment, Orochimaru said nothing. His usual composure faltered as he processed the audacious statement. Orochimaru. Nearby, Kakashi and Obito, who had apparently been eavesdropping from the shadows, struggled to contain their reactions. Kakashi, what did I just witness? My god. Obito Uchiha, damn it. You can do that? I need to find someone to take me as a disciple too. Who should I pick? Orochimaru's silence didn't last long. A laugh bubbled up from within him, growing into a rare, hearty laugh that echoed through the room. Ha ha ha. His smile widened, genuine and unrestrained, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Ever since he had accomplished something notable, everyone had treated him with great respect. He never expected to encounter such a brat who casually demanded things. Interesting, Orochimaru thought to himself. Very interesting. Chapter 21, The Gift in Hand, Body Replacement Jutsu. Kazayyama didn't care about Orochimaru's reaction. If Orochimaru wanted him as a disciple, acceptance was a necessary gift, otherwise, Kazayyama would simply walk away. Besides, Orochimaru was now a cornerstone of Hidden Leaf Village, refusing publicly wasn't an option for him. Hey. Alright, I'll accept you as my disciple, Orochimaru said with a sinister grin. As for the gift you mentioned, come with me. With that, Orochimaru turned and leapt down, heading toward the academy's exit. Kazayyama's mouth curled into a slight smirk. It would be foolish not to seize an opportunity like this. Even if the other party was Orochimaru, when it came to underhanded schemes, Kazayyama considered himself an expert. You two, go back to class. It's over, he instructed sharply, leaving no room for argument. I've got a fortune to cash in on. With those parting words, Kazayyama flashed away, leaping off the roof to follow Orochimaru. Orochimaru's residence wasn't located in the village center. His obsession with ninjutsu and science had driven him to seek a quieter environment, so he had relocated his home and laboratory to the outskirts. The house, surrounded by trees, was small but radiated an unsettling aura. Several snakes, clearly Orochimaru's guards, slithered about, spitting venom near the entrance. Welcome, Kazayyama, Orochimaru said with a sly grin. I must say, since I moved here, very few people have come. He entered the house, his pale clothing slightly illuminating the dark interior. Wow, Lord Orochimaru, Kazayyama said casually, you really live up to the title of Hidden Leaf Village's coldest ninja and master of snakes. This place. I wouldn't last a day. As he spoke, Kazayyama mentally noted the flying thunder god jutsu seals he'd placed along the way as a precaution. With his escape route secured, he felt little fear. Haha, geniuses are lonely, aren't they? Orochimaru mused. Here, this is a gift for you. From today onward, you'll be my disciple. From a nearby box, Orochimaru casually retrieved two scrolls. One was labeled ninja, and the other snake. The sight of the scrolls made Kazayyama's eyes gleam. The first was surely about ninjutsu, while the second could be related to summoning or something similarly intriguing. Oh? Oh dear, sensei, please accept my respect, Kazayyama said with exaggerated politeness, flashing a quick smile. He bowed deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle, then swiftly snatched the scrolls from Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru's amused smile remained intact, unaffected by Kazayyama's antics. Kazayyama, what do you think of KK Genkai? He asked, watching his apprentice's excitement. Kazayyama shrugged, replying casually, not much. They're useless. He gestured at himself. Master, look at me. I'm a KK Genkai user too. What's the result? Aside from gathering intelligence, what else can I do? It was true, the transparent escape jutsu's primary value lay in espionage and surprise attacks. Beyond that, it offered little utility. Hey, but even that is a gift, isn't it? Orochimaru countered. If not for the transparent escape jutsu, you wouldn't have been able to spy on the scroll of seals so boldly. Kazayyama's expression stiffened slightly. Here we go again. No matter what was said, he, Kazayyama Gecko, would never admit to it. Sensei, you're joking. I really didn't do that. Orochimaru smiled faintly, letting the matter drop. He had no need to press Kazayyama for the truth. His interest in Kazayyama had started at the request of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsukumo Hatake. Initially, Orochimaru had merely intended to observe the young ninja. But the potential Kazayyama had displayed was undeniable, enough to change Orochimaru's mind about taking him as an apprentice. After all, to observe closely. He. That was the best approach. That's enough for today. Remember the location and come back early tomorrow morning, Orochimaru said calmly. Since you are my disciple, it is important to cooperate with my experiments. Kazayyama's smile froze momentarily. Orochimaru's words suggested he intended to use him as an experiment subject. His mind immediately turned to Anko Mitarashi, Orochimaru's previous disciple. Hadn't she been used as a test subject for the cursed seal? Not that he particularly cared about the cursed seal, it was just a defective derivative of senjutsu. He was confident he could overcome it if needed. After all, his system could grant him new attributes whenever necessary. When he'd received the scroll earlier, something strange had happened. He had inexplicably learned a new ninjutsu. It wasn't one he liked very much, body replacement jutsu, mud form. While undeniably practical, the technique wasn't appealing. Turning into a puddle of mud wasn't exactly dignified. Then again, someone like Orochimaru might appreciate it. Yes, sensei. I will definitely be here tomorrow, Kazayyama said with a practiced smile. He bowed politely and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to leave without delay. Orochimaru's laughter echoed softly behind him. Hee, you're very cautious. It seems you left a jutsu in the village. Pausing for a moment, Orochimaru muttered to himself, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Hey. For some reason, a flicker of disdain crossed Orochimaru's face as he repeated the name. After leaving Orochimaru, Kazayyama didn't head home. Instead, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and teleported straight to a friend. Oh? Kazayyama, why are you here? And wait, when did you place a jutsu on me? The speaker was none other than Minato no Mikaze, who at that moment was diligently practicing ninjutsu in an open training ground. Well, it was training in name, but there was an air of ease about it. Standing nearby was Minato's sensei, Jiraiya, his unmistakable white hair catching the sunlight. Hey? Kazayyama, why are you here? Jiraiya called out. Don't tell me you've brought some new material? To Jiraiya, Kazayyama Gecko was practically a walking library of inspiration, and he envied the seemingly endless well of content Kazayyama possessed. Calm down, Minato. Forget the techniques for now, Kazayyama said dismissively. I have some good news to share, I've become a disciple. The real reason Kazayyama had come was to share this news with Minato no Mikaze. After all, Minato constantly talked about his sensei. Every other sentence seemed to start with, my sensei said. Or my sensei taught me. It had been driving Kazayyama crazy. Now, things were different. Kazayyama had a sensei of his own, and he was eager to show Minato that he was no less impressive. Oh? Kazayyama, you've found a sensei? Jiraiya asked with a hearty laugh. Who's the poor soul that got stuck with you? Jiraiya was all too familiar with Kazayyama's antics. This was a kid who excelled at scheming and mischief but treated training like it was a death sentence. Kazayyama grinned mischievously and said, Lord Jiraiya, my sensei is just like you, one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru. That proclamation left both Jiraiya and Minato momentarily stunned. Neither had expected Kazayyama to choose Orochimaru as his sensei. Recovering from their surprise, Kazayyama turned his gaze to Minato with a smirk. Minato, do you remember our bet? What would you do if I found a sensei? He added with a teasing edge, his expression practically dripping with mockery. Minato, faced with Kazayyama's smug grin, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Chapter 22, Fugaku. I like you. What? Minato, what did you bet with Kazayyama? Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, perked up at the mention of a bet. He had an unusual fascination with wagers, largely because his secret love, Tsunade, was a notorious gambler. Sensei, Minato's face turned red in an instant. It was clear the terms of the bet were highly inappropriate. Ha ha ha. Minato, remember what you said to me back then? If I ever got myself a sensei, you'd go and confess your love to Fugaku Uchiha. Kazayyama laughed, giving Minato a hearty pat on the shoulder. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected the stakes of their bet to be so outrageous, and so in line with the reckless boldness of teenagers. But Fugaku Uchiha, the strongest young Uchiha of a generation, and likely the future clan head? What was Kazayyama thinking, pushing Minato to confess to him? You don't get it, Lord Jiraiya, Kazayyama explained with a grin that stretched ear to ear. Fugaku Uchiha is the strongest young Uchiha there. He's definitely worthy of Minato. Meanwhile, Minato was wearing a strained smile. It was true that Fugaku was an impressive figure, but he was also a guy. If Minato actually went through with this, Fugaku would probably activate his Sharingan and hunt him down. Kazayyama, can we renegotiate this bet? You know Fugaku and I are on good terms, Minato pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. If I confess my love to him, he'll kill me. Minato's face darkened as he imagined Fugaku chasing him down with deadly precision. Despite his reservations, Minato was always a man of his word, and a bet was a bet. Kazayyama, can't we change it? I'll give you some secret ninjutsu instead, he offered, clearly grasping at straws. Jiraiya, seeing his student in such an awkward position, couldn't resist stepping in. Hey, Kazayyama, let's be reasonable here. Just take the ninjutsu and let the kid off the hook, he said with a slight frown. But Kazayyama wouldn't budge. The memory of Minato spilling everything to Kushina, and the subsequent week of merciless beatings, was still fresh. That had been an entire week of bruises, and Kazayyama had been so battered he couldn't even leave his house. No, this was his moment for revenge. Humphrey. A real man keeps his word. Minato declared resolutely, clearly resigned to his fate. Without hesitation, he started running toward the village. Kazayyama burst into laughter and followed him, leaving Jiraiya standing there, speechless. For some reason, Jiraiya couldn't shake the feeling that ever since these two had met, Minato had slowly but surely been led astray. At this time, the Uchiha clan's situation in Hidden Leaf Village wasn't as dire as it would eventually become. Their residence was still centrally located within the village. However, due to their large numbers, the Uchiha compound was positioned slightly farther out than the Gecko clan's area, which only housed 2 members. Soon enough, Minato and Kazayyama arrived at the Uchiha residence, their eyes scanning for Fugaku. After considerable searching, they finally located him. Unfortunately for Fugaku, he was surrounded by a group of young Uchiha, all eagerly chattering and vying for his attention. Kazayyama found the situation absolutely hilarious, while Minato, standing frozen beside him, looked utterly helpless. "Go on, Minato. Show me your courage," Kazayyama said with a mischievous laugh before shoving Minato forward. At the same time, he activated the transparent escape jutsu and vanished from sight. "I'll be watching, ha ha ha. Go on." Kazayyama's voice echoed in Minato's ears, despite his invisibility. Minato took a deep breath, forcing himself to muster what courage he could. Then, he took a determined step forward. For a brief moment, even Kazayyama was impressed. It really did feel like watching a brave warrior heading into battle, never to return. Fugaku, a few years older than both Minato and Kazayyama, had progressed quickly since graduation. Now the squad leader of the Uchiha Guard unit, he had earned considerable respect within his clan. Meanwhile, Minato, a rising star among the younger generation, had established a reputation for exceptional talent. The two had engaged in numerous private sparring matches, and over time, their rivalry had transformed into a solid friendship. As for the wager, that was entirely Kazayyama's doing. Even now, Kazayyama couldn't stop his wild imagination. He envisioned a distant future where Minato's son and Fugaku's son would fall in love, only for their tragic fates to lead them to kill one another. The idea of their fathers sharing an awkward, ill-fated bond as a result was enough to send Kazayyama into a fit of mental laughter. Just picturing himself one day introducing his future self to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, Kazayyama Gecko. "I was a witness to your father's love story." The sheer absurdity of it made Kazayyama want to burst out laughing. "Hold it in. You must hold it in. Kazayyama, you're downright wicked, you know that? Minato's a good guy, and Fugaku's not bad either. And yet, you told Minato to confess his feelings? You're really out here causing chaos for both of them. TSK, I have to admit, you're a terrible person. But honestly, I love it. Now hurry up and get me some insect snacks. I need something to munch on while I watch the show." Kazayyama laughed and quickly pulled a bottle from his pocket, taking out a number of insects and pressing them against his chest. As his chakra surged, the insects were sealed and absorbed. This was how he had been feeding Chomi. Using the gaps in Fuinjutsu, he threw the insects in. The scene shifted back to Minato. By now, Minato was almost in front of Fugaku. Fugaku, noticing his good friend, greeted him warmly. "Yo, Minato. Long time no see. Why are you at the Uchiha camp? Is there something you need from me?" The young men around Fugaku eyed Minato with a touch of seriousness. As contemporaries, they all knew the fame of the genius Minato. That. Minato hesitated, torn on how to begin. The thought of Kazayyama lurking nearby, invisibly enjoying the spectacle, made him feel both frustrated and exasperated. Why did he make that stupid bet with that jerk? Hey. This is all because of my shallow thinking. I can't even blame anyone else. What's wrong, Minato? Why are you stammering? Just say what's on your mind. If I can help, I definitely will. Fugaku assumed Minato needed help with something and felt quite pleased. To him, being asked for help was a sign of trust and recognition, something Uchiha valued deeply as proof of their strength. Minato felt like his voice was going to give out. Gritting his teeth, he finally yelled, "Fugaku, I like you." The words had barely left his mouth when he suddenly felt a push from behind. Losing his balance, he stumbled forward. In the next instant, Minato, with his yellow hair, found himself in Fugaku's arms. "Fugaku? What's going on?" "Minato, Kazayyama. I'm going to kill you." Chapter 23, Draw Your Blade, Minato. With those words, Fugaku was embraced by Minato after his heartfelt declaration of love. A brief silence followed, broken only by the muffled sounds of people trying to stifle their laughter. Minato's mind went completely blank. He lost the ability to think, his usual carefree demeanor shattered by the shock. Fugaku was no different, utterly stunned by the unexpected situation. Yet, he continued holding Minato, as if his body had refused to let go. You guys. Finally, the silence was broken by a young Uchiha. His eyes bulged so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head. Holy shit, Fugaku, let go of me. Minato snapped out of his stupor, quickly breaking free of Fugaku's embrace. Fugaku, on the other hand, stood frozen. The sudden disappearance of Minato from his arms left him completely dazed, unable to process what had just happened. Minato no Mikaze confessed to brother Fugaku? The murmurs of the young Uchiha men grew louder as they began piecing things together. The looks they gave Minato and Fugaku were full of complexity. One was the village's golden genius, the other an Uchiha prodigy. The notion of these two being involved seemed unreal, even impossible. Minato quickly waved his hands toward Fugaku, panic evident in his voice. No, Fugaku, let me explain. Fugaku finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing Minato's frantic gestures, a chill ran down his spine. Without thinking, he took a step back, shaking his head. No, don't come any closer. Minato, it's impossible between us. I like women, not men. Fear gripped Fugaku as he stared at Minato. The blonde hair he usually saw as harmless now seemed like the scythe of death, and Minato's outstretched hands were the grasping tentacles of hell itself. Fugaku, I didn't. Let me explain. Minato hesitated, unable to say anything. The whole situation was too embarrassing. Fugaku, still backing away, looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. Minato, I never thought you'd have such thoughts about me. Do you realize how dangerous those thoughts are? And what about Kushina? How could you do this to her? The mention of Kushina's name detonated like an atomic bomb in Minato's mind. He had been so caught up in the ridiculous bet that he hadn't considered the consequences. If Kushina found out, there was no doubt she'd kill him, or worse. His thoughts spiraled as he recalled the last time he had crossed Kushina's line. The memory of being caught sneaking into the women's bathhouse flashed vividly in his mind. Fugaku, listen to me. No, I won't listen, Minato. I didn't think you were like this. I made a bet with Kazayyama. I don't really like you. Fugaku trembled again. A bet? He was being used as part of a bet? Damn Minato no Mikaze, what did he take him for? Tricked him into giving his first hug and confessed love, all because of a stupid bet? In an instant, anger surged in Fugaku's heart like a storm. Hey, I treated you as a friend, and you treated me as a bet? Fugaku's tone grew sharp, his expression icy. Minato, don't say another word. Draw your sword. Today, I'll teach you the consequences of using the Uchiha as a bet. Don't worry, after I'm done with you, I'll deal with that bastard Kazayyama. He'll keep you company soon enough. In a flash, the crimson glow of Fugaku's 3 Tomoe Sharingan emerged. His one's Kamura turned razor sharp, like a blade unsheathed, radiating lethal intent. No, Fugaku, I didn't mean it like that. Hey, come on, don't take it seriously. Fugaku ignored Minato's desperate pleas. Drawing the long sword from his back, he charged without hesitation. Prepare to die, Minato. I'll show you the price of messing with the Uchiha. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. With a roar, a massive fireball burst forth. The intense heat surged toward Minato like an unstoppable wave. Fugaku, I really didn't mean it. Minato shouted in panic, barely evading the attack with a hurried body flicker jutsu. But Fugaku, fueled by anger, had no intention of letting him off so easily. If the fireball couldn't finish him, then his sword would. In the middle of the village, under the watchful eyes of bystanders, Minato bolted in a full sprint. Behind him, Fugaku gave chase, sword gleaming in hand. The two streaked through the streets, playing an impromptu game of deadly tag. Kazayyama was laughing so hard he was nearly falling over. Alongside Chomi, he couldn't stop himself. Ding. Sensing that the host has caused the incident of Minato confessing his love to Fugaku, special reward, +5 ninjutsu. Ding. Sensing that the host has caused the incident of Minato and Fugaku chasing each other, special reward, +5 ganjutsu. Ha ha ha. The rewards had been credited, and Kazayyama couldn't contain his laughter. Oh, yes, there's still something I haven't done. Watching the two leave, Kazayyama suddenly remembered his current state of vulnerability. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and teleported to the center of the village. Still using the transparent escape jutsu, he remained undetectable. Moving quickly, he scanned the streets for his target. Within moments, he spotted them near the mission hall, a figure with unmistakable red hair. It was Kushina, the future Jinchūriki of the Ninetales, the wife of Minato, and famously known as Hidden Leaf Village's Red Hot Habanero. Oh, it's you, Sister Kushina. Huh? Kazayyama, how are you? What? Are you here to pick up a mission too? Due to her relationship with Minato, Kushina had always been friendly toward Kazayyama. "No, I'm not here to pick up a mission. I came to see you." Kushina blinked in surprise. "Huh? See me? What for?" Kazayyama's expression abruptly turned solemn. His eyes glimmered red with mock despair as he let out a dramatic shout. "Sister Kushina, I really didn't mean it. I just made a bet with Minato. If I could find a sensei, he promised to do something for me. So, I casually told him to confess his love to Fugaku as a joke, but he took it seriously. It was obviously a joke, but he actually hugged Fugaku." As Kazayyama continued, he noticed a distinct shift in Kushina's demeanor. Her previously calm breathing grew heavier, and her crimson hair began to lift ominously. "I know I was wrong, and I came here especially to apologize to you. Minato and Sister Kushina are a match made in heaven, but because of my nonsense, Minato and Fugaku are now running through the village like fools. I'm sorry, big sister. I was wrong. I really didn't expect Minato and Fugaku to have such feelings." With a dramatic flourish, Kazayyama bowed at a full 90-degree angle, his tone drenched in sincerity. Of course, if he hadn't kept his head down with a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips, it might have been even more convincing. Chapter 24, Minato no Mikage's double-dealing Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot-blooded habanero of Hidden Leaf Village. The Uzumaki clan, known for their immense chakra reserves and mastery of Fuinjutsu, had produced many formidable individuals, and Kushina was no exception. Despite her cute and youthful appearance, her fiery temper was legendary. To put it bluntly, she had the heart of a shrew. Kazayyama's casual words were enough to ignite her infamous temper. Without a single word, she turned into a red streak of lightning, charging straight toward the Uchiha camp. Watching her storm off, Kazayyama burst into hearty laughter. "Kazayyama boy, you really are good at scheming. I reckon that brat Minato will get a good beating this time," he muttered, snorting in satisfaction. "Let him learn a lesson for betraying me last time. Alright, let's head home. We've got to report to Orochimaru tomorrow. Life isn't easy." Sure enough, his words ensured that Minato didn't escape unscathed. When Kushina finally found him, Minato was still running for his life, being relentlessly pursued by Fugaku. The moment Kushina spotted him, Minato knew something was very wrong. Her aura was blazing with anger, and her expression practically screamed that he was in deep trouble. "Minato no Mikage, don't run away. If you're a man, stop." Fugaku yelled furiously as he continued chasing him. To Kushina, however, Fugaku's words carried a completely different meaning. In her mind, they sounded more like, "Minato no Mikage, don't run away. You're a scumbag who toyed with my emotions." The actual intent was entirely different, but her interpretation wasn't far off from how it felt to her. Minato, still darting through the village, was in utter disbelief. What the heck? That's the complete opposite of what he meant. It's been totally twisted. "Kushina, let me explain." Minato shouted desperately, knowing deep down it was probably futile. But he had no choice, he couldn't just give up and accept his fate. "Hey, do you really need to explain?" Kushina retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm and fury. "Minato no Mikage, I never thought you'd be the type to like both men and women. Playing with two people at the same time, do you think that's okay? Minato, what is happening? My goodness, what's all of this about? Fugaku, wait, could it be that this guy really likes me? No. 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 Absolutely not. Minato, you bastard. I'm telling you, it's impossible. No way. You might as well just die. I feel like I've been contaminated by you." Fugaku's crimson Sharingan spun uncontrollably, his fury palpable. In front of Minato, Kushina stood with her red hair flying wildly, veins bulging on her fists, a clear sign of her seething anger. "Hey, Fugaku, you actually dare to steal the man I like? You're no better." She spat, her voice sharp and laced with indignation. "But I won't hold it against you today. I'll deal with this bastard first and teach him a good lesson." Minato felt like his entire world was collapsing. What kind of evil did I commit to deserve this? What the hell? Why did I say I liked him? He shouted, his voice trembling with frustration. "Don't slander me. I like women. I don't like men." Fugaku, labeled as someone who liked men, was utterly flustered. Disbelief morphed into rage, and his glare bore down on Minato like daggers. "It's all your fault. Damn it, Minato." His vicious gaze hardened as his hand movements grew faster, fueled by his escalating fury. "I told you, Minato. I must punish you, prepare to die." That day, Minato truly understood what it meant to love someone to the point of hatred. Kushina's fists, Fugaku's blade, both loomed ominously. As the chaos descended, Minato's world turned gray. "Kazayyama, just you wait. I won't forget this grudge." Ouch. Easy, guys. The next day, Kazayyama knocked on Orochimaru's door early in the morning. It must be said, scientific researchers rise surprisingly early. At only 5 o'clock, Orochimaru was already awake. "Here you are, Kazayyama," he greeted. "Let's go. I'll show you my laboratory." Orochimaru's lab, as it turned out, was located underground, beneath his home. The dim lighting revealed an array of instruments in operation, with books on biology lining the shelves. "Wow, Sensei, you're really into biology," Kazayyama said, glancing around the lab's eerie setup. "Dissection, decomposition. Yikes, that's creepy." He chuckled, unfazed by the eerie surroundings or Orochimaru's reaction. Orochimaru remained unflappable, smiling faintly. "Scientific research can't proceed without such methods, and Kazayyama, you seem to have a strong tolerance for them. Not bad. That's for the best. Now, let me extract a little of your blood first. Every KK Genkai is worth studying." When Orochimaru revealed the super thick needle in his hand, Kazayyama felt a chill run down his spine. "Damn it, old geezer, that thing's as thick as a straw. Is this what you call a little blood? That's enough to drain me dry." Despite his internal protests, Kazayyama grudgingly offered his arm. After all, Orochimaru was his sensei now, and he had to cooperate. "Hey, Chomi, this blood extraction won't expose you, will it?" "Of course not. It's not my blood. What does it have to do with me?" "Kazayyama, I'll kiss you." The blood extraction was finally completed, leaving Orochimaru quite satisfied. For someone like him, acquiring blood from individuals with KK Genkai, like those from the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, was notoriously difficult. Kazayyama's cooperation was a rare boon that would support the next stage of his research. "Kazayyama, have you read the scrolls I gave you?" Kazayyama nodded. One scroll contained Orochimaru's understanding and innovations in wind-style ninjutsu. The other detailed the hidden shadow snake hands technique, one of Orochimaru's signature jutsu. However, Kazayyama was puzzled by the inclusion of wind-style ninjutsu, given his presumed chakra attributes of fire and earth. Orochimaru, as if reading his thoughts, handed him a chakra testing strip. "Have you always thought your chakra attributes were fire and earth?" he asked. "I don't think so. Anyone capable of learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu must have a foundation in wind style." Orochimaru's confidence was unshakable, befitting one of the Zenin and a scientist of unparalleled intellect. Still doubtful, Kazayyama took the chakra test strip and injected his chakra. To his astonishment, the strip reacted instantly, burning, crumbling to earth, soaking with water, and cracking apart. For a moment, Kazayyama was dumbfounded. "Damn. 4 chakra attributes? Just as I thought," Orochimaru said, his tone almost triumphant. "Wind, fire, earth, and water. Not bad at all. You, with 4 attributes and your KK Genkai, are truly a genius." Kazayyama could hardly argue. Orochimaru himself possessed 5 chakra attributes, but Kazayyama's unique KK Genkai filled the gap of the missing lightning element. After all, while individual chakra attributes were impressive, nothing surpassed the versatility and power of a KK Genkai. Chapter 25, The Prelude to War has begun. What about yin-yang release? Orochimaru was slightly startled by Kazayyama's question. He hadn't expected a 14-year-old to pose such a query. "Interesting. Very interesting. Although it's a bit early for you to understand this at your age, since you've asked, I'll explain it to you." Orochimaru's voice carried a rare tone of approval. The concept of yin release and yang release, the power of yin, derived from spiritual energy, is the ability to create from nothing. Yang, derived from physical energy, gives form to that which exists. Take the Uchiha, for example. Their Sharingan is a perfect representation of yin release, while the corresponding power of the Senju, the first Hokage's wood style, represents yang release. Orochimaru gestured subtly as he explained. One focuses on the spirit, the other on form. Kazayyama nodded thoughtfully. His understanding of yin-yang release had been basic, limited to what he recalled from the manga in his previous life. Orochimaru's analysis, however, was far more precise. "Now, I'm going to begin my experiments," Orochimaru continued. "If you're free, go outside and practice your ninjutsu." He added, "Work on the wind-style techniques I gave you and the ninjutsu I created. Once you've calmed your mind, I'll consider letting you assist me in the lab." To Orochimaru, Kazayyama still lacked the discipline necessary for laboratory work. He was too impetuous and needed more tempering. Kazayyama was content with this. Without delay, he left the lab and began practicing ninjutsu outside. Time flew by. In the span of a month, Kazayyama had fully mastered several techniques, including hidden shadow snake hands and advanced wind-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru, impressed by his progress, granted him a rare holiday. Orochimaru himself would be leaving the village on a mission assigned by the third Hokage, and Kazayyama still needed to care for his younger brother. Despite wanting to bring Kazayyama along, Orochimaru chose not to insist. The Hokage building. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stared intently at the scroll in front of him, his expression grave as he read every word with care. It was intelligence from the front lines, obtained at the cost of countless spies' lives. The information was damning. The villages of Hidden Stones Village, Land of Earth, Hidden Sand Village, Land of Wind, and Hidden Clouds Village, Land of Lightning, were making suspicious movements. Personnel had been redeployed, and every sign pointed to one grim conclusion: war was on the horizon once more. Hiruzen smoked pipe after pipe, the room growing hazy with smoke. Yet, he seemed oblivious to it, lost in thought. The Second Shinobi World War ended some time ago, yet the villages were already stirring again. Is peace really so elusive? He wondered bitterly. War. It was a word all too familiar to him. Since taking the mantle of Hokage, the world had known little else. First came the war with Hidden Clouds Village after the death of his mentor, the second Hokage. Then, a series of conflicts with Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village. Lord Hokage, you wanted to see me? The sudden voice pulled him from his thoughts. A commanding figure entered the room without hesitation, Sakamo Hatake, known throughout the land as Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. As the leader of the Anbu, Sakamo was Hidden Leaf Village's sharpest weapon, a man whose mere presence inspired confidence. Sakamo, Hiruzen said, his tone heavy, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Clouds Village are all making moves. I predict war is about to begin again. He gestured toward the intelligence on the table. Sakamo stepped forward and picked up the scroll, scanning it quickly. As he finished, his demeanor changed, like a blade being drawn from its sheath, his aura turned sharp and unyielding. Humphrey, I knew these villages wouldn't stay quiet, Sakamo said coldly. Lord Hokage, I'm ready to head to the front lines whenever necessary. Fear was not something Sakamo knew. On the battlefield, as Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, no enemy could escape the reach of his blade, which struck with the finality of death itself. Prepare yourself, Hiruzen instructed. Have all Anbu on standby. Strengthen intelligence transmissions from the front lines. We must monitor the movements of all three villages at all times, especially Hidden Stones Village. Onoki's ambition is the most dangerous of all. Hiruzen paused before asking, Sakamo, do you think sending someone into Hidden Stones Village to gather intelligence again would yield results? Sakamo frowned slightly. The intelligence on the table had come at an enormous cost. Sending operatives into the Land of Earth now would be akin to sending lambs to the slaughter. It was a desperate move, one that risked much. Yet, as the looming war approached, intelligence would prove invaluable. Sakamo was silent for a while. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. We can skip Hidden Stones Village. Once the war breaks out, Hidden Stones Village will definitely be the main force. The intelligence that Hiki Yamanaka and Kazayyama brought back from Hidden Clouds Village a while ago gives us some insight. On the other hand, there's no accurate news about Hidden Sand Village at the moment, and the intelligence we do have is very limited. We need to stay on guard against them. He recalled his experiences fighting Hidden Sand Village in the last war. Both their sand-based jutsus and puppet techniques were extremely challenging to deal with. The puppet jutsus, in particular, were deadly, not so much for high-level combatants but for ordinary ninjas. The puppet's killing power far exceeded that of most shinobi. He remembered several extraordinarily skilled puppet masters from Hidden Sand Village. Even he had faced difficulties against them initially. Although he eventually managed to kill a few, the casualties on his side had been severe. Well, Chio is indeed a tough opponent, he muttered. He sighed. If the war starts, I'm afraid we'll face attacks from the other three villages again. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply, his worry evident. As the leader of the 5 great ninja villages, Hidden Leaf Village was always the primary target in wars. No, I'll lead a team to the Land of Wind myself. It's just reconnaissance, there shouldn't be any issues, Sakamo said with calm confidence. That confidence was something Hiruzen always associated with him. Let's wait a bit longer. In a few days, it will be the Ninja Academy's graduation day. We can discuss it further then. Hiruzen decided to postpone the reconnaissance mission. The intelligence was still fresh, and there was time to act. Changing the topic, Hiruzen smiled and asked, Sakamo, do you think your son will apply for early graduation? Sakamo's expression softened as he gave a small smile. Maybe he will. Since Kazayyama's concealment class repeatedly frustrated him, Kakashi has been very motivated. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, and physical fitness have improved significantly. Even I have to admit that allowing Kazayyama to teach at the academy was the right decision. Hiruzen chuckled. I'm looking forward to it. The current curriculum at the Ninja Academy was progressing rapidly, thanks in part to the new courses. Kazayyama's stealth course, in particular, had been a huge success, earning praise from both instructors and students alike. Chapter 26, Graduation Exam. Kakashi joins the fight. Ever since Kazayyama became Orochimaru's disciple, he had voraciously absorbed the knowledge imparted to him. Although Orochimaru had not yet allowed him to participate in his experiments, Kazayyama was fully aware that the day was not far off. Orochimaru's break from conventional ethics wouldn't occur until after the Third Shinobi World War, so there was no rush. For now, Kazayyama spent his mornings attending Orochimaru's lessons and his afternoons studying at his mentor's home. He had already read through all of Orochimaru's books. As time passed, the annual graduation season at the Ninja Academy arrived. As an assistant teacher, Kazayyama was invited to attend the ceremony. On the morning of the graduation exam, a mix of older students and two notably younger teenagers were present among the candidates. The younger ones had applied for early graduation. "Kakashi, I'll definitely graduate early this time," Obito Uchiha said smugly to the boy standing beside him. Kakashi didn't bother to respond, his attention fixed on Kazayyama. Since joining the academy, Kakashi had excelled in every subject except the stealth course, where he repeatedly failed. That failure gnawed at him, filling him with a burning desire to redeem himself. Kazayyama noticed Kakashi's gaze and offered him a teasing smile. Kakashi froze, momentarily flustered by the gesture. Obito, still chattering on, was met with a blunt reply from Kakashi. "The examiners for early graduation are at least special Jonin level. You'd be lucky to last 3 minutes, so don't even think about it. Just go back to the academy and start over." Obito's face darkened with anger as he glared at Kakashi, itching for a fight. The exams began shortly after, with candidates stepping forward one by one to demonstrate their skills. For this year's graduation, students were required to perform the clone jutsu, body replacement jutsu, and transformation jutsu. Additionally, they were assessed on their shuriken jutsu. Only those who passed all sections could graduate. The difficulty of this exam was notably higher than the one Naruto's generation would face in the future. For older students who were serious about their studies, passing was achievable. The exams moved swiftly, with 3 separate exam sites operating simultaneously. One by one, candidates completed their assessments. Kazayyama watched from the sidelines, his boredom evident. Among the candidates, there were a few familiar faces, such as Raido Namayashi, Genma Shiranui, and Guy. Unfortunately, Guy failed the assessment, his lack of talent for ninjutsu proving to be a significant obstacle. It seemed his time to shine would come with the next generation. Suddenly, a figure approached Kazayyama. "What? Lord Tsukumo, why are you here?" he asked, surprised. The visitor was none other than Tsukumo. "Lord Hokage would like you to be the examiner for the 2 early graduates." Kazayyama was slightly taken aback. This felt like swapping out a commander mid-battle. The original examiner was a special Jonin, and he had only planned to observe. A last-minute replacement was unexpected. "Fine. What are the requirements for the assessment?" he asked. "Whatever you like, as long as it's not too much," Tsukumo replied with a small smile. After all, one of the candidates was his son. Replacing the original examiner had been his idea. Kazayyama instantly understood the unspoken meaning behind Tsukumo's smile. "Seriously? He wants me to put his own son through a stressful exam." "Understood," Kazayyama replied. He couldn't refuse, and truthfully, he enjoyed training Kakashi and Obito. Both were destined to shape the future of the ninja world. As the exams for the other candidates concluded, the students and examiners cleared the venue. Kakashi and Obito, ready for their turn, ascended the platform, drawing the attention of those present. Their sudden appearance surprised many. The sensei overseeing the event quickly explained. "For this graduation assessment, 2 students have applied for early graduation. Lord Hokage has approved their request, and the assessment will be conducted by a Jonin. If they pass, they will graduate directly." Kazayyama stepped forward, flashing to the center of the platform. Facing the 2 with their serious expressions, he smiled slightly. "I will be conducting your assessment. Do you have any objections?" Both Kakashi and Obito shook their heads. "Since you're applying for early graduation, I will assess you separately. The rules are simple, either attack with all your strength or defend with all your strength. Your goal is to last 3 minutes against me." Kazayyama announced the rules with a calm smile. However, his words left everyone slightly stunned. Although he was still in his teens, Kazayyama had been appointed a Jonin by the 3rd Hokage himself. His abilities were exceptional, enhanced by the special KK Genkai of the Gecko clan. For 2 students who hadn't officially graduated yet, lasting 3 minutes against him seemed nearly impossible. Kazayyama-sensei, can I change my opponent?" Obito asked hesitantly, fully aware of Kazayyama's fearsome reputation. His question was more of a long shot than a genuine hope. Kazayyama shook his head with a faint smile. No. Obito's face fell, his disappointment evident, but he didn't back down. Despite his frustration, he stood firm, determined to face the challenge ahead. In the back of the crowd, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Sakamo watched the scene unfold with amusement. Seeing Kazayyama step in as the examiner brought grins to their faces. Sakamo, didn't I say this kid would take matters into his own hands? Hiruzen remarked with a hearty laugh. It's a shame only Kakashi and Obito applied for early graduation. If there were more, this would have been even more entertaining. Hiruzen's gaze shifted toward the gathered students. Hidden Leaf Village was a vast and diverse community, home to many clans, the Gecko, Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Okimaki, Yamanaka, Aburame, Sarutobi, and countless others. Together, these clans formed a unified village. As Hokage, Hiruzen deeply hoped to see more promising young talent emerge from their ranks. His attention returned to the exam site as Kazayyama's voice rang out. So, which of you two will go first? Kakashi stepped forward without hesitation, his young face set with determination. Kazayyama-sensei, please teach me. The crowd murmured in admiration. Kakashi, the son of the famed White Fang, exuded a natural air of confidence and resolve that drew attention. His fighting spirit was clear for all to see. Very good, Kakashi, Kazayyama said approvingly. Remember, the first element of a ninja battle is your momentum. If you don't have the mindset to win, how can you expect to succeed? His words struck a chord with many in the audience, and they nodded in agreement. However, among the few who knew Kazayyama well, mouths twitched in silent disbelief. Hiruzen, Sakamo, and Chomi shared a similar thought. You, Kazayyama, a ninja who relies on dodging and evasion above all else, teaching others to charge forward? Is that really appropriate? Chapter 27, The Prototype of Lightning Cutter. The battle began. Kakashi took the lead, casually throwing several shuriken as a feint. The angles at which they flew were tricky, heading in different directions toward Kazayyama. Facing Kakashi's sudden attack, Kazayyama lightly lifted his right foot before bringing it down. Chakra instantly transformed into wind power, forming a defensive barrier around him. Wind style, protective wind. The technique stunned everyone watching. A change in the use of wind style? It could be applied like that? It seems this boy learned a lot from Orochimaru, someone murmured. This kind of straightforward transformation of chakra into elemental explosions is Orochimaru's hallmark style. Only Hiruzen and Sakamo nodded slightly. This technique, though simple in principle, demanded precise chakra manipulation. It seems this boy isn't limited to fire and earth natures, Hiruzen observed, his eyes gleaming with interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wield wind style at such a level. As someone who mastered all 5 elements, Hiruzen Sarutobi could see the potential in Kazayyama. His disciple Orochimaru, another 5-element user, appeared to have imparted valuable knowledge to him. Meanwhile, a figure on a nearby rooftop observed the scene with a slight smirk. Kazayyama. Your learning ability is impressive, the man muttered. Wind-style defensive ninjutsu, self-taught. It was none other than Orochimaru, just back from a mission. Normally, he wouldn't bother attending the Ninja Academy's graduation assessments. But hearing that one of his disciples was on the examiner's roll this time had piqued his interest, and now, it seemed worth the trip. The battle continued. Realizing his feint attack had failed, Kakashi quickly adjusted his strategy, weaving hand seals with incredible speed. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of flames burst from Kakashi's mouth, roaring toward Kazayyama. Wind style is naturally suppressed by fire style, so Kakashi made an excellent choice here, Sakamo observed, nodding in approval of his son's decision. As the blazing fireball rushed toward him, Kazayyama wisely stopped using wind style. Wind would only feed the flames, and he had no intention of being scorched. Ah, Uchiha's fire style is quite useful. But it's still not enough. Water style, Water Formation Wall. Kazayyama didn't even move as he completed the ninjutsu before the fireball reached him, despite his unimpressive hand seal speed. A blue wave instantly surrounded him, replacing the incoming Great Fireball Jutsu. The collision of fire and water erupted into a massive expanse of steam. Kakashi seized the opportunity, drawing his short sword from behind his back. At the same time, he shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bang, Kakashi split into 4. Blue lightning flared from the hands of the 4 Kakashis as they drew their short swords. The lightning covered the blades in a dazzling blue flash. Oh? The Hatake clan's Kinjutsu? Not bad, I've never seen it before. Activating his hive mind, Kazayyama observed Kakashi's movements through the steam. This time, he moved. Getting hit by that lightning would be extremely unpleasant, and he wasn't about to let it happen. Using his superhuman eyesight, he spotted a flaw between the four Kakashis and vanished with the body flicker jutsu. Kakashi caught the movement and turned sharply, raising his blade again. From shuriken jutsu to ninjutsu, and now kenjutsu, it was clear Kakashi had been going all out from the start. Now, he was even more relentless. I can't let you keep hacking at me. Wind style, great breakthrough. Seizing a momentary advantage, Kazayyama suddenly dodged, quickly forming hand seals. He took a deep breath and violently exhaled a powerful gale. The technique covered a wide range. A fierce wind swept across the training ground, leaving Kakashi no time to evade. He raised his short sword to block. But the gale was only the beginning, the real threat lay in the wind blades within. As they cut through, Kakashi's three clones vanished into white smoke. His main body wasn't spared, his defenses faltered, and the wind blades left him wounded. The cuts of the wind blades carried faint red lines. Kakashi! Obito, standing outside the arena, shouted in alarm. Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi let out a sharp cry and bent down swiftly to minimize the damage from the strong wind and the wind blades. His battle was far from over. In an instant, a dazzling blue light appeared on his right hand, a concentrated burst of lightning chakra. He raised his glowing hand high, charging straight toward Kazayyama with unwavering determination. This is my final blow. Pouring all his chakra into the attack, Kakashi carved a path directly through the stormy wind. Kazayyama, maintaining his wind style, saw the incoming attack and felt his pupils contract. Damn it! He's using the lightning cutter? Though not a perfected version, it was a potent application of the lightning element. Kazayyama knew better than to underestimate it. Lightning techniques were infamous for their destructive power and penetration. If that hits me, it'll hurt like hell. Kazayyama immediately interrupted his jutsu, casually flinging a kunai across the training ground. The blade embedded itself precisely on the far side. Just as Kakashi was about to close the distance, Kazayyama vanished with a whoosh. He reappeared behind Kakashi, his expression calm and observant. The flying thunder god jutsu had transported him effortlessly. Kakashi, now without a target, couldn't halt his momentum. His right hand remained extended as he charged uncontrollably down the training ground. Kazayyama shook his head slightly, watching with mild amusement. As expected, the lightning cutter is difficult to control without a Sharingan. Once it's initiated, stopping or steering is almost impossible. Boom! The ground quaked as Kakashi's attack collided with it, leaving a smoking crater. His technique, though powerful, remained incomplete, a glaring flaw. Kakashi struggled to his feet, frustration etched on his face. He hadn't even managed to graze Kazayyama. Despite his all-out effort, he felt the sting of failure. Just as despair crept in, a slow clap echoed through the training ground. Not bad, Kakashi, Kazayyama said with a faint smile. 3 minutes have passed. You've passed the assessment. Chapter 28, The White Fang's Invitation, huh? Kakashi blinked, momentarily dazed by the announcement. Obito ran over and slapped him on the back, snapping him out of it. Kakashi, you did it. You passed. Then, with genuine curiosity, Obito added, by the way, when did you learn the Great Fireball Jutsu? Obito was genuinely happy for Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was the rival he acknowledged, and one he intended to surpass. Oh, I saw you use it once, remembered the hand seals, and got it after a few tries. It's not difficult. Kakashi's response, as casual as ever, belied the excitement in his eyes that he couldn't fully hide. Damn it. If you can't talk properly, don't say anything. Obito snapped, glaring at him. I'm going to drop dead before I even get my turn. Still fuming, Obito turned to the platform where Kazayyama stood. Sensei, Obito Uchiha, please teach me. With that declaration, he leapt onto the training ground. Kazayyama nodded and waved casually. Come on, Obito, show me what you've got. Nodding firmly, Obito charged straight at him, like a young calf barreling ahead. No shuriken. No ninjutsu. Just a direct, full-speed taijutsu assault. The audience was stunned. Was Obito really this reckless? Even Kazayyama frowned slightly, watching the unorthodox approach. This guy isn't secretly from Reckless Village, is he? Flailing his fists and swinging his legs wildly, Obito reminded Kazayyama of someone. Guy? Have you been training in taijutsu specifically? Kazayyama asked, deflecting the blows with one hand. As Uchiha, this is definitely unconventional. Blocking Obito's punches and kicks with ease, Kazayyama finally caught his right leg and flung him away. But Obito didn't panic. He rolled midair and landed firmly, immediately forming hand seals, the same hand seals for the Great Fireball Jutsu. Ho! A tiny wisp of flame puffed out of his mouth. The expected fireball never materialized. The arena fell silent. Kazayyama sighed helplessly and ran a hand over his head. Obito, why don't you go back and practice? Kazayyama couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It wasn't that he wanted to block Obito from graduating, but this performance was just too embarrassing. That was a mistake. Obito stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Again. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With all eyes on him, Obito's face turned crimson as he hastily formed the seals again. This time, a fireball finally emerged. But compared to Kakashi's, this one was pocket-sized. Hey! Kazayyama let out a weary sigh. Before he could say more, another examiner suddenly appeared behind Obito using the body flicker jutsu, placing a firm hand on his head. Obito Uchiha, your assessment is failed. Work hard for another year. The words hit Obito hard, and his face fell, frustration written all over it. The examiner quickly declared the assessment over, signaling the end of the event. Meanwhile, Kazayyama felt a familiar presence. Without hesitation, he activated the body flicker jutsu, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was standing beside Orochimaru. Sensei, you're back, Kazayyama greeted. Orochimaru gave him a faint smile. Kazayyama, your modified wind style isn't bad. It seems you've truly grasped the scroll I gave you. Tomorrow, come to my laboratory. It's time for you to assist me with some experiments. Kazayyama's eyes lit up. Oh? I can enter the laboratory now. Finally. He could barely contain his excitement. I wonder what kind of treasures Orochimaru's lab holds. I'll definitely keep an eye out. Evening, behind Hokage Rock. Kazayyama sat on a stone, gazing at the sky. Kazayyama, do you still have the habit of looking at the scenery? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Lord Tsukumo, is it really a good idea for you to be so unpredictable? Kazayyama had already sensed someone approaching, his keen senses made such things easy. When he heard the voice, he knew it was none other than Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Haha, just a habit left over from the battlefield, Tsukumo replied. Kazayyama turned slightly, his tone shifting to one of curiosity. I wonder what business Lord Tsukumo has with me? Surely, this isn't just a casual visit. As they say, no one visits a temple without a reason, he added, his skepticism clear. Thank you for what you did today regarding Kakashi. I could tell you held back. Tsukumo's tone carried gratitude. Kakashi and I are very much alike, and he's ready to graduate. A genius who can use the shadow clone jutsu and manipulate chakra nature transformations. Anyone with eyes can see he's far beyond a Geinin's level. Hearing Kazayyama praise Kakashi, Tsukumo gave a small nod. He still has a long way to go, he said, shaking his head lightly. After a moment, Tsukumo shifted gears. Kazayyama, what's your opinion of Hidden Sand Village? Here it comes, Kazayyama thought. This must be the main reason he's here. Hidden Sand Village? A village in decline, always coveting the fertile lands of Hidden Leaf Village, Kazayyama began. Weren't they the ones who tried to invade us in the last two Shinobi World Wars? Tsukumo nodded in agreement. Kazayyama's analysis was spot on. The Land of Wind's harsh environment and lack of fertile land created a difficult living situation. It was no surprise that Hidden Sand Village sought war to gain better territory for survival. You handled Hidden Clouds Village well, Tsukumo said. But today, I've come to discuss a matter regarding Hidden Sand Village. In the near future, the Third Shinobi World War may break out. Before that happens, we need to gather intelligence on Hidden Sand Village. I'd like to invite you to join my team for this mission. Kazayyama frowned slightly. He wasn't against the mission itself, rather, he was thinking about Tsukumo's fate. In the original timeline, this mission led to his downfall. He abandoned the mission to save his comrades, was blamed by the village, and eventually took his own life. Judging by the timing, this must be the mission. Tsukumo noticed Kazayyama's hesitation and assumed it was due to concerns about the mission's difficulty. He offered reassurance. Don't worry, this mission is primarily about intelligence gathering, so it won't be too dangerous. Besides, with your concealment skills and my presence, are you really concerned? Kazayyama chuckled, masking his unease. It's not that. I'm just worried my little brother might have trouble without me around for too long, haha. He straightened and nodded. Since you, Lord Tsukumo, have personally invited me, how could I refuse? When the mission begins, just let me know, and I'll rejoin the team immediately. He paused briefly before adding, though for now, I'm under Lord Orochimaru's tutelage and need to assist him. I'll coordinate with him in the meantime. I've never been to Hidden Sand Village, Kazayyama mused. Let's see if I can find some side opportunities there. Hidden Clouds Village was generous with provisions and money last time. Too bad I missed out on anything valuable in Hidden Waterfall Village because I was busy stealing the Seven Tails. What a waste. Chapter 29, Orochimaru's disdain for Kazayyama Gekko. It was said that he was going on a reconnaissance mission, but not immediately. After all, the peace between the major ninja villages remained relatively stable, and Hidden Clouds Village still had matters to resolve in the land of hot water. Kazayyama understood they wouldn't be heading to Hidden Sand Village anytime soon. For now, all his attention was fixed on Orochimaru's laboratory. The next day, when Kazayyama arrived at Orochimaru's house, he was especially excited. After waiting so long, he would finally have a chance to explore Orochimaru's true secrets. Kazayyama, this is my laboratory. You may join the experiment now, Orochimaru said. But remember, don't touch anything. His tone, colder than usual, betrayed how important this laboratory was to him. Even his own apprentice had to tread carefully. Kazayyama nodded eagerly, silently vowing to follow every instruction. Once again, they stepped into the dark, eerie laboratory. Around them were several massive containers filled with liquid, inside which floated animal carcasses. Shelves and tables were crowded with jars and bottles of all shapes and sizes. Kazayyama, do you know the Scroll of Seals? Orochimaru asked. He nodded. Yes, it's a book of forbidden arts left behind by the second Hokage, filled with difficult and dangerous techniques. The scroll isn't completely locked away, Kazayyama continued. In Hidden Leaf Village, it's possible to trade great contributions for a chance to learn one of the forbidden techniques. Someone of your level, sensei, and a beloved disciple of the third Hokage, must have had access to it. Orochimaru looked at him approvingly. Indeed, I have studied ninjutsu from the scroll, and not just one. Aren't you curious about the techniques I've learned? Kazayyama shook his head. He wasn't curious at all. He already knew, it had to be impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru had likely used that technique to create living corpse reincarnation, achieving true immortality. Hee, Orochimaru chuckled. The techniques I've mastered are indeed mysterious. If you don't want to know, that's fine. Then his golden eyes gleamed with interest. Let me ask you another question, Kazayyama, are you curious about life? Not at all. People live their whole lives just trying to be happy. That was the simple truth Kazayyama believed. But he couldn't say that aloud, not to Orochimaru. The last thing he wanted was to be thrown out of the lab. Life is amazing. It is clearly very fragile, but it is also full of tenacity. This was the answer Kazayyama had prepared long ago. After all, Orochimaru's obsession with life stemmed from witnessing far too much death and survival. As Kazayyama anticipated, a flicker of light appeared in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes upon hearing his response. It was clear that Orochimaru was both surprised and impressed. Very good. You are indeed suitable to be by my side, Orochimaru said, a cold satisfaction in his tone. Come, Kazayyama, let's start with the most basic anatomy. He gestured toward a dead toad lying on a nearby table, indicating it was time for Kazayyama to begin his first lesson. Kazayyama stared at the toad, and for some reason, a name flitted through his mind, Snape, the Half-Blood Prince. In this dimly lit and oppressive space, it felt as though he'd stepped into the dungeon-like cellar of Hogwarts itself. Life was indeed full of surprises. In the days that followed, Kazayyama demonstrated what it truly meant to be a scientific nightmare. When Orochimaru instructed him to dissect, Kazayyama turned it into a game of creative dismemberment. When tasked with extracting blood for observation, he somehow managed to drain nearly a liter from the unfortunate subject. When it came to learning biology, he spent most of his time daydreaming or outright napping. Orochimaru was at his wits' end. He, the great Sannin, the venomous serpent, had somehow ended up taking a mute worm as his disciple. The boy had somehow managed to disrupt even the most meticulously controlled lab environment in the ninja world. Finally, after 3 months, Orochimaru couldn't take it any longer. Pushing Kazayyama out of the lab door, Orochimaru's expression was a mix of exasperation and reluctant acceptance. His eyebrows furrowed tightly as he muttered, Kazayyama, I've thought it over carefully. You should learn ninjutsu. His voice dropped slightly, laced with a rare tone of resignation. Science is not for you. Then, as though suddenly remembering, his eyes narrowed. And where is my Kusanagi sword? Orochimaru sighed inwardly. He is my chosen disciple, after all. What else can I do? Kazayyama had talent, remarkable strength, and even a Kekkei Genkai that could aid Orochimaru in understanding genetic structures. Yet when it came to scientific experiments, the boy was hopeless. It had been 3 long months, and he had yet to make any progress. Not only that, but he had misplaced countless lab specimens, and, to Orochimaru's utter disbelief, even lost a Kusanagi sword. Kazayyama looked around the laboratory with deep regret. He truly wanted to stay longer. Over the past few weeks, He had gained so much, not just knowledge but also countless potions he'd tested on himself. Potions that stimulated chakra flow. Potions that enhanced physical recovery. Potions that boosted spiritual power growth. To Kazayyama, Orochimaru was nothing short of a sage. A sinister one, perhaps, but a sage nonetheless. The man was a treasure trove of invaluable resources. On one of his frequent explorations of the lab, Kazayyama had stumbled upon a secret compartment in a cabinet. Inside, he found several swords. Kusanagi swords. He immediately recognized them. One in particular caught his attention, a straight blade without a sword guard. It was unmistakably the same type of weapon wielded by two future legends. Kazayyama saw no reason not to claim it for himself. Sliding it into his robe, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Coupled with his habit of helping himself to Orochimaru's various experimental potions, the results had been extraordinary. Kazayyama had gained significant attribute enhancements. At just 15 years old, he had already reached the benchmark for a Jonin. Kazayyama, age, 15, Hidden Leaf Village, Jonin of the Gecko Clan, Jinchūriki, Seven Tails, KK Genkai, Transparent Escape, Perfect Mastery, Ninjutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, 8 Inner Gates, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Earth Style Wall, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu, Wind Style, Protective Wind, Great Breakthrough, Wind Slash, Hidden Shadow Snakehand's Tailed Beast, Chomi, Affinity, 100, Strength, 55 Speed, 70 Chakra, 70 Stamina, 75 Ninjutsu, 80 Taijutsu, 50 Ganjutsu, 55 Hand Seals, 55. Kazayyama couldn't help but feel satisfied with his progress. While he still had some weaknesses, his 80 in ninjutsu allowed him to unleash incredible power far beyond his former limits. Faced with Orochimaru's decision to expel him, however, Kazayyama felt both aggrieved and reluctant to leave. "Sensei, this isn't my fault," Kazayyama protested, his voice carrying an air of exaggerated innocence. "The scalpel is completely different from my ninja blade. I meant to cut vertically, but it went horizontally." He sighed dramatically before continuing, "Sensei, I wish I could keep experimenting with you." Then, his tone shifted to one of confidence as he added, "But if you ever need my help, just call me. With my KK Genkai, you could even steal Old Man Third's pipe if you wanted." Orochimaru stood silently, watching Kazayyama gesturing animatedly. His lips twitched in an expression halfway between irritation and regret. For the first time, Orochimaru wondered if he had made a mistake in taking Kazayyama as his disciple. What use would I have for the Hokage's pipe? But despite himself, something about Kazayyama's words stirred a faint flicker of intrigue in Orochimaru's heart. Chapter 30, So, a pipe or a crystal ball? Kazayyama was not best at fighting or scientific research, but at spying and hiding. With his transparent escape jutsu and flying thunder god jutsu, he stood at the pinnacle of espionage. Even Orochimaru had to admit this, otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Kazayyama to plunder his research results under his nose. Although they were just potions, they were crafted with Orochimaru's heart and soul. Thinking about this, a hint of sadness crept into Orochimaru's mind. "Kazayyama, you're right. Even though you can't help me with my scientific experiments," he said, "your role is still very important. If I were to ask you to infiltrate another village and retrieve rare materials or techniques, would you be willing?" Kazayyama thought to himself, "I was just talking casually. Why did you take it so seriously?" Still, it wasn't entirely impossible. If he went on a mission, he might pick up a few things along the way. "Yes. For your research, Sensei, I will do anything," he said with enthusiasm. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. "Tell me, Sensei, do you want the pipe and crystal ball of Lord Third Hokage? I'll get them for you." Orochimaru's expression turned incredulous. "Damn it, have you gone up against Lord Third Hokage? What's the use of a pipe and crystal ball?" Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. "Forget it. It's enough that you're willing. For now, just focus on your training. If I need something, I'll let you know." He handed Kazayyama a scroll. "Take this. It's like the 2 scrolls I gave you before, but this one contains basic fuinjutsu. Learning it will still benefit you." Kazayyama glanced at the scroll marked with the character for seal, feeling a twinge of emotion. Without Orochimaru's darker tendencies, he wasn't such a bad person. Still, Kazayyama had already managed to trick Jiraiya into teaching him fuinjutsu, and this scroll likely covered similar basics. "Oh well," he thought. "It's still a gift from Orochimaru." "Yes, Sensei. Then I'll take my leave," he said, bowing before activating the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In an instant, he appeared on the roof of the Ninja Academy, smiling as he glanced at the marker he'd placed there. "I've earned a lot in these past 3 months, he muttered. He leapt down and headed to class. During this time, all the villages seemed to have entered a state of hibernation. There were no battles or significant contact, but everyone knew this was just the calm before the storm. Hidden Leaf Village was preparing intensively, recalling ninjas stationed outside the village and reducing the number of external missions. This drop in missions significantly impacted the income of the village's ninjas, especially ordinary ones who relied on mission rewards to make a living. Hidden Leaf Village Mission Hall Luck, missions are getting scarcer by the day. At this rate, my son and I will be living off nothing but air and rain. Two ninjas, both clad in green tights, couldn't help but complain as they eyed the mission board. Their words drew nods of agreement from several others gathered around. Yes, there have been far too few missions lately. And outside of the Land of Fire, there have been almost no missions to other countries. Among the crowd, some more knowledgeable individuals tried to offer words of comfort. There's nothing we can do about it. Recently, things haven't been right in the 3 neighboring ninja villages. Didn't the Land of Lightning send Hidden Cloud's village ninja here not long ago? I heard some of our Anbu even died in that skirmish. For a while, the large mission hall buzzed with chatter and complaints, turning the space into something of a tea house. Hokage Building. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen frowned as he observed the scene in the mission hall through his crystal ball. People's hearts have been a bit fickle lately, he muttered. Seated behind him were Hidden Leaf Village's veteran advisors, Hamura Mitakato, Koharu Udatane, and Danzō Shimura. There's no other way, Hamura said, his expression serious. The signs of war are growing stronger. If we send out too many ninjas on missions now, and they're defeated one by one, it would cripple the village's overall strength. Koharu nodded in agreement. Humphrey. Danzō let out a sharp snort, breaking the silence. Hiruzen, if you're referring to me, we should have started preparations long ago. He leaned forward, his voice sharp. It's obvious war is imminent. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans should have been mobilized earlier. His reasoning was straightforward. With their powerful dujutsu, the Uchiha and Hyuga were well suited for defensive roles. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe, remaining silent. His thoughts mirrored the discussion. Should Hidden Leaf Village begin preparations for war? Yet, as always, the village's precarious position, surrounded by potential enemies, made the choice fraught with risk. If they took the first step, it might ignite the very conflict they sought to avoid. What are you hesitating about, Hiruzen? If you're not confident, just send Anbu to gather intelligence again. Hidden Cloud's village is not needed, just focus on Hidden Stone's village and Hidden Sand village. Isn't there someone suitable? Didn't Tsukumo volunteer to go to Hidden Sand village? Danzō's expression remained unchanged, as if sending someone into a foreign land for intelligence gathering carried no risks at all. However, Hamura and Koharu nodded in agreement. Indeed, information is most important at the beginning of a war. If Tsukumo wants to go, then let him go. If I remember correctly, he also invited Kazayyama of the Gecko clan. Hearing the name Kazayyama, a faint gleam flashed in Danzō's eyes. With his transparent escape jutsu and flying thunder god jutsu, he is perfect for intelligence missions. And just where did he learn the flying thunder god jutsu? For now, we won't hold him accountable for picking it up elsewhere, but he still has a duty to the village. Danzō's pointed words placed Kazayyama squarely in the spotlight. Hiruzen's face tightened. He could hear Danzō's underlying meaning. This was a calculated move to make Kazayyama atone for his so-called transgressions. Humphrey. Is Danzō scheming something with Kazayyama? He's my grand disciple now. The Gecko clan is running out of talent. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to use Kazayyama, Hiruzen said firmly. His words sparked dissatisfaction in the room. Isn't his an absolutely necessary moment? When else would it be? Are we supposed to wait for the other ninja villages to attack? Danzō's relentless pressure caused a flicker of anger to cross Hiruzen's face. Humphrey, Danzō, I am the Hokage. Tsukumo's mission will begin shortly, but you need not worry about the candidate. With Hiruzen's sharp rebuke, the meeting ended in discord. However, Tsukumo Hotake's mission was also on the verge of being officially added to the agenda. Chapter 31, Mission begins. Heading to Hidden Sand Village. Another month had passed. The door to the Gecko clan residence was knocked on under the pale glow of the moonlight. Kazayyama opened the door and, seeing the Anbu operative standing outside, didn't show the slightest hint of surprise. After all, Tsukumo Hotake was currently in charge of the Anbu, and it made perfect sense that he would send them to deliver a message. Lord Tsukumo has ordered that you report to Lord Hokage's office, the Anbu said flatly. There's a mission. Kazayyama nodded in acknowledgement. Without further delay, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu right in front of the messenger and vanished instantly. The abrupt use of spatial ninjutsu left the Anbu stunned. Staring at the empty spot where Kazayyama had been, he muttered in disbelief, No wonder Lord Sakamo values him so highly. Spatial ninjutsu. It's terrifying. Kazayyama's flying thunder god jutsu had been marked on the roof of the Hokage building. Whether by habit or mischief, most of his teleportation markings in the village were located on rooftops. "Since you're here, stop lurking on the roof and come in already," a familiar voice called out. The window to the Hokage's office creaked open, revealing Hiki Yamanaka poking his head out. "Yo, Hiki," Kazayyama said as he stepped through the window without hesitation. "Looks like we're on another mission together." Inside, the room was already filled with people. Standing at the front was Sakamo, flanked by 5 shinobi, including Hiki. "You're the last one to arrive," Sakamo said with a grin. "Didn't think you'd keep us waiting." From behind his desk, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, twitched with irritation. "Kazayyama, you little brat," he snapped. "Get rid of that mark you left on my roof, or I'll handle you myself." Kazayyama gave a sheepish laugh. "Come on, Lord Hokage, it's just a marking. No need to be so petty. Get rid of it. Now." Hiruzen barked, exhaling smoke from his pipe. After a sharp glare at Kazayyama, the Hokage took another drag on his pipe, letting the smoke dissipate as he shifted focus. "This mission is a reconnaissance operation. It's to prepare for the upcoming war," he explained. "The primary goal is to uncover hidden Sand Village's movements. If possible, gather intelligence on the enemy's military strength." He gestured to Sakamo, signaling him to continue. Sakamo stepped forward, his tone serious. "I don't need to elaborate on how crucial this mission is. I'll be leading the team deep into the Land of Wind. We may have to infiltrate Hidden Sand Village itself. That's why I've selected Kazayyama for this mission. His transparent escape jutsu and flying thunder god jutsu will be invaluable." As his name was mentioned, Kazayyama shifted uncomfortably under the attention. Sakamo's confidence in him was evident. "However, the flying thunder god jutsu has its limitations," Sakamo said, his tone steady but firm. "Especially when it comes to teleporting others or moving an entire group. It's best to reserve it for crises." He had already learned from Hiki about what had happened in the Land of Hot Water. Kazayyama had used a massive amount of chakra to teleport Hiki, and given his young age and limited reserves, it was clear this technique wasn't without significant drawbacks. Taking this into account, Sakamo decided to keep it as a final trump card. Turning his attention to the group, Sakamo reviewed the assembled team members aloud. From the Gecko clan, Kazayyama, Intelligence Officer. From the Yamanaka clan, Hiki, Guard and Perception Specialist. From the Hyuga clan, Kojin, also responsible for guard duty. Ken Aoyama, Combatant. Tsukiyuki, Combatant. Nazuki, Medical Personnel. Each name was marked by a confident nod from Sakamo as he scanned the room. This was a team of elite specialists he had carefully selected, ensuring they had the skills needed not just for the mission's success but also for their collective survival. "Lord Hokage, we're leaving," Sakamo announced. With the team assembled and ready, they departed the Hokage building under Sakamo's lead, heading southwest toward their destination. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, within Hidden Sand Village, the harsh environment of constant sandstorms and barren landscapes seemed almost nurturing, perfect for shaping resilient and battle-hardened shinobi. In the Kazekage building, the third Kazekage, Hatasman, examined the intelligence report in his hands with a composed expression. 2 middle-aged figures stood across from him. One of them, a woman with light purple hair and a serious demeanor, spoke firmly. "Hatasman, I request to lead the surprise attack team in this war." The man beside her sighed softly, as though anticipating the conversation. Kazekage Hatasman regarded her with a steady gaze. "Chio, I know your desire for revenge, but I have my own strategy for this war with Hidden Leaf Village. You and Debizo will remain in Hidden Sand Village, overseeing the medical ninja. I will not send you to the front lines." Chio's expression hardened. Her son and daughter-in-law had been killed by Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang in the last Shinobi World War, leaving her with a searing hatred for him and Hidden Leaf Village as a whole. "Humphrey. Who else is more qualified to lead the charge than me?" she countered sharply. "Have you forgotten Hanzo? If I hadn't gone to the front line in the last war, Hidden Sand Village's losses would have been far greater." Her determination to avenge her family burned fiercely, and she refused to back down. The Kazekage's tone remained calm but firm. "Chio, do not forget, I am the Kazekage. The surprise attack team already has a leader, and your input is unnecessary." As he spoke, the entire office seemed to tremble. A dense wave of black iron sand appeared in the air, swirling ominously. This was the Kazekage's magnet style, iron sand, a technique that cemented his reputation as the most powerful Kazekage. Chio's expression shifted slightly at the sight of the iron sand, but she refused to give him the satisfaction of showing weakness. With a sharp snort, she turned on her heel and stormed out of the office. Once she had left, Ebizo stepped forward. Who do you intend to appoint as the leader of the special assault team? Bakura? Hutasman didn't respond verbally, simply gesturing in dismissal. Ebizo accepted the non-answer and exited without further comment. When the room was empty, the Kazekage dispersed the hovering iron sand. His face remained stoic as he returned to the intelligence reports. Ebizo was correct, he planned to assign Bakura to lead the vanguard. Her possession of a KK Genkai made her one of Hidden Sand Village's strongest assets, and her presence would significantly bolster the assault team. Outside the window, the relentless desert winds howled, stirring up waves of golden sand around Hidden Sand Village. A few days later, Tsukumo's squad finally entered the Land of Wind. The vast desert stretched endlessly before them, the scorching heat and barren landscape testing their resolve. Kazayyama broke the silence with a grumble. I don't know how Hidden Sand Village survives in the middle of all this sand. If it were me, I'd have gone crazy ages ago. Kazayyama kept grumbling non-stop. After all, the endless desert was utterly frustrating. Chapter 32, Hidden Leaf Village Style. Taijutsu Secret Jutsu, 1000 Years of Death. It is precisely because of the harsh living environment that the ninja of Hidden Sand Village are generally very strong in combat. It is also because of this that Hidden Sand Village has always coveted our Land of Fire. Tsukumo looked out at the vast desert before him, his tone icy. He had been here before, during the Second Ninja World War, where he had slain many of Hidden Sand Village's elite shinobi. It was then that his Chakra blade, the White Fang, became legendary. Let's go. Enter the desert and head straight for Hidden Sand Village. Tsukumo stepped forward into the arid expanse, and the rest of the group followed closely behind. As they pressed on, Chomi suddenly erupted, his voice full of frustration. Kazayyama laughed heartily, clearly entertained by Chomi's outburst. You're laughing? Chomi snapped. Fine, I'll tell you what, if I ever run into Shukaku, I'll lend you my power. You can go beat him up. Why did I have to be stuck in a cave while he gets the whole desert? Kazayyama didn't seem to agree. He knew that at this point in time, the Shukaku Jinchūriki should be an old monk, someone who had hosted the tail beast since childhood, serving as a stable vessel throughout his life. Chomi, is there a chance that Shukaku has also been sealed by someone? Just because you didn't have a Jinchūriki doesn't mean he doesn't. Chomi was briefly silenced by the suggestion. And do you think Shukaku could ever find a Jinchūriki as good as me? Kazayyama added with a teasing tone. Chomi paused, then let out a loud laugh. You're right. That stinking raccoon couldn't find a Jinchūriki like you. Ha ha ha, my mood instantly improved. Ever since Chomi left the sealed area of Hidden Waterfall Village, his spirits had been steadily improving. After traversing the desert for an indeterminate amount of time, the team finally spotted the distant outline of Hidden Sand Village, a ninja village surrounded by endless yellow sand. Tsukumo led the group to a concealed spot nearby to rest. The village of Hidden Sand Village is just ahead, he announced. Kazayyama, what's your plan? Kazayyama, being the key to this mission, was the only one capable of infiltrating Hidden Sand Village unnoticed. I'll just slip in during the night, Kazayyama said nonchalantly. Unlike Hidden Waterfall Village, Hidden Sand Village doesn't have a waterfall defense. He pulled a kunai from his waist pouch and handed it to Tsukumo. This is my Flying Thunder God kunai. Hold on to it carefully, Lord Tsukumo, I don't want to lose it. Tsukumo nodded solemnly, tucking the kunai away. Actually, I want Hiki to go with you, Tsukumo suggested. He's a sensory ninja and can read memories. We need to uncover Hidden Sand Village's troop deployments. Hiki nodded in agreement and turned to Kazayyama with a slight shrug. Well, looks like we're teaming up. Kazayyama sighed. What a hassle. But fine, I'll do it, for Hiki's sake. I'll go in first and use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to bring him in, Kazayyama said confidently. That way, we won't alert the enemy. Tsukumo nodded in agreement. That had been his plan as well. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu made infiltrating enemy territory much easier. While it required a fair amount of chakra, the precision and efficiency it provided were worth the effort. Then let's rest. Once night falls, we'll begin the operation, Tsukumo added. I'll stay here to guard the area and provide backup if needed. The group settled down to rest. Kazayyama casually found a comfortable spot, sprawled out, and closed his eyes as if he didn't have a care in the world. The others chuckled at his relaxed demeanor. The mission was on the verge of beginning, yet Kazayyama seemed utterly unfazed. Kazayyama's thoughts, nonsense. If any of you are nervous, that's on you. Worst case scenario, we retreat. Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage building. In the office of the third Kazekage, Hutasman, two figures stood before him, a man and a woman. The man had a tattooed face and wore black, exuding a cold and intense aura. The woman, striking with her mix of blonde and green hair, possessed an elegance that belied her power. Bakura, I'm entrusting the assault team to you. Konkichi, you will lead the vanguard, the Kazekage said, his tone firm yet expectant. I trust neither of you will let me down. Bakura, a ninja blessed with a Scorch-style KK Genkai, was as formidable in battle as she was captivating in appearance. An elite Jonin, she was one of Hidden Sand Village's finest assets. Konkichi, a skilled puppeteer and disciple of Chio, stood out for his 5 powerful puppets, each capable of incredible devastation. Unlike his mentor, he served directly under the Kazekage's command. Yes, Lord Kazekage, the two responded in unison, bowing before leaving the office. Outside, Konkichi's arrogance quickly surfaced. Humphrey. The assault team should logically be led by me, he scoffed. Bakura, I hope you won't disappoint the Lord Kazekage. Despite her composure, Bakura's patience had its limits. She shot him a sharp look, her temper flaring. Humphrey. You and your puppets don't need to say anything more, she retorted before walking away briskly. It was clear the two had no mutual respect, and any collaboration between them would be strained at best. As the moon rose high into the night sky, Kazayyama abruptly woke, stretching lazily as if he'd had a full night's sleep. The rest of the group turned their attention to him. Lord Sakamo, I'm going. Sakamo nodded as Kazayyama gave a small smile. Under everyone's watchful gaze, his body began to fade, gradually becoming ethereal. In mere moments, he vanished entirely from view. So this is the transparent escape jutsu. There really isn't even a trace of breath, Aoyama said, his admiration evident as he observed the remarkable skill. It was his first time witnessing the Gecko clan's KK Genkai in action. Kojin Hyuga, who had activated his Byakugan, was equally stunned. Despite his Byakugan's ability to see through objects, it was entirely ineffective in locating Kazayyama. Incredible. Even the Byakugan can't detect his whereabouts, Kojin murmured. Of course it can't, Kazayyama's voice echoed from an unseen source. My transparent escape jutsu renders my body completely transparent. If I'm transparent, what can you possibly see? His playful laughter reached the group, boosting their confidence in the mission. Alright, Kazayyama, get going. And be careful, Sakamo instructed. Don't worry, Lord White Fang, Kazayyama replied, his unseen presence moving away. Just as Sakamo relaxed, preparing for the next phase, a voice rang out once more. Well, before I leave, Lord Sakamo, I'd like a quick sparring session. Please give me some pointers. Sakamo frowned, sensing something unusual. Before he could react, Kazayyama's mischievous voice struck again. Hidden Leaf Village style. Taijutsu Secret Jutsu, 1,000 Years of Death. Sakamo, what? Chapter 33, The White Fang is the White Fang, Unmatched Endurance. Damn brat. How dare you use the technique I invented against me? Humphrey. Despite his best effort to suppress the pain, Sakamo landed a fierce punch on Kazayyama's head, leaving a massive bump as punishment. I'm sorry. Lord Sakamo. Kazayyama muttered sheepishly, rubbing his sore head. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had already executed the technique, so why hadn't it worked? Looking at the completely unaffected Sakamo, Kazayyama fell into self-doubt. Hurry up and get going on your mission. Sakamo roared. Reluctantly, Kazayyama activated the transparent escape jutsu again and began heading toward Hidden Sand Village. Damn brat. This is infuriating. Sakamo muttered, his face tight with frustration. Nazuki, standing nearby, noticed his expression and asked cautiously, Lord Sakamo, are you alright? Do you need me to take a look? Although the question came from a place of concern, it only earned him a glare and a curt response. No, I'm fine. With that, Sakamo stormed off, muttering that he would patrol the outskirts while the team rested. Once he was out of sight, his composure finally cracked. Sigh. Ha. He exhaled sharply, grimacing as he clutched his side. Damn it, that kid is ruthless. Right on the bullseye. Damn it, damn it. He winced, still feeling the lingering pain. He used my own technique against me. Ouch. He sighed again, shaking his head in disbelief. That kid really is ruthless. Kazayyama, who had just reached the gates of Hidden Sand Village, was still distracted by the thoughts of his earlier attempt at the 1,000 Years of Death. He had done everything right, built up energy, aimed precisely, and delivered the attack with full force. So why hadn't it worked? Could it be that Sakamo, as the creator of the technique, was somehow immune to it? That didn't make any sense. Come on, kiddo Kazayyama, stop overthinking it, Chomi chimed in. That Sakamo was obviously holding back. Your attack definitely landed, but seriously, where'd you learn such a disgusting technique? That's just sick. Even as Chomi said this, he recalled watching Kazayyama's demonstration of the move. The tiger seal, the two-finger thrust. The mere memory sent a shiver through the 7 tails. It truly was sick. It was invented by Lord Tsukumo himself, the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village. Apparently, it's his signature technique, Kazayyama explained. Chomi snorted. So, your 1,000 years of death worked after all. He just endured it. TSK, TSK. White Fang really lives up to his reputation, that's some incredible endurance. Kazayyama shook his head and refocused, setting his sights on the gates of Hidden Sand Village ahead. The mission took priority, even if his head still throbbed slightly from Tsukumo's earlier punch. The village was heavily guarded, even at night. Although Kazayyama had activated the transparent escape jutsu, he moved cautiously, sticking close to the walls as he entered. The sight within Hidden Sand Village was exactly what he expected, a sea of yellow sand. Even the houses seemed to be crafted from sand. As he crept through the village, an odd question crossed his mind: how do people take a bath in a place full of yellow sand? The thought lingered as he navigated the area, until his eyes caught sight of a pair of large, familiar characters. Bathhouse? Oh? Kazayyama muttered to himself. There's actually a bathhouse here? He smacked his forehead, feeling a bit foolish. Of course, water was more precious than gold in this desert. The fact that Hidden Sand Village existed at all meant there had to be an underground river nearby. How else could such a large village sustain itself? Still, curiosity got the better of him, and his legs carried him toward the bathhouse. It won't delay the mission. Just a quick look, he rationalized. Drawn by his curiosity, he made his way to the women's bathhouse. Climbing onto the roof with practiced ease, he activated his hive mind jutsu, and in an instant, the entire area came into view. The lay tower meant the bathhouse was nearly empty. On the women's side, there was only one person. Through the steamy haze, Kazayyama's eyes landed on a sight he would never forget, a perfect, graceful back. Its beauty was so captivating, so moving, that he froze in place. Beautiful. Stunning. A sudden warmth rose to his nose. Panicked, he clamped a hand over it, realizing blood was threatening to spill. For someone as experienced as Kazayyama in these situations, this reaction was rare. The sheer power of the vision, a back so breathtaking, was enough to leave even him awestruck. But Kazayyama quickly steadied his pounding heart as recognition set in. The distinctive hair, a blend of birch and green, and the most elegant, mesmerizing back he had ever seen in his life, this was none other than Kakura, the Scorch-style ninja of Hidden Sand Village. Kazayyama's gaze grew serious. He hadn't expected to encounter Hidden Sand Village's future tragic hero so soon after entering the village. But the timing raised questions. Why was Kakura bathing so late at night? Logically, this was a time for rest, not relaxation. If she wasn't sleeping, it could mean she was preparing for or recovering from a mission. But given her current state, bathing alone, it seemed more likely that she had just returned from some private task or meeting. Given Kakura's strength and rank, only a few individuals in Hidden Sand Village could have enlisted her, likely the Kusagakure or high-ranking elders like Cho. Whatever the purpose of her recent activity, it must have been significant. Kazayyama's approach to information gathering was strikingly similar to Jiraiya's, unorthodox yet effective. And now, he had found his target. It's her, Kakura of the Scorch style. Yet Kazayyama paused, deep in thought. Kakura wasn't just an ordinary Jonin, her Scorch style was powerful enough to evaporate the moisture from her enemies, reducing them to mummies in an instant. I'm not about to live long enough to become a mummy, Kazayyama thought grimly. The only viable strategy was a surprise attack, but sneaking up on an elite Jonin in her home village was no simple feat. He needed help. Chomi, can your scale powder paralyze her? Hypnotize her? Anything? Chomi perked up at the question, sensing an opportunity to gloat. Of course it can. Who do you want me to handle? His tone shifted when he realized the target. Huh? A girl? Kiddo Kazayyama, you're not planning something shady, are you? That's a bad idea. She's older than you, and trust me, you won't be able to handle her. Chomi had lived with Kazayyama for nearly a year, and while he understood his Jinchūriki well, this situation caught him off guard. He hadn't expected Kazayyama to get distracted by thoughts of attraction during a mission. Ugh, Chomi, quit talking nonsense. Kazayyama snapped. This is for the mission. I need to get information from her, that's all. Understand? Chomi laughed. Sure, sure. Mission or not, you're definitely impressed by her. Admit it, she's gorgeous, right? Kazayyama sighed deeply. Alright, fine. She's beautiful. Happy? Now, can your scale powder handle her or not? Chomi hummed thoughtfully. You realize she's a Scorch-style ninja, right? She could evaporate my scale powder before it even gets close. Kazayyama felt his stomach sink, but Chomi quickly reassured him. Don't worry, kiddo. Even Son Goku's lava style couldn't melt my scale powder. I'm a tailed beast, and my powder is unique. Trust me, it'll work. Chapter 34. Last time, we stole a tailed beast. This time, we're stealing. As he watched Pakura, who was finishing washing up, Kazayyama gritted his teeth and stomped his foot in frustration. Chomi, get the scale powder ready. I want her unconscious. Huh? Unconscious? Don't you want her paralyzed? No. I need to take her with me. I still need information from her memories. Chomi, ever sarcastic, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Well, not only does this involve using scale powder for underhanded deeds, but also tying people up. What a piece of work. If it weren't for Kazayyama's telltale nosebleed, Chomi might have thought he was actually composed. Here's the scale powder. I don't care how you use it, but seriously, how could you like such an ugly girl? Still brimming with passion? Geez, Kazayyama, your taste really needs some work. Kazayyama nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugly? Pakura? Chomi, you old insect, I'll deal with you later. As Chomi's chakra flowed into Kazayyama's body, the scale powder quickly solidified. Pakura, meanwhile, was enjoying her bath, unaware of the lurking danger. Her thoughts drifted to what she did at home. After all, her duties as one of Hidden Sand Village's elite Jonin were exhausting. Managing the Kazikage's affairs and handling other critical missions left her little time to rest. At that moment, Kazayyama had condensed enough scale powder and slipped into the women's bathhouse, his transparent escape jutsu concealing him. Ninja art. Scale powder. Sleep, he murmured softly. Pakura, relaxing against the edge of the bath, suddenly heard the faint sound of a male voice. Before she could react, a strange gas enveloped her. Who? She began to say, but an overwhelming drowsiness took hold. Despite her instincts to resist, the powerful effect of the powder rendered her defenseless. She couldn't even finish her sentence before succumbing to unconsciousness, slipping into a deep sleep. Kazayyama stared at the unconscious woman, her bare form only heightening his adrenaline. His blood rushed, and before he could stop himself, a nosebleed erupted. Not now, damn it, he thought, quickly wiping at the bleeding. Yet, no matter how much he cleaned it, the flow refused to stop. Frustrated, he tore pieces of his clothes to plug his nose. To regain composure, he grabbed a bath towel from a nearby rack, using it to cover Pakura's body and force himself to focus. Carefully wrapping her up, he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, only to realize a critical flaw in his plan. He hadn't left any teleportation coordinates in Hidden Sand Village. The only location he could jump to was Sycamore Hatake's. That wouldn't work. Pakura might be a captive from Hidden Sand Village, but she was still an exquisite beauty. I haven't even had my fill of this yet, how could I let someone else see her? For a moment, Kazayyama was lost in thought. On one hand was the mission, and on the other was the allure of beauty. He wasn't the kind of person who would prioritize a mission over a captivating woman. Especially not someone like Pakura, whose beauty, particularly her perfectly sculpted figure, was unparalleled in the Naruto world. If only I could abduct her. He mused. Pakura's death in the future, tangled in the web of political scheming, felt like an unjust waste. Pakura's scorched style, a unique combination of wind and fire, was one of the most destructive Kekkei Genkai in existence, possessed solely by her. The idea of taking her back to Hidden Lee Village suddenly didn't seem so far-fetched to Kazayyama. Chomi, do you think I should take her with me? Chomi, unimpressed, shot back sarcastically. See what I mean? You've fallen for this so-called beauty and now you want to drag her along. That's your business, not mine, Chomi continued. But let me remind you, Kazayyama, you have a mission. What will your teammates think of you if you come back with some ugly girl instead of completing it? Chomi's mocking tone turned sharper. Honestly, you're not a proper ninja. First, you went to Hidden Waterfall Village and abducted me. Now you're in Hidden Sand Village trying to kidnap a Kekkei Genkai user. What's next? Kazayyama felt a twinge of embarrassment at Chomi's words but quickly brushed it off. He wasn't someone who cared about what others thought, not his teammates, not anyone. His shamelessness was his greatest weapon, and his so-called shameless system made him invincible in that regard. Shame? Who needs it? I'm free, I don't care what anyone else thinks. All that matters now is figuring out how to take her with me, Kazayyama muttered to himself. The problem is, my transparent escape jutsu doesn't work on others, and I didn't prep the Flying Thunder God Jutsu ahead of time. Damn it. He sighed but eventually made up his mind. Forget it. I'll take her with me somehow. Without dwelling on the logistics further, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Even though it wasn't ideal, he decided to improvise. At worst, he'd just have to dress her. The thought made the corner of his mouth curl into a mischievous grin. Dressing her. That's going to be quite the project, isn't it? After all, Pakura was breathtakingly beautiful. Helping her into clothes would be a task that required great attention to detail. But what happened next? Well, that's a charged plot, and we can't get into it here. I've already watched it for everyone, so feel free to use your imagination to fill in the blanks. It took Kazayyama 10 minutes to dress Pakura, his hands trembling and dry as he worked. Those 10 minutes were undeniably a wonderful experience for him, but he couldn't lose sight of his mission. With Pakura fully dressed, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and vanished from the women's bathhouse with her in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, the simple act of dressing her would soon lead to a cascade of trouble. Elsewhere, Aizen, the third Kusagakure and widely considered the strongest of his title holders, was still working late into the night. His strength came from his mastery of magnet style, Iron Sand, an incredibly versatile ability effective in offense, defense, reconnaissance, and sensory techniques. With war looming, he had secretly distributed portions of his Iron Sand among elite ninja, including Pakura, to monitor their movements. But now, something had gone wrong. He had abruptly lost connection with some of his Iron Sand, something he had never encountered before. Zeman frowned deeply as he analyzed the situation. There were only two plausible explanations. The first was that someone had destroyed his Iron Sand, but that was nearly impossible. My Iron Sand is indestructible. Even if it's ground into powder, it retains its magnetic properties, allowing me to maintain control. The second possibility was far more concerning. The Iron Sand was now outside his control range. But that's ridiculous. My magnet style has an immense control range, easily over hundreds of meters. How could it possibly be out of range? The missing amount of Iron Sand was minuscule, precisely 7 grams, the same amount he had placed on Pakura for tracking purposes. Pakura. It has to be her. In an instant, Aizen pieced the situation together. Every Kage earned their title through exceptional intelligence, and he was no exception. Is there an intruder? He muttered, his suspicions sharpening. The calm night shattered as his voice thundered through the Kazikage's office. Come here. The strongest Kazikage was now on high alert, and Hidden Sand Village's peace was about to be upended. Chapter 35, Am I that kind of person? Yes, you are. Kazayyama sneaked into Hidden Sand Village a few hours earlier. Hiki was already fully geared up, waiting for Kazayyama to return and lead him into the village. Their mission was to gather intelligence together, while the rest of the squad remained on guard duty. However, they all knew that Kazayyama couldn't possibly come back so soon. Just a few hours wouldn't be enough time for him to explore Hidden Sand Village's terrain thoroughly. Tsukumo stared into the distance toward Hidden Sand Village, a sense of unease settling over him, as though something was about to go wrong. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Instinctively, Tsukumo unsheathed his blade and swung it. Shit. Don't swing. It's me. The familiar voice stopped the blade mid-swing. Kazayyama? Why are you back? And who's that in your arms? Tsukumo's eyes widened as he turned to see Kazayyama. What shocked him even more was the woman Kazayyama was carrying. What the hell is going on? Lord Tsukumo, your reaction time is insane. If I'd been slower to shout, I'd have lost my head. Damn it. Kazayyama growled, clearly furious. He had warned him, but Tsukumo had nearly taken his life anyway. Hey, sorry, reflexes, Tsukumo muttered, embarrassed, as he sheathed his blade. His expression turned serious. Kazayyama, what happened? Why are you back so soon? And who's this person you brought with you? The commotion roused the rest of the squad, who quickly gathered around. All eyes were fixed on the woman in Kazayyama's arms. Hey, what are you staring at? Kazayyama snapped, glaring at them. This is a Kunoichi from Hidden Sand Village. Even Tsukumo and Hiki gave him odd looks, which only added to his frustration. It's for the mission, Kazayyama clarified, clearly displeased with their reactions. He then began to explain everything that had happened. At the same time, Hidden Sand Village was on high alert. The elite Jonin, Konkichi, was the first to arrive at the Kazikage building. Lord Kazikage, what's going on? Though Konkichi was proud, his loyalty to the Kazikage was unwavering. Konkichi, something must have happened to Pakura, the third Kazikage said, his expression slightly grim. A spy from another village has entered our village and used some method to take Pakura out instantly. The Kazikage's voice carried both urgency and resolve. You must immediately lead the troops and pursue them in the direction of Hidden Leaf Village. He had already deduced the situation. Hidden Leaf Village had to be behind this. The timing made it clear, someone had been sent to gather intelligence on Hidden Sand Village's troop deployment. Pakura's strength and importance made her a prime target, which explained why the enemy had chosen to abduct her. Pakura? Konkichi scoffed. Humphrey, I knew that woman was good for nothing. Despite his disdainful tone, Konkichi didn't hesitate. I'll lead the team in pursuit. He left without delay, his determination unquestionable. As Konkichi departed, The third Kazuyakage's expression darkened further. Something about this entire situation felt off. Bakura was an elite Jonin, her abilities made it nearly impossible for someone to take her without leaving any trace. A single face flashed through his mind, and his expression became even more severe. Someone. Go and fetch Elder Chio immediately. After hearing Kazayyama's explanation, everyone, including Tsukumo, was at a loss. Who would go to a hot spring to gather intelligence? Well, someone like Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, might. But who would gather intelligence by outright kidnapping an elite Jonin? If what Kazayyama said was true, then the woman he brought back was not only an elite Jonin from Hidden Sand Village but also one of the few possessing a KK Genkai. Are you sure she's an elite Jonin from Hidden Sand Village? Tsukiyuki asked skeptically. You're not just making up excuses because she's pretty, are you? Tsukiyuki's expression was odd, as if he was unconvinced. He didn't know Kazayyama well but felt that this situation made him look like Lecture. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Kazayyama snapped. Iki, tell me. Am I the kind of man who'd give up on a mission just because someone's beautiful? Although Kazayyama prided himself on not being a particularly good person, part of why he captured Bakura was, admittedly, her beauty. Still, it was one thing to admit it himself, being accused by someone else was another matter entirely. Yes. Iki muttered under his breath. Kazayyama's head whipped around, his eyes narrowing maliciously at Iki. What was that? Okay, Kazayyama, Tsukumo interjected, cutting through the tension. Be serious. Is everything you said true? Kazayyama nodded firmly, his seriousness evident. Iki, confirm it, Tsukumo instructed. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, perception and mental exploration were Iki's specialties. All right. Iki stepped forward. Kazayyama, adjust her position a bit. Kazayyama shifted the unconscious woman in his arms so she faced Iki, who placed a hand on her head. Hiden, psycho mind transmission, Iki muttered, closing his eyes as the technique activated. Memories began flowing into his mind. Bakura, you will lead the assault team. Lady Bakura. Your scourge style is incredible. Lady Bakura. I love you, please marry me. A flood of memories surfaced, confirming the truth. Iki opened his eyes and nodded. Kazayyama is right. This woman is indeed an elite Jonin from Hidden Sand Village. She possesses the KK Genkai Scourge style and was personally appointed by the third Kazuyakage to lead the assault team. The team exchanged astonished glances. None of them had expected Kazayyama to be telling the truth. Even Tsukumo was impressed. In just a few hours, Kazayyama had infiltrated Hidden Sand Village, found his target, and brought her back. The speed and precision were commendable, though the method, involving drugging a Kunoichi, didn't exactly sound honorable. Humphrey. You shallow fools. Kazayyama snapped, straightening up with indignation. You called me unreliable? Fine. I'll make sure Lord Third hears all about how you doubted me. Tsukumo chuckled. Not bad, Kazayyama. Choosing you for this mission was clearly the right call. Now, take her back to Hidden Leaf Village. As the order was given, Iki's sharp gaze suddenly turned toward Hidden Sand Village. His expression grew tense, and he opened his mouth to speak, only for a voice to cut through the air. Humphrey. So it is you rats from Hidden Leaf Village. A figure appeared in the distance, their tone brimming with hostility. You think you can just leave the land of wind? Leave Bakura behind. Chapter 36, Hatake Kenjutsu, the cure for flashy tricks. Kojin, Hayachi, what's the enemy count? Tsukumo wasn't worried about Hidden Sand Village discovering their presence. After all, Kazayyama had directly captured an elite Jonin. If Hidden Sand Village hadn't noticed any movement, it would have made them look completely incompetent. However, seeing Kazayyama's dumbfounded expression, he was curious how Hidden Sand Village had learned of Bakura's disappearance. Kazayyama, were you followed when you left? Kazayyama shook his head. He had activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu directly in the bathhouse. How could anyone have tracked him? Then it must have been some kind of secret technique. With your abilities, there's no other explanation. Tsukumo had unwavering confidence in Kazayyama's skills. The Transparent Escape Jutsu and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu were formidable, and he trusted Kazayyama completely. Even so, Kazayyama felt dejected. This was only his second mission, yet every time he went out, an enemy appeared at their doorstep. Was he just unlucky? He took pride in his ability to stay hidden, but first it was Hidden Clouds Village, and now Hidden Sand Village. His confidence was starting to waver. Just then, Chomi spoke up. Kid, I think you need to investigate this yourself. In my long life, I've seen a type of ninjutsu. Mysterious and elusive. The victim doesn't even realize it's happening, and the effect is, well, bad luck. No matter what you do, unless you address it, you'll stay unlucky for the rest of your life. Chomi's voice carried a barely restrained chuckle. Kazayyama clenched his fists, resisting the urge to swat at him. It sounded convincing, but he knew Chomi was just messing with him. Ever since he became Chomi's Jinchūriki, the bug had grown more expressive and mischievous with each passing day. Lord Sakamo, the count is 13, Kojin reported, his Byakugan active. Heihachi, relying on his sensory abilities, confirmed the same number. Sakamo nodded, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. 13 people? They really underestimate me. His remark made the group chuckle despite their tension. Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang was synonymous with unparalleled combat prowess. When the Hidden Sand Village ninja finally surrounded them, Sakamo immediately recognized their leader. Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Cho's disciple. If I recall correctly, your name is Konkichi? Puppeteer Konkichi, Sakamo added with a smirk. Konkichi's expression darkened as soon as he spotted Sakamo. Damn it, Sakamo Hatake. He snarled. I didn't think the infamous Hidden Leaf Village White Fang would stoop to intelligence work. Hidden Leaf Village must be desperate. Despite his taunts, Konkichi subtly signaled his team, shifting into combat mode. The Hidden Sand Village ninja prepared to strike. I am a ninja, and carrying out missions is my duty. I will carry out any mission. What? You want to stop me with so few people? To be honest, Sakamo really didn't like intelligence missions. He was direct and forthright, completely uninterested in the subtleties of stealth and concealment, traits that made him the opposite of Kazayyama Gecko. Humphrey. Release Bakura. Otherwise, we'll have to fight here. Konkichi casually pulled out 4 scrolls, and the air echoed with 4 loud sounds. These are your prized creations, aren't they, Konkichi? Armor puppets, right? I remember slicing all your puppets to pieces in our last battle. You've rebuilt them over the years. They look sturdier than before. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sakamo had unleashed his blade on the battlefield against Hidden Sand Village. He'd taken out more than 10 of their puppeteers in rapid succession. Konkichi was one of the few who survived, thanks to his self-made armor puppets. The puppets were primarily constructed from iron, boasting incredible defensive power. Each piece of armor was covered in spikes unlaced with poison, and they were large enough to allow Konkichi to operate them from within. Humphrey. All these years, I've been waiting for this rematch. This time, you won't just cut through my puppet. Do it. Take back Bakura. Konkichi ordered the attack without hesitation. Kazayyama, Heihachi, take the girl and retreat. Sakamo commanded. Tsukiyuki. Ken. Let's go. Sakamo charged forward, radiating a chilling killing intent. Tsukiyuki suddenly leapt into the air, slamming his right hand onto the sand as he shouted, Earth style, tearing earth turning palm. The Hidden Sand Village forces hadn't expected anyone other than Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang to take the lead, leaving them scrambling to defend themselves. But then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Tsukiyuki's right fist slammed heavily into the sand, his hand sinking into it. Yet, his technique didn't activate. Confused, he stared at his hand, bewildered. What was going on? His unstoppable earth-style technique had failed. Big brother. The ground under your fist isn't solid ground, it's the desert. Kazayyama had just picked up Bakura and was preparing to retreat when he noticed Tsukiyuki's failed technique. Seeing his puzzled expression, Kazayyama couldn't help but call out a reminder. Earth-style, tearing earth turning palm was a powerful offensive ninjutsu that focused chakra into the palm, striking the ground to create devastating fissures that could attack enemies. But here? They weren't standing on solid ground, they were atop yellow sand. Using a jutsu that splits the earth on sand? Ridiculous. Sand doesn't react like solid ground. Hidden Sand Village had stood strong for generations, home to ninja proficient in puppet arts, sand control, and wind style. Have you ever heard of a Hidden Sand Village ninja specializing in earth style? Trying to control sand with earth style? That was just foolish. Kazayyama was at a loss for words. After his reminder, Tsukiyuki snapped out of his confusion. He hadn't expected his technique to be rendered completely useless against sand. Even Sakamo was momentarily surprised. At first, he assumed Tsukiyuki's jutsu was a feint. But no, it had genuinely failed. Soon, Sakamo understood. If earth style worked effectively on sand, the second Kazekage wouldn't have invented the sand manipulation jutsu. He'd have simply relied on earth style to control the desert. Sand and earth were fundamentally different. Not bad, Sakamo thought. Kazayyama's sharp enough to notice the details. Ha ha ha. Sakamo, are all the people you brought this foolish? Kill them. Konkichi directed his 4 armor puppets to advance. Each puppet gleamed with a metallic luster, their reinforced bodies exuding strength and durability. Wind style, dust cloud jutsu. The 4 Hidden Sand Village ninjas unleashed a massive wind style ninjutsu together. A swirling storm of soot mixed with chakra burst forth, devouring everything in its path. While the technique wasn't particularly powerful on its own, when combined by 4 skilled ninjas, its destructive force became extraordinary. The storm churned up yellow sand infused with chakra, sweeping it towards Tsukumo and his team. Tsukumo moved. The iconic White Fang, his white chakra short sword, materialized in his hand. A surge of chakra enveloped the blade, its edge glowing with lethal sharpness. This was the Hatake Kenjutsu, an advanced method of chakra flow that made the blade virtually indestructible, capable of cutting through even ninjutsu. The slash looked deceptively simple, but simplicity often embodied perfection. The art of the sword was pure, to cut the enemy in half, nothing more. To Kazayyama, that single strike was the perfect counter to all showy techniques. Chapter 37, Chase on the Desert Sands. With a flash of the blade, the yellow sand split in half like paper. The 4 hidden sand village ninja froze in terror. This joint ninjutsu, something they had meticulously practiced over time, had always been effective. Yet today, it was effortlessly shattered by a single, precise slash. Don't just stand there. Who do you think he is? He is Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. Treat him as if he were the Hokage. Puppet Jutsu, 8 waves of needles. Konkichi's voice rang out, tinged with anger. In an instant, 4 armor puppets were activated, their bodies sprouting spikes. The puppets, large and round, resembled pufferfish from a distance. But these weren't ordinary spikes, they were coated with Konkichi's signature poison, making them deadly upon contact. Don't let those puppets touch you. Kazayyama, Heihachi, retreat. Tsukumo Hatake brandished his sword again, moving with precision and speed. Tsukiyuki and Ken Aoyama flanked him without hesitation. Earth style, rock fist jutsu. Sans no fun. I'll make my own rock. Tsukiyuki's fists became encased in heavy stone. Foregoing elaborate movements, he delivered a powerful punch, sending one of the spiked puppets flying. Haha, Tsukiyuki, you're outdoing me. Water style, water wave hand. Ken's approach was more refined. Raising his right hand without performing hand seals, he released a strong jet of water that intercepted another puppet, holding it at bay. Meanwhile, Kazayyama and Heihachi took the opportunity to retreat. Don't let them get away. Send some people after them. Our reinforcements are on the way. Don't be afraid. Stop them. Puppet Jutsu, Needle Rain. As the fleeing ninja made their move, Konkichi sharply tossed one of his pufferfish puppets, sending it in pursuit of Kazayyama and the others. At the same time, the spines on the puppet's body erupted like 1,000 senbon, raining down in the direction of Kazayyama and the others. Keep running. Gentle fist, vacuum palm. Kojin Hyuga sharply pivoted, his Byakugan activated, taking in the battlefield with perfect clarity. In the next instant, several shockwaves soared into the air, shattering the spines before they could reach their target. It was the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams vacuum palm, a rare long-range technique that utilized a vacuum shockwave for devastating strikes when combined with the precision of the Byakugan. Its power was formidable. Don't run. Behind them, 6 ninja pursued relentlessly, attacking in unison. Shuriken and kunai flew through the air, many adorned with explosive tags, their threat multiplied by the sheer volume of projectiles. Damn it. There are too many. Kojin, who had stepped up to defend the group, suddenly found himself overwhelmed. As he braced for the next attack, a figure appeared behind him. Go. Water style, water formation wall. A sudden torrent of water erupted from the sand, forming a defensive barrier. The incoming projectiles were deflected, and the explosive tags detonated harmlessly against the wall. The blast sent vapor billowing across the battlefield. Ken had arrived just in time to support them. Though he hadn't stopped the initial wave, he intercepted the second with precision. Ken. No time for chatter. Run. Bring back the Kunoichi, that's the mission. Kojin glanced at his teammate's determined face, feeling a pang of emotion. But the mission took precedence. Gritting his teeth, he turned and fled with the others. You hidden sand village bastards, I'll take you on. Ken drew a kunai, fearlessly engaging the 6 enemies. Kazayyama looked back, his heart heavy as he watched Ken stand his ground. The commitment of these ninja to their missions, even at the cost of their lives, stirred something deep within him. It was this very dedication that had earned Tsukumo Hatake so much criticism in the original story. With Ken's support, Kazayyama and the others managed to escape the battlefield. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him as they ran, especially since he was carrying someone. His grip was tight, his focus entirely on not dropping the person. The abandoned ruins are just ahead. They're part of the escape route Lord Tsukumo planned. We can rest there, Kojin said, keeping his Byakugan active to scout for danger. The group nodded and pushed forward, finally reaching the safety of the ruins. Leaning against a broken wall, Kazayyama rubbed his legs unconsciously. He could fly whenever he wanted, but he wasn't used to running, which left him exhausted. I wonder how Lord Sakamo and the others are doing. Nearby, the medical ninja Nazuki looked dejected. Don't worry, Kojin said, trying to reassure him. Lord Sakamo is no weaker than the Hokage himself, and his one-handed swordsmanship is unmatched. A few hidden sand village ninja are no match for him. Despite his fatigue, Kojin's admiration for Sakamo was unwavering. Alright, enough talking. Let's rest for a while, Kazayyama instructed. Once we regain our strength, we'll keep moving. We can't afford to get stuck in this desert. I'll stand guard first. Kojin, you'll take over after some time. The night dragged on, the group unable to shake the drastic shift in their circumstances. Only hours ago, they were preparing for their mission, now, they were running for their lives. Change came swiftly, leaving them no choice but to adapt. Kazayyama closed his eyes, though he wasn't sleeping. Instead, he focused his chakra, using a jutsu to sense Sakamo's position. His technique linked to Sakamo's kunai, engraved with a tracking seal, allowed him to monitor Sakamo's movements. Suddenly, the kunai's movement became erratic. Kazayyama's eyes shot open. Kojin? 9 o'clock. He yelled, startling the group. Check if someone's coming. Kojin, who had just settled into rest, immediately activated his Byakugan. Scanning the area, he spotted something. Someone. No. Nazuki, get ready. Someone's injured. In the distance, Sakamo appeared, sprinting toward them with Kin on his back. As he got closer, the group saw his blood-stained body. However, the blood wasn't his. The injuries on Kazayyama, however, were severe, shuriken and kunai embedded in his back. Lord Sakamo. Quick, lay him down. I'll heal him. Nazuki sprang into action. Sachayuki, wait over there. I'll treat you after I stabilize Ken. Nazuki quickly got into the flow. As a medical ninja, it was her duty to heal her teammates. Lord Sakamo, are you alright? Aki asked, noticing Sakamo's grim expression. Sakamo shook his head. Nazuki, hurry. There are pursuers on our trail. The group froze. Pursuers? Konkichi and his group didn't stand a chance against us. Lord Sakamo took down 6 of them in minutes. But just as we were about to retreat, that old hag Chio showed up. 10 puppets. Damn, if I hadn't used that rock to block, I'd be done for. And then there were those dark things in the sky, crazy destructive. Even my rock couldn't hold them back. Tsukiyuki took the water bottle Kazayyama handed him and gulped it down. It was obvious the battle had excited the burly man. Something black? Lord Sakamo, is it the third Kazekage? Kazayyama's heart sank at the thought of the strongest Kazekage. Chapter 38, Do you not trust me, or do you not trust Obirama Senju? Well. Nazuki, how long will Ken's injuries take to heal? Lord Sakamo, he's in a very bad condition. Apart from the wound on his back, he's also been poisoned. My mystical palm jutsu can only temporarily stabilize his condition. He still needs follow-up treatment. Nazuki's hands were covered in green chakra, the advanced medical ninjutsu technique known as the mystical palm jutsu. By outputting chakra from the palms, it enhanced the healing of wounds and affected areas. The amount of chakra output needed careful adjustment based on the severity of the condition, making it a skill that only a few ninja medics could use. Excessive chakra output risked disrupting the patient's circulatory system and causing unconsciousness. The technique not only treated external injuries but could also effectively heal internal ailments. The third's iron sand. Kazayyama suddenly thought of something and began frantically searching Pikura's body. Kazayyama, what are you doing? Sakamo's sharp reprimand cut through the tension, but Kazayyama didn't stop. He carefully searched Pikura's body with a determined expression that left no doubt he wasn't acting out of line. Damn it. I knew it. Kazayyama cursed. I figured out how they're tracking us, it's iron sand powder. Kazayyama suddenly ripped open the cloth near Pikura's waist, revealing a small trace of black powder to everyone. The moment Sakamo saw it, his face darkened. This is the third Kazekage's iron sand. If Pikura has this on her, it must have been placed by the third Kazekage. He is using his magnet style to track his subordinates. I used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to take Pikura directly out of the village, Kazayyama said, his face tense. That must have alerted him. That's why they were able to organize a pursuit so quickly. Sakamo's expression hardened as he processed the revelation. Kazayyama's grim face mirrored his. No one had anticipated the third Kazekage's strategic thinking. While the original accounts of his abilities might have left gaps, his tactical brilliance and ingenuity were undeniable. Damn it. Kazayyama coughed weakly, interrupting the moment. Cough. Lord Sakamo, take them and retreat. I can hold them off for a while. He knew his condition. The only safe option was for them to abandon him. They weren't far from the edge of the desert. Without him, the others had a real chance of escape. Don't talk nonsense. I have no intention of abandoning my teammates, Sakamo said firmly. Since we set out on the same mission, we will, of course, go back together. Kazayyama quietly took in the scene before him. He knew history was repeating itself. That same unwavering resolve to protect his comrades had once led Sakamo to face the scorn of the entire village in the original timeline. Whether fortunate or not, this time the situation was completely different. As Kazayyama pondered how they could escape, Kojin Hyuga's sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. They're here. The pursuers have arrived. The one leading them is Chio, the elder of Hidden Sand Village. Sakamo's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. They've caught up so quickly? How did they know we escaped here? Tsukiyuki looked equally shocked. They had taken a careful route to bypass the pursuers. How had they been discovered so soon? At that moment, Chio and her squad of dozens of Hidden Sand Village ninjas surrounded the ruins. Her commanding voice echoed across the battlefield. Sakamo Hatake, come out quickly and face your death. You're not getting away. Hand over Pakura. Chio's eyes burned with fury, her mind consumed by one thought, revenge on the man who had taken her son from her. Sakamo cautiously glanced outside. The ruins were completely surrounded. Breaking out would be nearly impossible. Kazayyama, can your flying thunder god jutsu teleport them away? Kazayyama shook his head grimly. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was that he couldn't. Without a technique to mark their destination, teleporting them was impossible. If Lord Sakamo can assist, there might be a chance, Kazayyama finally admitted. Sakamo, who had all but dismissed the flying thunder god jutsu as an option, suddenly perked up. What do you mean? The only way I can activate the flying thunder god jutsu right now is with this pile of kunai. If you can get them out of here, I can teleport them along with myself. Kazayyama stared directly at Sakamo, his expression firm and unyielding. His meaning was clear. Sakamo would have to break out alone and get the kunai past their enemies for the plan to work. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. Sakamo's face changed as he absorbed the implications. He glanced around at the others, the comrades who had accompanied him on this mission. How could he leave them behind? Even if he did manage to break through, what if Kazayyama's flying thunder god jutsu failed? Wouldn't that make him the one responsible for their doom? As he watched Sakamo's face contort with hesitation, Kazayyama let out a hopeless sigh. It was the truth. While Sakamo was an immensely powerful shinobi, his heart was unbearably fragile. The next words from the group only made Sakamo's heart ache further. Lord Sakamo, take the woman and break out, said Ken Aoyama, who was lying on the ground receiving treatment. His voice was resolute, despite his weakened state. He had already accepted his fate. If it meant the mission could succeed, his life didn't matter. Haha, Lord Sakamo, you don't need to worry, Tsukiyuki added, his tone light despite the gravity of the moment. I, Tsukiyuki, am ready to fight fearlessly by your side. While they haven't attacked yet, you should leave quickly. Hiki and Kojin said nothing, but their steely expressions spoke volumes. Their resolve was clear. Sakamo felt numb. His gaze shifted to Kazayyama, his expression torn between doubt and determination. Lord Sakamo, don't look at me like that, Kazayyama said sharply. As long as you can get out, I can definitely lead them away. If you trust me, break through. Kazayyama's frustration boiled over internally. Damn it, you old fool. Do you not trust me? Or do you not trust Obi-Rama Senshu, the creator of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? This is space-time ninjutsu. He clenched his fists, silently raging. If you delay any longer, none of us will leave this place alive. Forget it, do whatever you want. I'll guarantee my own survival, and Pakura's too. She's my mission target, after all, and I still have to bring her back. Finally, Sakamo let out a heavy breath. Okay. Kazayyama, promise me that you'll get them all out of here. Sakamo patted Kazayyama's shoulder firmly, then walked out. His figure, burdened by the pressure, appeared slightly hunched. Humphrey, Chio. Your Hidden Sand Village responded quickly, Sakamo called out as he stepped forward. His voice carried a chilling calm. You want to kill me? You'll have to prove you're strong enough. Though he felt hopeless when it came to his comrades, Sakamo's fury burned like wildfire in the face of his enemies. Those who had pushed his team to the edge had awakened the wrath of a man-turned-demon. His presence was terrifying, his killing intent unmistakable. His red eyes glared fiercely, reflecting his rage. Humphrey. Sakamo Hatake, the blood of my son must be avenged. Chio declared, her voice trembling with fury. Today is the day you die. White Secret Jutsu, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. With emotion, Chio summoned 10 white figures. The famed White Secret Jutsu, her ultimate puppet jutsu, unfolded before them. To simultaneously control 10 puppets, this was the pinnacle of her craft. Chapter 39, Showtime. The true terror of Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang was finally recognized by Kazayyama. In a complete rage, the white light chakra saber in his hands had transformed into the side of death. Lightning chakra coursed through his body, wrapping around him like an armor of destruction. This use of chakra couldn't help but remind Kazayyama of the third and fourth Rukongai. Though the lightning attribute of Sakamo's chakra wasn't as overwhelming as theirs, it significantly enhanced his body, pushing his speed and lethality to the limit. Even when surrounded by dozens of enemies, the white blur wove effortlessly through the center of the crowd, relying on superhuman speed. Shuriken, explosive tags, and jutsu were all rendered useless, cut down with a single, precise slash. Sakamo's blade techniques were devoid of unnecessary flair, each strike was meant to kill. Don't let his speed control the battle. Create distance and cover him with ninjutsu. Chio, the one most familiar with White Fang's power, wasted no time issuing the order. At her command, the hidden sand village ninja scattered, attacking from every direction. A barrage of ninjutsu lit up the battlefield. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Wind style. Wind cutter jutsu. Wind style. Dust cloud jutsu. Wind style. Great breakthrough. The combined power of wind and fire style unleashed devastating attacks, with wind amplifying fire to create a roaring inferno that engulfed the area around Sakamo. A blanket of flames consumed the battlefield, searing the ground with its intensity. Damn it, I have to help Lord Sakamo. Ignoring his injuries, Tsukiyuki lunged forward, intent on joining the fight. But Kazayyama was quick to grab him, his sharp movements halting Tsukiyuki's advance. You'll just get in the way. Kazayyama snapped. With just Lord Sakamo, he can take a few of them down and break out easily. But if you go, he'll have to protect you too, and none of us will make it out alive. Tsukiyuki's anger simmered as Kazayyama's harsh words sank in, replaced by frustration and helplessness. His fists clenched as he spat out a curse. Damn it. Kazayyama ignored the outburst, keeping his focus on the battle. Sakamo stood before the towering flames, completely unafraid. Hatake Kenjutsu, first form, slash. The name is unremarkable, and so is the move. It's just a simple slash. But if this slash comes from Sakamo, it's an entirely different story. The legendary ninja blade, white light chakra saber, emitted a blinding light, the ultimate manifestation of concentrated chakra. The slash descended, and with it, the roaring flames vanished, and the raging winds stilled, silenced by its overwhelming power. Hatake Kenjutsu, second form, sweep. From a vertical slash, Sakamo transitioned to a horizontal one. This strike carried supreme force, as if capable of cleaving everything in its path. Everyone, get behind my puppets. Chio's voice rang out. You can't block this attack. With her hands clasped in a prayer-like seal, her 10 puppets immediately spread their arms. Puppet jutsu, mechanical light shield block. In an instant, 10 glowing blue shields materialized, forming a defensive barrier. The hidden sand village ninja quickly retreated behind the puppets, placing their lives in Chio's hands. The slash was unleashed. The devastating strike crashed against the shimmering shields with an ear-splitting roar. Chio trembled as she clenched her teeth, pouring every ounce of her chakra into maintaining the defense. Sweat trickled down her forehead as the immense force threatened to shatter the shield. Humphrey. Sakamo's expression darkened as his second slash was successfully blocked. Dissatisfaction was written all over his face. Just as he prepared to unleash a third strike, a voice echoed in his mind, "Stop fighting. Take the opportunity to run." It was Kazayyama's voice, transmitted through Hiki Yamanaka's mind-body transmission jutsu. Sakamo gritted his teeth as the word sank in. Though he hated abandoning the fight, the strategy Kazayyama had laid out earlier left him no choice. His sharp gaze swept across the hidden sand village forces. He wanted nothing more than to finish them off here and now. But he couldn't. For the sake of his squad, he swallowed his frustration and forcibly suppressed the urge to continue the battle. Sakamo channeled all his chakra into his feet and launched forward like a rocket. It's fine. Lord Sakamo has already left, Kazayyama said, letting out a sigh of relief as he watched Sakamo disappear into the distance. Next, we just have to wait until he is far enough, and then I'll use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to get us all out. He couldn't deny it, he'd been worried Sakamo might change his mind and turn back. Damn Hidden Leaf Village White Fang. He actually ran away. Chio's angry shout rang out just as she withdrew her defenses, realizing Sakamo had retreated. Her expression darkened, and she clenched her fists in frustration. Bastard. Everyone, charge in and finish off the rest of them. And get Pikura back. Chio knew chasing down Sakamo was pointless. He was far too fast for any of them to catch up. For now, the mission came first. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the ruins. In his arms, he carried Pikura, the elite hidden sand village Jonin. Hey, Hey, don't do anything rash, Kazayyama warned, stepping into view. His voice was calm, but his stance was tense. A kunai rested against Pikura's neck, a clear threat. I've got the person you want. If you come any closer, I'll do it. He hadn't wanted to reveal himself, but buying time for his comrades took priority. Humphrey. Hidden Leaf Village brats. Release Pikura, and I'll spare your lives. Chio's sharp eyes narrowed as she raised her hand, stopping her forces from advancing. Sakamo has abandoned you and fled. There's no reason for you to die for someone like him. Kazayyama didn't hesitate. His face twisted with grief and anger as he shouted, You're right. Sakamo Hatake has abandoned us. He trembled, his voice heavy with bitterness. I despise being in the same village as someone like him. The performance was flawless. This honorable lady, he began, his tone shifting to a desperate plea, now that it's come to this, do you think Hidden Sand Village would accept us? We're nothing but outcasts. Rather than being abandoned by Hidden Leaf Village, I'd rather join Hidden Sand Village. His tone grew fierce, his words echoing with raw emotion. We'll take our revenge on Hidden Leaf Village together. His words stunned everyone. Even Chio paused, momentarily caught off guard. Could a ninja really betray their allies like this, in the middle of a battle? Damn it. What are you talking about? Tsukiyuki roared from behind him, clearly blindsided. On the other hand, Chio felt a flicker of relief. The boy in front of her was barely more than a teenager. It wasn't surprising that someone so young would choose survival over loyalty. Humphrey. A Hidden Leaf Village ninja, and this is your backbone? She sneered, disgusted by his apparent cowardice. You're a disgrace to the Hokages who came before you. Kazayyama didn't flinch. Instead, his expression shifted. The grief and anger melted away, replaced by a sly, almost teasing smirk. Hey. Don't put it like that, he said casually. I didn't disgrace any Hokage. I just bought us some time, didn't I? Don't you agree, Lady Chio? The sudden change in tone caught her off guard. Kazayyama's eyes sparkled with confidence, this was his moment. He could sense it. Sakamo had stopped running, and now it was his turn to take the stage. Chapter 40, Never underestimate Hidden Leaf Village's young shinobi. What do you mean, brat? Chio's sharp eyes fixed on Kazayyama, whose ever-changing expression raised alarms in her mind. Something was wrong, but she dismissed the thought. Surely, the brat standing in front of her couldn't escape her grasp. Lady Chio, times have changed. His smirk widened. Remember this, never underestimate the ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, especially the young ones. Kazayyama chuckled, his laughter echoing through the ruins. He couldn't help but find it amusing. There was a lesson he'd learned from Naruto that always stuck with him. Jonin might be skilled, but all they do is throw kunai. It's the genin who get the real work done. And while he wasn't a genin anymore, he was still young enough to prove the point. Ha 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 ha. Little brat. Chio's patience snapped. Kill him for me. As her order rang out, the Hidden Sand Village ninja lunged to attack. But in that instant, Kazayyama's figure vanished, along with Pikura, who had been in his arms. Even Chio, with all her experience, was momentarily stunned. Her sharp eyes searched the area, but neither Kazayyama nor Pikura was anywhere to be seen. His aura had disappeared entirely. That wasn't the body flicker jutsu. She muttered, realization dawning. Damn it. We've fallen for a trap. This brat has been playing us for fools. This is space-time ninjutsu. As a veteran ninja and Hidden Sand Village's strongest combatant, Chio recognized the technique immediately. But recognizing it didn't change the outcome. By the time her squad began searching the ruins, it was too late. Kazayyama had already used the Flying Thunder God jutsu to evacuate Hoki and the others, transporting them away in multiple jumps. When the Hidden Sand Village ninja reached the site of the battle, there was nothing left, just a few bloodstains on the ground. Not a single Hidden Leaf Village ninja remained. Damn brats. Chio bellowed, her voice trembling with fury. Damn it. Her fists clenched in frustration as she surveyed the empty battlefield. She had never expected that, despite her overwhelming advantage, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas would escape right under her nose. Bring me the iron sand of the third Kazekage. She shouted, her voice laced with desperation. We'll use it to sense their direction. Chio's subordinates quickly retrieved the iron sand, relying on its magnetic properties to track Pikura's location. But when the ninja holding the iron sand began his work, his expression quickly turned to confusion. Slowly, he walked toward a crumbling wall, crouched down, and froze. Lady Chio, his voice wavered. The iron sand. What is it? Chio barked. The ninja gulped. It's all gone. He pointed at the ground where faint traces of metallic dust remained, just the remnants of pulverized iron sand. They found the iron sand. The ninja muttered. And they destroyed it. All of it. Chio felt the world spin. Her vision darkened as anger surged through her. Then, a furious roar tore from her throat, echoing through the ruins. Damned Hidden Leaf Village ninja. I'll never forgive you. On top of a massive rock 5 kilometers away from the ruins, Tsukumo panted heavily, his breaths ragged as he pushed his body to its limits. Using chakra to boost his speed had proven effective, but the cost to his stamina was immense. To save precious time, he had sprinted the entire 5 kilometers in under 2 minutes before finally coming to a halt. In his judgment, this was far enough. As his body trembled from exertion, his thoughts drifted to his teammates. Were they safe? Could they escape the danger unscathed? Just as worry began to creep in, whoosh! Who? A sudden figure appeared in front of him. Instinctively, Tsukumo's hand went to his blade, drawing it. But in the very next moment, his tension turned to elation. Standing before him was none other than their target, the elite hidden sand village Kunoichi, Bakura. And then, one by one, familiar figures materialized around him, Hiki, Ken, Nazuki, Tsukiyuki, and at last, Kazayyama. Relief surged through Tsukumo like a wave. Kazayyama had done it. He had used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to get them all out of the encirclement safely. He couldn't hold back his praise. Kazayyama. Well done. A laugh broke free from his chest as the relief lightened his exhausted body. Ha! Chio never would have guessed you'd pull off a space-time ninjutsu like that. Tsukiyuki, as carefree as ever, joined in. Hey? Lord Tsukumo. We're really out of there? Kazayyama, that technique of yours is incredible. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tsukiyuki grabbed Kazayyama in a tight embrace. Hey, let go of me. I'm exhausted. Kazayyama grumbled. Teleporting 5 kilometers with all of you completely drained me. He wasn't exaggerating. Despite his improved chakra reserves, teleporting multiple people such a long distance wasn't an ordinary feat. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu had taken a heavy toll. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. Tsukiyuki chuckled, rummaging through his bag. I've got my special military ration pills right here. Sure, they taste terrible, but they'll help a bit. Come on, eat up. Kazayyama eyed the dark, unappetizing pills with a grimace, his mouth twitching. The sight of them somehow looked worse than the effort he had just endured. Tsukiyuki, I appreciate your kindness, but my stomach is weak. I can't digest your special military ration pills, so keep them for yourself, Kazayyama said. Lord Tsukumo, we shouldn't stay here, he said. Even though we've destroyed the Iron Sand, we're still inside the Land of Wind's borders. It's not safe. Tsukumo nodded at Kazayyama's words. Kojin, you carry Ken. Nazuki, assist him. Everyone else, move out. His voice rang with authority. Back to the Land of Fire. While Tsukumo's squad felt a wave of relief and hope, the mood in Hidden Sand Village was starkly different. In the Kazikage's office, Chio and Konkichi stood before the third Kazikage, their mission report complete. The third Kazikage sat in tense silence, his body rigid and veins bulging as he processed their words. His voice, deceptively calm, carried an undercurrent of fury. So, the two of you attacked together. And yet not a single one of them was killed. Is that correct? His eyes narrowed. Bakura was the assault team leader I entrusted with this mission. Do you understand the consequences of his capture by the enemy? Get out. His voice was quiet but heavy with suppressed rage. Konkichi, familiar with the third Kazikage's temper, felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he bowed and left the room quickly. Hatasman, Chio said, addressing the Kazikage directly. I take full responsibility for the failure of this mission. I have nothing to defend myself with. Her tone was steady. However, I must warn you, our opponent has mastered space-time ninjutsu. If we don't prepare to counter it, we'll gain no advantage in the wars to come. She hesitated briefly, then continued. Bakura's capture has weakened us. I request that you allow me to take over as the assault team leader. With that, she turned and left without waiting for a response, leaving Hatasman alone. As the door closed, a tense silence filled the office. Suddenly, the air seemed to tremble, and a tide of black iron sand surged across the room, consuming every corner. Hidden Leaf Village. The third Kazikage's voice, filled with seething hatred, reverberated through the room. We will meet again. His roar, laced with killing intent, echoed through the air. Chapter 41, You'll regret this, Hiruzen. The group, having successfully left the Land of the Wind, was overjoyed to set foot on the Land of Fire once more. Nazuki, how is Ken's injury? I've stabilized the poison, but he needs to return to the village for treatment. Tsukumo was truly relieved to hear this. No, why don't you ask me? I'm the one still covered in injuries. Clearly frustrated by his captain's indifference, Tsukiyuki stormed over, grabbed his shirt, and yanked it up, exposing a gruesome collection of wounds. Come on, your wounds are already scabbing over. What, are you embarrassed or something? Aki gave him a smack on the head, making Tsukiyuki grin sheepishly. The successful completion of this mission is mainly thanks to Kazayyama. By the way, Kazayyama, what kind of sleeping drug did you give her? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Everyone glanced at Pakura in Kazayyama's arms, surprised. It had been a full day, and she still hadn't woken up. What kind of sleeping pill did Kazayyama use? That's terrifying, someone murmured. Hee, it's a secret recipe. 1 drop, and you're out for 3 days. If any of you ever have insomnia, come to me, I've got just the thing. Kazayyama grinned mischievously, his expression making everyone shake their heads. Lord Sakamo, when we return to Hidden Leaf Village, will you send Pakura directly to the interrogation force? Sakamo nodded. There are people who specialize in this kind of intelligence work. Why? Do you have any ideas? Kazayyama glanced at Pakura in his arms. Honestly, he felt a little reluctant to send someone so gorgeous to the interrogation force. Those guys were the worst kind of perverts, the kind who couldn't care less about beauty and had no idea how to appreciate a stunning woman like her. Everyone does their job. We'll have to follow Lord Hokage's instructions for specifics, Sakamo said. After a pause, he added with a laugh, after all, I doubt he imagined you'd bring back not just intelligence, but the leader of the assault team you abducted. The mission had been a resounding success. Capturing the leader of the assault team had proven far easier than collecting intelligence. Back in the village, Sakamo first took Ken Aoyama to the hospital and then led the group straight to the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, there was more than just the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Standing before him was his old comrade, Danzō Shimura, always a thorn in his side. Hiruzen, someone of Kazayyama Gekko's caliber should be handed over to the Root Division, Danzō said, his tone firm. Don't you realize how precious his KK Genkai and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu are? Actually, this is a specific request for someone. This isn't some trivial matter. Leave this person to me, and I guarantee he will become Hidden Leaf Village's most powerful spy, not some teacher at the academy. He scoffed, voice dripping with disdain. Hiruzen, you're wasting talent. Hiruzen knew exactly what Danzō was plotting. With his ability to read people, he was certain that if Kazayyama joined the Root Division, he'd be under constant surveillance, and likely not the only one. Hiruzen himself was already on Danzō's watch list. Humphrey, this old bastard never stops scheming. Danzō, you've overstepped. Kazayyama is a jonin of the village and a teacher at the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. He has contributed greatly to Hidden Leaf Village. There is no need for him to join your Root Division. This discussion ends here. Hiruzen's rejection was sharp and final. Danzō's eyes narrowed. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, a knock on the door interrupted him. Frustrated, he sneered, Humphrey. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Letting go of such a talented person will come back to haunt you. With that, he stormed out, knowing he had lost this round. When the door opened, Sakamo entered. His sharp gaze caught Danzō's sour expression, and he instantly pieced together what had happened. While they were out on a mission, that old snake had tried to poach one of his men. Danzō's face shifted upon seeing Sakamo but quickly masked itself with his usual stoicism. However, as he walked past Sakamo, the group behind him, a squad of seasoned shinobi, deliberately avoided meeting his gaze. Kazayyama, however, didn't hold back. He stared at Danzō with a faint smirk, a hint of mockery in his expression. Root Division, huh? The darkest place in Hidden Leaf Village. As if I'd let myself get dragged into that. Danzō caught the look and his eyes flickered with frustration. Yet, with no ground to stand on,